Section 1 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, From Miracles to Medicine. Section 1, The Early and Sacred Theories of Disease. Nothing in the evolution of human thought appears more inevitable than the idea of supernatural intervention in producing and curing disease. The causes of disease are so intricate that they are reached only after ages of scientific labor. In those periods when man sees everywhere miracle and nowhere law, when he attributes all things which he can not understand to a will like his own, he naturally ascribes his diseases either to the wrath of a good being or to the malice of an evil being. This idea underlies the connection of the priestly class with the healing art, a connection of which we have survivals among rude tribes in all parts of the world, and which is seen in nearly every ancient civilization, especially in the powers over disease claimed in Egypt by the priests of Osiris and Isis, in Assyria by the priests of Gibil, in Greece by the priests of Aesculapius, and in Judea by the priests and prophets of Jahve. In Egypt there is evidence, reaching back to a very early period, that the sick were often regarded as afflicted or possessed by demons. The same belief comes constantly before us in the great religions of India and China, and as regards Chaldea, the Assyrian tablets recovered in recent years, while revealing the source of so many myths and legends transmitted to the modern world through the book of Genesis, show especially this idea of the healing of diseases by the casting out of devils. A similar theory was elaborated in Persia. Naturally, then, the Old Testament, so precious in showing the evolution of religious and moral truth among men, attributes such diseases as the leprosy of Miriam and Uzziah, the boils of Job, the dysentery of Jehoram, the withered hand of Jeroboam, the fatal illness of Asa, and many other ills, to the wrath of God or the malice of Satan. While in the New Testament such examples as the woman bound by Satan, the rebuke of the fever, the casting out of the devil which was dumb, the healing of the person whom the devil ofttimes casteth into the fire, of which case one of the greatest modern physicians remarks that never was there a truer description of epilepsy, and various other episodes, show this same inevitable mode of thought as a refracting medium through which the teachings and doings of the great physician were revealed to future generations. In Greece, though this idea of an occult evil agency in producing bodily ills appeared at an early period, there also came the first beginnings, so far as we know, of a really scientific theory of medicine. 500 years before Christ, in the bloom period of thought, the period of Aeschylus, Phidias, Pericles, Socrates, and Plato, appeared Hippocrates, one of the greatest names in history. Quietly but thoroughly he broke away from the old tradition, developed scientific thought, and laid the foundations of medical science upon experience, observation, and reason so deeply and broadly that his teaching remains to this hour among the most precious possessions of our race. His thought was passed on to the school of Alexandria, and there medical science was developed yet further, especially by such men as Herophilus and Erasistratus. Under their lead studies in human anatomy began by dissection, the old prejudice which had weighed so long upon science, preventing that method of anatomical investigation without which there can be no real results, was cast aside apparently forever. Note 289. But with the coming in of Christianity a great new chain of events was set in motion which modified this development most profoundly. The influence of Christianity on the healing art was twofold. There was first a blessed impulse, the thought, aspiration, example, ideals, and spirit of Jesus of Nazareth. This spirit, then poured into the world, flowed down through the ages, promoting self-sacrifice for the sick and wretched. Through all those succeeding centuries, even through the rudest, hospitals and infirmaries sprang up along this blessed stream. Of these were the Eastern establishment for the cure of the sick at the earliest Christian periods, the infirmary of Monte Cassino and the Hotel Dieu at Lyons in the 6th century, the Hotel Dieu at Paris in the 7th, and the myriad refuges for the sick and suffering which sprang up in every part of Europe during the following centuries. Vitalized by this stream, all mediaeval growths of mercy bloomed luxuriantly. To say nothing of those at an earlier period, we have in the time of the Crusades great charitable organizations like the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, and thenceforth every means of bringing the Spirit of Jesus to help afflicted humanity. So, too, through all those ages we have a succession of men and women devoting themselves to works of mercy, culminating during modern times in saints like Vincent de Paul, Franck, Howard, Elizabeth Fry, Florence Nightingale, and Muhlenberg. But while this vast influence poured forth from the heart of the founder of Christianity, streamed through century after century, inspiring every development of mercy, there came from those who organized the church which bears his name, and from those who afterward developed and directed it, another stream of influence, a theology drawn partly from prehistoric conceptions of unseen powers, partly from ideas developed in the earliest historic nations, but especially from the letter of the Hebrew and Christian sacred books. The theology developed out of our sacred literature in relation to the cure of disease was mainly twofold. First, there was a new and strong evolution of the old idea that physical disease is produced by the wrath of God or the malice of Satan, or by a combination of both, which theology was especially called in to explain. Secondly, there were evolved theories of miraculous methods of cure based upon modes of appeasing the divine anger or of thwarting Satanic malice. Along both these streams of influence, one arising in the life of Jesus and the other in the reasonings of theologians, legends of miracles grew luxuriantly. It would be utterly unphilosophical to attribute these as a whole to conscious fraud. Whatever part priestcraft may have taken afterward in sundry discreditable developments of them, the mass of miraculous legends, century after century, grew up mainly in good faith, and as naturally as elms along watercourses or flowers upon the prairie. End of chapter 13 from Miracles to Medicine, section 1, The Early and Sacred Theories of Disease. Section 2 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 2, Growth of Legends of Healing. The Life of Xavier as a Typical Example. Legends of miracles have thus grown about the lives of all great benefactors of humanity in early ages, and about saints and devotees. Throughout human history the lives of such personages, almost without exception, have been accompanied or followed by a literature in which legends of miraculous powers form a very important part, a part constantly increasing until a different mode of looking at nature and of weighing testimony causes miracles to disappear. While modern thought holds the testimony to the vast mass of such legends in all ages as worthless, it is very widely acknowledged that great and gifted beings who endow the earth with higher religious ideas, gaining the deepest hold upon the hearts and minds of multitudes, may at times exercise such influence upon those about them that the sick in mind or body are helped or healed. We have within the modern period very many examples which enable us to study the evolution of legendary miracles. Out of these I will select but one, which is chosen because it is the life of one of the most noble and devoted men in the history of humanity, one whose biography is before the world with its most minute details, in his own letters, in the letters of his associates, in contemporary histories, and in a multitude of biographies. This man is St. Francis Xavier. From these sources I draw the facts now to be given, but none of them are of Protestant origin. Every source from which I shall draw is Catholic and Roman, and published under the sanction of the Church. Born a Spanish noble, Xavier at an early age cast aside all ordinary aims, devoted himself to study, was rapidly advanced to a professorship at Paris, and in this position was rapidly winning a commanding influence, when he came under the sway of another Spaniard even greater, though less brilliantly endowed than himself, Ignatius Loyola, founder of the Society of Jesus. The result was that the young professor sacrificed the brilliant career on which he had entered at the French capital, went to the Far East as a simple missionary, and there devoted his remaining years to redeeming the lowest and most wretched of our race. Among the various tribes, first in Lower India and afterward in Japan, he wrought untiringly, toiling through village after village, collecting the natives by the sound of a handbell, trying to teach them the simplest Christian formulas, and thus he brought myriads of them to a nominal confession of the Christian faith. After 12 years of such efforts, seeking new conquests for religion, he sacrificed his life on the desert island of San Shan. During his career as a missionary he wrote great numbers of letters which were preserved and have since been published, and these, with the letters of his contemporaries, exhibit clearly all the features of his life. His own writings are very minute, and enable us to follow him fully. No account of a miracle wrought by him appears either in his own letters or in any contemporary document. Note 290. At the outside, but 2 or 3 things occurred in his whole life, as exhibited so fully by himself and his contemporaries, for which the most earnest devotee could claim anything like divine interposition. And these are such as may be read in the letters of very many fervent missionaries, Protestant as well as Catholic. For example, in the beginning of his career, during a journey in Europe with an ambassador, one of the servants in fording a stream got into deep water and was in danger of drowning. Xavier tells us that the ambassador prayed very earnestly, and that the man finally struggled out of the stream. But within 60 years after his death, at his canonization, and by various biographers, this had been magnified into a miracle, and appears in the various histories dressed out in glowing colors. Xavier tells us that the ambassador prayed for the safety of the young man, but his biographers tell us that it was Xavier who prayed, and finally, by the later writers, Xavier is represented as lifting horse and rider out of the stream by a clearly supernatural act. Still another claim to miracle is based upon his arriving at Lisbon and finding his great colleague, Simon Rodriguez, ill of fever. Xavier informs us in a very simple way that Rodriguez was so overjoyed to see him that the fever did not return. This is entirely similar to the cure which Martin Luther wrought upon Melanchthon. Melanchthon had broken down and was supposed to be dying, when his joy at the long-delayed visit of Luther brought him to his feet again, after which he lived for many years. Again, it is related that Xavier, finding a poor native woman very ill, baptized her, saying over her the prayers of the Church, and she recovered. 2 or 3 occurrences like these form the whole basis of the miraculous account, so far as Xavier's own writings are concerned. Of miracles in the ordinary sense of the word there is in these letters of his no mention, though he writes of his doings with especial detail, taking evident pains to note everything which he thought a sign of divine encouragement. He says nothing of his performing miracles, and evidently knows nothing of them. This is clearly not due to his unwillingness to make known any token of divine favor. As we have seen, he is very prompt to report anything which may be considered an answer to prayer or an evidence of the power of religious means to improve the bodily or spiritual health of those to whom he was sent. nor do the letters of his associates show knowledge of any miracles wrought by him. His brother missionaries, who were in constant and loyal fellowship with him, make no allusions to them in their communications with each other or with their brethren in Europe. Of this fact we have many striking evidences. Various collections of letters from the Jesuit missionaries in India and the East generally, during the years of Xavier's activity, were published, and in not one of these letters written during Xavier's lifetime appears any account of a miracle wrought by him. As typical of these collections we may take perhaps the most noted of all, that which was published about 20 years after Xavier's death by a Jesuit father, Emmanuel Acosta. The letters given in it were written by Xavier and his associates not only from Goa, which was the focus of all missionary effort and the center of all knowledge regarding their work in the East, but from all other important points in the great field. The first of them were written during the saint's lifetime, but though filled with every sort of detail regarding missionary life and work, they say nothing regarding any miracles by Xavier. The same is true of various other similar collections published during the 16th and 17th centuries. In not one of them does any mention of a miracle by Xavier appear in a letter from India or the East contemporary with him. This silence regarding his miracles was clearly not due to any evil heart of unbelief. On the contrary, these good missionary fathers were prompt to record the slightest occurrence which they thought evidence of the divine favor. It is indeed touching to see how eagerly they grasp at the most trivial things which could be thus construed. Their ample faith was fully shown. One of them, in Acosta's collection, sends a report that an illuminated cross had been recently seen in the heavens; another that devils had been cast out of the natives by the use of holy water; another that various cases of disease had been helped and even healed by baptism; and sundry others sent reports that the blind and dumb had been restored, and that even lepers had been cleansed by the proper use of the rites of the Church. But to Xavier no miracles are imputed by his associates during his life or during several years after his death. On the contrary, we find his own statements as to his personal limitations and the difficulties arising from them fully confirmed by his brother workers. It is interesting, for example, in view of the claim afterward made that the saint was divinely endowed for his mission with the gift of tongues, to note in these letters confirmation of Xavier's own statement utterly disproving the existence of any such divine gift, and detailing the difficulties which he encountered from his want of knowing various languages, and the hard labor which he underwent in learning the elements of the Japanese tongue. Until about 10 years after Xavier's death, then, as Emmanuel Acosta's publication shows, the letters of the missionaries continued without any indication of miracles performed by the saint; though, as we shall see presently, abundant legends had already begun to grow elsewhere, not one word regarding these miracles came as yet from the country which, according to later accounts accepted and sanctioned by the Church, was at this very period filled with miracles; not the slightest indication of them from the men who were supposed to be in the very thick of these miraculous manifestations. But this negative evidence is by no means all. There is also positive evidence, direct testimony from the Jesuit order itself, that Xavier wrought no miracles. For not only did neither Xavier nor his co-workers know anything of the mighty works afterward attributed to him, but the highest contemporary authority on the whole subject, a man in the closest correspondence with those who knew most about the saint, a member of the Society of Jesus in the highest standing, and one of its accepted historians, not only expressly tells us that Xavier wrought no miracles, but gives the reasons why he wrought none. This man was Joseph Acosta, a provincial of the Jesuit order, its visitor in Aragon, superior at Valladolid, and finally rector of the University of Salamanca. In 1571, 19 years after Xavier's death, Acosta devoted himself to writing a work mainly concerning the conversion of the Indies, and in this he refers especially, and with the greatest reverence, to Xavier, holding him up as an ideal and his work as an example. But on the same page with this tribute to the great missionary, Acosta goes on to discuss the reasons why progress in the world's conversion is not so rapid as in the early apostolic times, and says that an especial cause why apostolic preaching could no longer produce apostolic results lies in the missionaries themselves, because there is now no power of working miracles. He then asks, why should our age be so completely destitute of them? This question he answers at great length, and one of his main contentions is that in early apostolic times illiterate men had to convert the learned of the world, whereas in modern times the case is reversed, learned men being sent to convert the illiterate, and hence that in the early times miracles were necessary, but in our time they are not. This statement and argument refer, as we have seen, directly to Xavier by name, and to the period covered by his activity, and that of the other great missionaries of his time. That the Jesuit order and the Church at large thought this work of Acosta trustworthy is proved by the fact that it was published at Salamanca a few years after it was written, and republished afterward with ecclesiastical sanction in France. Note 291. Nothing shows better than the sequel how completely the evolution of miraculous accounts depends upon the intellectual atmosphere of any land and time, and how independent it is of fact. For shortly after Xavier's heroic and beautiful death in 1552, stories of miracles wrought by him began to appear. At first they were few and feeble, and 2 years later Melchior Nunez, provincial of the Jesuits in the Portuguese dominions, with all the means at his command, and a correspondence extending throughout Eastern Asia, had been able to hear of but 3. These were entirely from hearsay. First, John Dayrell said he knew that Xavier had the gift of prophecy, but unfortunately Xavier himself had reprimanded and cast off Dayrell for untruthfulness and cheatery. Secondly, it was reported vaguely that at Cape Comorin many persons affirmed that Xavier had raised a man from the dead. Thirdly, Father Pablo de Santa Fe had heard that in Japan Xavier had restored sight to a blind man. This seems a feeble beginning, but little by little the stories grew, and in 1555 De Quatros, provincial of the Jesuits in Ethiopia, had heard of 9 miracles, and asserted that Xavier had healed the sick and cast out devils. The next year, being 4 years after Xavier's death, King John III of Portugal, a very devout man, directed his viceroy Barreto to draw up and transmit to him an authentic account of Xavier's miracles, urging him especially to do the work with zeal and speedily. We can well imagine what treasures of grace an obsequious viceroy, only too anxious to please a devout king, could bring together by means of the hearsay of ignorant, compliant natives through all the little towns of Portuguese India. But the letters of the missionaries who had been co-workers or immediate successors of Xavier in his eastern field were still silent as regards any miracles by him, and they remained silent for nearly 10 years. In the collection of letters published by Emmanuel Acosta and others, no hint at any miracles by him is given until at last, in 1562, fully 10 years after Xavier's death, the first faint beginnings of these legends appear in them. At that time the Jesuit Almeida, writing at great length to the brethren, stated that he had found a pious woman who believed that a book left behind by Xavier had healed sick folk when it was laid upon them, and that he had met an old man who preserved a whip left by the saint, which, when properly applied to the sick, had been found good both for their bodies and their souls. From these and other small beginnings grew, always luxuriant and sometimes beautiful, the vast mass of legends which we shall see hereafter. The growth was affectionately garnered by the more zealous and less critical brethren in Europe until it had become enormous. But it appears to have been thought of little value by those best able to judge, for when, in 1562, Julius Gabriel Eugubinus delivered a solemn oration on the condition and glory of the Church before the papal legates and other fathers assembled at the Council of Trent, while he alluded to a multitude of things showing the divine favor, there was not the remotest allusion to the vast multitude of miracles which, according to the legends, had been so profusely lavished on the faithful during many years, and which, if they had actually occurred, formed an argument of prodigious value in behalf of the special claims of the Church. The same complete absence of knowledge of any such favors vouchsafed to the Church, or at least of any belief in them, appears in that great Council of Trent among the Fathers themselves. Certainly there, if anywhere, one might, on the Roman theory, expect divine illumination in a matter of this kind. The presence of the Holy Spirit in the midst of it was especially claimed, and yet its members, with all their spiritual as well as material advantages for knowing what had been going on in the Church during the previous 30 years, and with Xavier's own friend and colleague Lainez present to inform them, show not the slightest sign of any suspicion of Xavier's miracles. We have the letters of Julius Gabriel to the foremost of these fathers assembled at Trent from 1557 onward for a considerable time, and we have also a multitude of letters written from the council by bishops, cardinals, and even by the Pope himself, discussing all sorts of church affairs, and in not one of these is there evidence of the remotest suspicion that any of these reports which they must have heard regarding Xavier's miracles were worthy of mention. Here, too, comes additional supplementary testimony of much significance. With these orations and letters, Eugubinus gives a Latin translation of a letter On Religious Affairs in the Indies, written by a Jesuit father 20 years after Xavier's death. Though the letter came from a field very distant from that in which Xavier labored, it was sure, among the general tokens of divine favor to the Church and to the order on which it dwelt, to have alluded to miracles wrought by Xavier, had there been the slightest ground for believing in them. But no such allusion appears. Note 292. So, too, when in 1588, 36 years after Xavier's death, the Jesuit father Maffei, who had been especially conversant with Xavier's career in the East, published his History of India. Though he gave a biography of Xavier which shows fervent admiration for his subject, he dwelt very lightly on the alleged miracles. But the evolution of miraculous legends still went on. 6 years later, in 1594, Father Turcellinus published his Life of Xavier, and in this appears to have made the first large use of the information collected by the Portuguese viceroy and the more zealous brethren. This work shows a vast increase in the number of miracles over those given by all sources together up to that time. Xavier is represented as not only curing the sick, but casting out devils, stilling the tempest, raising the dead, and performing miracles of every sort. In 1622 came the canonization proceedings at Rome. Among the speeches made in the presence of Pope Gregory XV, supporting the claims of Xavier to saintship, the most important was by Cardinal Monte. In this the orator selects out 10 great miracles from those performed by Xavier during his lifetime and describes them minutely. He insists that on a certain occasion Xavier, by the sign of the cross, made sea water fresh, so that his fellow passengers and the crew could drink it; that he healed the sick and raised the dead in various places, brought back a lost boat to his ship, was on one occasion lifted from the earth bodily and transfigured before the bystanders, and that, to punish a blaspheming town, he caused an earthquake and buried the offenders in cinders from a volcano. This was afterward still more highly developed, and the saint was represented in engravings as calling down fire from heaven and thus destroying the town. The most curious miracle of all is the eighth on the Cardinal's list. Regarding this, he states that Xavier having during one of his voyages lost overboard a crucifix, it was restored to him after he had reached the shore by a crab. The Cardinal also dwelt on miracles performed by Xavier's relics after his death, the most original being that sundry lamps placed before the image of the saint and filled with holy water burned as if filled with oil. This latter account appears to have deeply impressed the Pope, for in the bull of canonization issued by virtue of his power of teaching the universal Church infallibly in all matters pertaining to faith and morals, His Holiness dwells especially upon the miracle of the lamp filled with holy water and burning before Xavier's image. Xavier having been made a saint, many other "lives" of him appeared, and, as a rule, each surpassed its predecessor in the multitude of miracles. In 1622 appeared that, compiled and published under the sanction of Father Vitellecci, and in it not only are new miracles increased, but some old ones are greatly improved. One example will suffice to show the process. In his edition of 1596, Torcellinus had told how Xavier, one day needing money, and having asked Velio, one of his friends, to let him have some, Velio gave him the key of a safe containing 30,000 gold pieces. Xavier took 300 and returned the key to Velio, whereupon Velio, finding only 300 pieces gone, reproached Xavier for not taking more, saying that he had expected to give him half of all that the strong box contained. Xavier, touched by this generosity, told Velio that the time of his death should be made known to him, that he might have opportunity to repent of his sins and prepare for eternity. But 26 years later the life of Xavier, published under the sanction of Vetticelli, giving the story, says that Velio, on opening the safe, found that all his money remained as he had left it, and that none at all had disappeared. In fact, that there had been a miraculous restitution. On his blaming Xavier for not taking the money, Xavier declares to Velio that not only shall he be apprised of the moment of his death, but that the box shall always be full of money. Still later biographers improved the account further, declaring that Xavier promised Velio that the strong box should always contain money sufficient for all his needs. In that warm and uncritical atmosphere this and other legends grew rapidly, obedient to much the same laws which govern the evolution of fairy tales. Note 293. In 1682, 130 years after Xavier's death, appears his biography by Father Buchor, and this became a classic. In it the old miracles of all kinds were enormously multiplied, and many new ones given. Miracles few and small in Tursillinus became many and great in Buchor. In Tursillinus, Xavier during his life saves one person from drowning. In Buchor he saves during his life 3. In Tursillinus, Xavier during his life raises 4 persons from the dead. In Buchor, 14. In Tursillinus there is one miraculous supply of water. In Buchor, 3. In Tursillinus there is no miraculous draught of fishes. In Buchor there is one. In Tursillinus Xavier is transfigured twice. In Buchor 5 times. And so through a long series of miracles which, in the earlier lives appearing either not at all or in very moderate form, are greatly increased and enlarged by Tursillinus, and finally enormously amplified and multiplied by Father Buchor. And here it must be borne in mind that Buchor, writing 90 years after Tursillinus, could not have had access to any new sources. Xavier had been dead 130 years, and of course all the natives upon whom he had wrought his miracles, and their children and grandchildren, were gone. It cannot then be claimed that Buchor had the advantage of any new witnesses, nor could he have had anything new in the way of contemporary writings, for, as we have seen, The missionaries of Xavier's time wrote nothing regarding his miracles, and certainly the ignorant natives of India and Japan did not commit any account of his miracles to writing. Nevertheless, the miracles of healing given in Buhor were more numerous and brilliant than ever. But there was far more than this. Although during the lifetime of Xavier there is neither in his own writings nor in any contemporary account any assertion of a resurrection from the dead wrought by him, we find that shortly after his death stories of such resurrections began to appear. A simple statement of the growth of these may throw some light on the evolution of miraculous accounts generally. At first it was affirmed that some people at Cape Comorin said that he had raised one person. Then it was said that there were two persons. Then in various authors, Emmanuel Acosta in his commentaries written as an afterthought nearly 20 years after Xavier's death, De Quadros and others, the story wavers between one and two cases. Finally, in the time of Turcilinus, 4 cases had been developed. In 1622, at the canonization proceedings, 3 were mentioned, but by the time of Father Buhor's there were 14, all raised from the dead by Xavier himself during his lifetime, and the name, place, and circumstances are given with much detail in each case. Note 294. It seems to have been felt as somewhat strange at first that Xavier had never alluded to any of these wonderful miracles, but ere long a subsidiary legend was developed, to the effect that one of the brethren asked him one day if he had raised the dead, whereat he blushed deeply and cried out against the idea, saying, "And so I am said to have raised the dead! What a misleading man I am! Some men brought a youth to me just as if he were dead, who, when I commanded him to arise in the name of Christ, straightway arose." Noteworthy is the evolution of other miracles. Turcilinus, writing in 1594, tells us that on the voyage from Goa to Malacca, Xavier, having left the ship and gone upon an island, was afterward found by the person sent in search of him so deeply absorbed in prayer as to be unmindful of all things about him. But in the next century Father Buhor develops the story as follows: "The servants found the man of God raised from the ground into the air, his eyes fixed upon heaven, and rays of light about his countenance." Instructive also is a comparison between the successive accounts of his noted miracle among the Badages at Travancourt in 1544. Xavier in his letters makes no reference to anything extraordinary, and Emmanuel Acosta in 1571 declares simply that Xavier threw himself into the midst of the Christians that reverencing him they might spare the rest. The inevitable evolution of the miraculous goes on, and 20 years later Turcilinus tells us that, at the onslaught of the Badage, they could not endure the majesty of his countenance and the splendor and rays which issued from his eyes, and out of reverence for him they spared the others. The process of incubation still goes on during 90 years more, and then comes Father Buhor's account. Having given Xavier's prayer on the battlefield, Buhor goes on to say that the saint, crucifix in hand, rushed at the head of the people toward the plain where the enemy was marching, and "said to them in a threatening voice, 'I forbid you in the name of the living God to advance farther, and on his part command you to return in the way you came.' These few words cast a terror into the minds of those soldiers who were at the head of the army. They remained confounded and without motion. They who marched afterward, seeing that the foremost did not advance, asked the reason of it. The answer was returned from the front ranks that they had before their eyes an unknown person habited in black, of more than human stature, of terrible aspect, and darting fire from his eyes. They were seized with amazement at the sight, and all of them fled in precipitate confusion." Curious, too, is the aftergrowth of the miracle of the crab restoring the crucifix. In its first form Xavier lost the crucifix in the sea, and the earlier biographers dwell on the sorrow which he showed in consequence. But the later historians declare that the saint threw the crucifix into the sea in order to still a tempest, and that, after his safe getting to land, a crab brought it to him on the shore. In this form we find it among illustrations of books of devotion in the next century. But perhaps the best illustration of this evolution of Xavier's miracles is to be found in the growth of another legend, and it is especially instructive because it grew luxuriantly despite the fact that it was utterly contradicted in all parts of Xavier's writings, as well as in the letters of his associates and in the work of the Jesuit father Joseph Acosta. Throughout his letters, from first to last, Xavier constantly dwells upon his difficulties with the various languages of the different tribes among whom he went. He tells us how he surmounted these difficulties, sometimes by learning just enough of a language to translate into it some of the main church formulas, sometimes by getting the help of others to patch together some pious teachings to be learned by rote, sometimes by employing interpreters, and sometimes by a mixture of various dialects and even by signs. On one occasion he tells us that a very serious difficulty arose and that his voyage to China was delayed because, among other things, the interpreter he had engaged had failed to meet him. In various Lives which appeared between the time of his death and his canonization this difficulty is much dwelt upon. But during the canonization proceedings at Rome, in the speeches then made, and finally in the papal bull, great stress was laid upon the fact that Xavier possessed the gift of tongues. It was declared that he spoke to the various tribes with ease in their own languages. This legend of Xavier's miraculous gift of tongues was especially mentioned in the papal bull, and was solemnly given forth by the pontiff as an infallible statement to be believed by the universal church. Gregory XV having been prevented by death from issuing the bull of canonization, it was finally issued by Urban VIII, and there is much food for reflection in the fact that the same pope who punished Galileo, and was determined that the Inquisition should not allow the world to believe that the earth revolves about the sun, thus solemnly ordered the world, under pain of damnation, to believe in Xavier's miracles, including his gift of tongues, and the return of the crucifix by the pious crab. But the legend was developed still further. Father Buhur tells us, "The holy man spoke very well the language of those barbarians without having learnt it, and had no need of an interpreter when he instructed." And finally, in our own time, the Reverend Father Coleridge, speaking of the saint among the natives, said, "He could speak the language excellently, though he had never learnt it." In the early biography Turcellinus writes, "Nothing was a greater impediment to him than his ignorance of the Japanese tongues, for ever and anon, when some uncouth expression offended their fastidious and delicate ears, the awkward speech of Francis was a cause of laughter." But Father Buhur, a century later, writing of Xavier at the same period, says, "He preached in the afternoon to the Japanese in their language, but so naturally and with so much ease that he could not be taken for a foreigner." And finally, in 1872, Father Coleridge of the Society of Jesus, speaking of Xavier at this time, says, "He spoke freely, flowingly, elegantly, as if he had lived in Japan all his life." Nor was even this sufficient. To make the legend complete, it was finally declared that, when Xavier addressed the natives of various tribes, each heard the sermon in his own language in which he was born. All this, as we have seen, directly contradicts not only the plain statements of Xavier himself, and various incidental testimonies in the letters of his associates, but the explicit declaration of Father Joseph Acosta. The latter historian dwells especially on the labor which Xavier was obliged to bestow on the study of the Japanese and other languages, and says, "Even if he had been endowed with the apostolic gift of tongues, he could not have spread more widely the glory of Christ." Note 295. It is hardly necessary to attribute to the orators and biographers generally a conscious attempt to deceive. The simple fact is that as a rule they thought, spoke, and wrote in obedience to the natural laws which govern the luxuriant growth of myth and legend in the warm atmosphere of love and devotion which constantly arises about great religious leaders in times when men have little or no knowledge of natural law, when there is little care for scientific evidence, and when he who believes most is thought most meritorious. Note 296. One day, in one of the most brilliant reception rooms of the Northern capital, the subject of Father Ivan's miracles having been introduced, a gentleman in very high social position and entirely trustworthy spoke as follows: "There is something very surprising about these miracles. I am slow to believe in them, but I know the following to be a fact. The late Metropolitan Archbishop of St. Petersburg loved quiet, and was very adverse to anything which could possibly cause scandal. Hearing of Father Ivan's miracles, he summoned him to his presence and solemnly commanded him to abstain from all of the things which had given rise to his reported miracles, and with this injunction dismissed him. Hardly had the priest left the room when the Archbishop was struck with blindness, and remained in this condition until the priest returned and removed his blindness by intercessory prayers." When the present writer asked the person giving this account if he directly knew these facts, he replied that he was, of course, not present when the miracle was wrought, but that he had the facts immediately from persons who knew all the parties concerned and were cognizant directly of the circumstances of the case. Some time afterward, the present writer being at an afternoon reception at one of the greater embassies, the same subject was touched upon, when an eminent general spoke as follows: "I am not inclined to believe in miracles, in fact, am rather skeptical, but the proofs of those wrought by Father Ivan are overwhelming." He then went on to say that the late Metropolitan Archbishop was a man who loved quiet and disliked scandal, and that on this account he had summoned Father Ivan to his palace and ordered him to put an end to the conduct which had caused the reports concerning his miraculous powers, and then, with a wave of the arm, had dismissed him. The priest left the room, and from that moment the Archbishop's arm was paralyzed, and it remained so until the penitent prelate summoned the priest again, by whose prayers the arm was restored to its former usefulness. There was present at the time another person besides the writer who had heard the previous statement as to the blindness of the Archbishop, and on their both questioning the general if he were sure that the Archbishop's arm was paralyzed as stated, he declared that he could not doubt it, as he had it directly from persons entirely trustworthy, who were cognizant of all the facts. Some time later the present writer, having an interview with the most eminent lay authority in the Greek Church, a functionary whose duties had brought him into almost daily contact with the late Archbishop, asked him which of these stories was correct. This gentleman answered immediately, "Neither. I saw the Archbishop constantly, and no such event occurred. He was never paralyzed and never blind." The same gentleman went on to say that, in his belief, Father Ivan had shown remarkable powers in healing the sick, and the greatest charity in relieving the distressed. It was made clearly evident that Father Ivan is a saint-like man, devoted to the needy and distressed and exercising an enormous influence over them, an influence so great that crowds await him whenever he visits the capital. In the atmosphere of Russian devotion myths and legends grow luxuriantly about him, nor is belief in him confined to the peasant class. In the autumn of 1894 he was summoned to the bedside of the Emperor Alexander III. Unfortunately for the peace of Europe, his intercession at that time proved unavailing. These examples will serve to illustrate the process which in thousands of cases has gone on from the earliest days of the Church until a very recent period. Everywhere miraculous cures became the rule rather than the exception throughout Christendom. End of chapter 13, section 2, Growth of Legends of Healing, the life of Xavier as a typical example. Section 3 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 3, The Medieval Miracles of Healing, Check Medical Science. So it was that throughout antiquity, during the early history of the Church, throughout the Middle Ages, and indeed down to a comparatively recent period, testimony to miraculous interpositions which would now be laughed at by a schoolboy was accepted by the leaders of thought. St. Augustine was certainly one of the strongest minds in the early Church, and yet we find him mentioning, with much seriousness, a story that sundry innkeepers of his time put a drug into cheese which metamorphosed travelers into domestic animals, and asserting that the peacock is so favored by the Almighty that its flesh will not decay, and that he has tested it and knows this to be a fact. With such a disposition regarding the wildest stories, it is not surprising that the assertion of St. Gregory of Nazianzen during the 2nd century as to the cures wrought by the martyrs Cosmo and Damian was echoed from all parts of Europe until every hamlet had its miracle-working saint or relic. The literature of these miracles is simply endless. To take our own ancestors alone, no one can read the ecclesiastical history of Bede, or Abbot Sampson's Miracles of St. Edmund, or the accounts given by Eadmer and Osborne of the miracles of St. Dunstan, or the long lists of those wrought by Thomas à Becket, or by any other in the army of English saints, without seeing the perfect naturalness of this growth. This evolution of miracle in all parts of Europe came out of a vast preceding series of beliefs, extending not merely through the early Church, but far back into paganism. Just as formerly patients were cured in the temples of Aesculapius, so they were cured in the Middle Ages, and so they are cured now at the shrines of saints. Just as the ancient miracles were solemnly attested by votive tablets giving names, dates, and details, and these tablets hung before the images of the gods, so the medieval miracles were attested by similar tablets hung before the images of the saints, and so they are attested today by similar tablets hung before the images of Our Lady of La Salette or of Lourdes. Just as faith in such miracles persisted, in spite of the small percentage of cures at those ancient places of healing, so faith persists today, despite the fact that in at least 90% of the cases at Lourdes prayers prove unavailing. As a rule, the miracles of the sacred books were taken as models, and each of those given by the sacred chroniclers was repeated during the early ages of the Church and through the medieval period with endless variations of circumstance, but still with curious fidelity to the original type. It should be especially kept in mind that while the vast majority of these were doubtless due to the myth-making faculty and to that development of legends which always goes on in ages ignorant of the relation between physical causes and effects, some of the miracles of healing had undoubtedly some basis in fact. We in modern times have seen too many cures performed through influences exercised upon the imagination, such as those of the Jansenists at the cemetery of St. Menard, of the Ultramontanes at La Salette and Lourdes, of the Russian Father Ivan at St. Petersburg, and of various Protestant sects at Old Orchard and elsewhere, as well as at sundry camp meetings, to doubt that some cures, more or less permanent, were wrought by sainted personages in the early Church and throughout the Middle Ages. Note 297. There are undoubtedly serious lesions which yield to profound emotion and vigorous exertion born of persuasion, confidence, or excitement. The wonderful power of the mind over the body is known to every observant student. Mr. Herbert Spencer dwells upon the fact that intense feeling or passion may bring out great muscular force. Dr. Bordeaux reminds us that a gouty man who has long hobbled about on his crutch finds his legs and power to run with them if pursued by a wild bull, and that the feeblest invalid, under the influence of delirium or other strong excitement, will astonish her nurse by the sudden accession of strength. Note 298. But miraculous cures were not ascribed to persons merely. Another growth, developed by the early Church mainly from germs in our sacred books, took shape in miracles wrought by streams, by pools of water, and especially by relics. Here, too, the old types persisted, and just as we find holy and healing wells, pools, and streams in all other ancient religions, so we find in the evolution of our own such examples as Naaman, the Assyrian, cured of leprosy by bathing in the river Jordan, the blind man restored to sight by washing in the pool of Siloam, and the healing of those who touched the bones of Elisha, the shadow of St. Peter, or the handkerchief of St. Paul. St. Cyril, St. Ambrose, St. Augustine, and other great fathers of the early Church sanctioned the belief that similar efficacy was to be found in the relics of the saints of their time. Hence St. Ambrose declared that the precepts of medicine are contrary to celestial science, watching, and prayer, and we find this statement reiterated from time to time throughout the Middle Ages. From this idea was evolved that Fetishism, which we shall see for ages, standing in the way of medical science. Theology developed in accordance with this idea threw about all cures, even those which resulted from scientific effort, an atmosphere of supernaturalism. The vividness with which the accounts of miracles in the sacred books were realized in the early Church continued the idea of miraculous intervention throughout the Middle Ages. The testimony of the great fathers of the Church to the continuance of miracles is overwhelming, but everything shows that they so fully expected miracles on the slightest occasion as to require nothing which in these days would be regarded as adequate evidence. In this atmosphere of theologic thought, medical science was at once checked. The school of Alexandria, under the influence first of Jews and later of Christians, both permeated with Oriental ideas, and taking into their theory of medicine, demons, and miracles, soon enveloped everything in mysticism. In the Byzantine Empire of the East, the same cause produced the same effect. The evolution of ascertained truth in medicine, begun by Hippocrates and continued by Herophilus, seemed lost forever. Medical science, trying to advance, was like a ship becalmed in the Sargasso Sea. Both the atmosphere about it and the medium through which it must move resisted all progress. Instead of reliance upon observation, experience, experiment, and thought, attention was turned toward supernatural agencies. Note 299. End of Chapter 3, Section 3. The Medieval Miracles of Healing Check Medical Science. Section 4 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 4, The Attribution of Disease to Satanic Influence. Pastoral Medicine Checks Scientific Effort. Especially prejudicial to a true development of medical science among the first Christians was their attribution of disease to diabolical influence. As we have seen, this idea had come from far, and, having prevailed in Chaldea, Egypt, and Persia, had naturally entered into the sacred books of the Hebrews. Moreover, St. Paul had distinctly declared that the gods of the heathen were devils. and everywhere the early Christians saw in disease the malignant work of these dethroned powers of evil. The Gnostic and Manichean struggles had ripened the theologic idea that, although at times diseases are punishments by the Almighty, the main agency in them is Satanic. The great fathers and renowned leaders of the early Church accepted and strengthened this idea. Origen said, "It is demons which produce famine, unfruitfulness, corruptions of the air, pestilences. They hover concealed in clouds in the lower atmosphere, and are attracted by the blood and incense which the heathen offer to them as gods." St. Augustine said, "All diseases of Christians are to be ascribed to these demons. Chiefly do they torment fresh baptized Christians, yea, even the guiltless newborn infants." Tertullian insisted that a malevolent angel is in constant attendance upon every person. Gregory of Nazianzus declared that bodily pains are provoked by demons, and that medicines are useless, but that they are often cured by the laying on of consecrated hands. St. Nilus and St. Gregory of Tours, echoing St. Ambrose, gave examples to show the sinfulness of resorting to medicine instead of trusting to the intercession of saints. St. Bernard, in a letter to certain monks, warned them that to seek relief from disease in medicine was in harmony neither with their religion nor with the honor and purity of their order. This view even found its way into the canon law, which declared the precepts of medicine contrary to divine knowledge. As a rule, the leaders of the Church discouraged the theory that diseases are due to natural causes, and most of them deprecated a resort to surgeons and physicians rather than to supernatural means. Note 300. Out of these and similar considerations was developed the vast system of pastoral medicine, so powerful not only through the Middle Ages, but even in modern times, both among Catholics and Protestants. As to its results, we must bear in mind that, while there is no need to attribute the mass of stories regarding miraculous cures to conscious fraud, there was without doubt at a later period no small admixture of belief biased by self-interest, with much pious invention and suppression of facts. Enormous revenues flowed into various monasteries and churches in all parts of Europe from the relics noted for their healing powers. Every cathedral, every great abbey, and nearly every parish church claimed possession of healing relics. While undoubtedly a childlike faith was at the bottom of this belief, there came out of it unquestionably a great development of the mercantile spirit. The commercial value of sundry relics was often very high. In the year 1056 a French ruler pledged securities to the amount of 10,000 solidi for the production of the relics of St. Just and St. Pastor, pending a legal decision regarding the ownership between him and the Archbishop of Narbonne. The Emperor of Germany on one occasion demanded, as a sufficient pledge for the establishment of a city market, the arm of St. George. The body of St. Sebastian brought enormous wealth to the Abbey of Soissons. Rome, Canterbury, Trèves, Marburg, every great city drew large revenues from similar sources, and the Venetian Republic ventured very considerable sums in the purchase of relics. Naturally, then, corporations, whether lay or ecclesiastical, which drew large revenue from relics, looked with little favor on a science which tended to discredit their investments. Nowhere, perhaps, in Europe can the philosophy of this development of Fetishism be better studied today than at Cologne. At the cathedral, preserved in a magnificent shrine since about the 12th century, are the skulls of the three kings, or wise men of the East, who, guided by the Star of Bethlehem, brought gifts to the Savior. These relics were an enormous source of wealth to the cathedral chapter during many centuries. But other ecclesiastical bodies in that city were both pious and shrewd, And so we find that, not far off, at the church of Saint Geron, a cemetery has been dug up, and the bones distributed over the walls as the relics of Saint Geron and his Theban band of martyrs. Again, at the neighboring church of Saint Ursula, we have the later spoils of another cemetery, covering the interior walls of the church as the bones of Saint Ursula and her 11,000 virgin martyrs. The fact that many of them, as anatomists now declare, are the bones of men, does not appear in the Middle Ages to have diminished their power of competing with the relics at the other shrines in healing efficiency. No error in the choice of these healing means seems to have diminished their efficacy. When Professor Buckland, the eminent osteologist and geologist, discovered that the relics of St. Rosalia at Palermo, which had for ages cured diseases and warded off epidemics, were the bones of a goat, this fact caused not the slightest diminution in their miraculous power. Other developments of fetish cure were no less discouraging to the evolution of medical science. Very important among these was the Agnus Dei, or piece of wax from the Paschal candles, stamped with the figure of a lamb and consecrated by the Pope. In 1471 Pope Paul II expatiated to the Church on the efficacy of this fetish in preserving men from fire, shipwreck, tempest, lightning, and hail, as well as in assisting women in childbirth, and he reserved to himself and his successors the manufacture of it. Even as late as 1517 Pope Leo X issued, for a consideration, tickets bearing a cross and the following inscription: "This cross, measured 40 times, makes the height of Christ in his humanity. He who kisses it is preserved for 7 days from falling sickness, apoplexy, and sudden death." Naturally, the belief thus sanctioned by successive heads of the Church, infallible in all teaching regarding faith and morals, created a demand for amulets and charms of all kinds, and under this influence we find a reversion to old pagan fetishes. Nothing on the whole stood more constantly in the way of any proper development of medical science than these fetish cures, whose efficacy was based on theological reasoning and sanctioned by ecclesiastical policy. It would be expecting too much from human nature to imagine that pontiffs, who derived large revenues from the sale of the Agnus Dei, or priests, who derived both wealth and honors from cures wrought at shrines under their care, or lay dignitaries who had invested heavily in relics, should favor the development of any science which undermined their interests. Note 301. End of Chapter 13, Section 4, The Attribution of Disease to Satanic Influence. Pastoral Medicine Checks Scientific Effort. Section 5 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 5, Theological Opposition to Anatomical Studies. Yet a more serious stumbling block, hindering the beginnings of modern medicine and surgery, was a theory regarding the unlawfulness of meddling with the bodies of the dead. This theory, like so many others which the Church cherished as peculiarly its own, had really been inherited from the old pagan civilizations. So strong was it in Egypt that the embalmer was regarded as accursed. Traces of it appear in Greco-Roman life, and hence it came into the early Church, where it was greatly strengthened by the addition of perhaps the most noble of mystic ideas, the recognition of the human body as the temple of the Holy Spirit. Hence Tertullian denounced the anatomist Herophilus as a butcher, and St. Augustine spoke of anatomists generally in similar terms. But this nobler conception was alloyed with a medieval superstition even more effective, when the formula known as the Apostles' Creed had in its teachings regarding the resurrection of the body supplanted the doctrine laid down by St. Paul. Thence came a dread of mutilating the body, in such a way that some injury might result to its final resurrection at the last day, and additional reasons for hindering dissections in the study of anatomy. To these arguments against dissection was now added another, one which may well fill us with amazement. It is the remark of the foremost of recent English philosophical historians that of all organizations in human history the Church of Rome has caused the greatest spilling of innocent blood. No one conversant with history, even though he admit all possible extenuating circumstances, and honor the old Church for the great services which can undoubtedly be claimed for her, can deny this statement. Strange is it, then, to note that one of the main objections developed in the Middle Ages against anatomical studies was the maxim that the Church abhors the shedding of blood. On this ground, in 1248, the Council of Le Mans forbade surgery to monks. Many other councils did the same, and at the end of the 13th century came the most serious blow of all, for then it was that Pope Boniface VIII, without any of that foresight of consequences which might well have been expected in an infallible teacher, issued a decretal forbidding a practice which had come into use during the Crusades, namely, the separation of the flesh from the bones of the dead whose remains it was desired to carry back to their own country. The idea lying at the bottom of this interdiction was in all probability that which had inspired Tertullian to make his bitter utterance against Herophilus, but be that as it may, it soon came to be considered as extending to all dissection, and thereby surgery and medicine were crippled for more than 2 centuries. It was the worst blow they ever received, for it impressed upon the mind of the Church the belief that in all dissection is sacrilege, and led to ecclesiastical mandates withdrawing from the healing art the most thoughtful and cultivated men of the Middle Ages, and giving up surgery to the lowest class of nomadic charlatans. So deeply was this idea rooted in the mind of the universal Church that for over 1,000 years surgery was considered dishonorable. The greatest monarchs were often unable to secure an ordinary surgical operation, and it was only in 1406 that a better beginning was made when the Emperor Wenzel of Germany ordered that dishonor should no longer attach to the surgical profession. Note 302. End of Chapter 13, Section 5, Theological Opposition to Anatomical Studies. Section 6 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 6, New Beginnings of Medical Science. In spite of all these opposing forces, the evolution of medical science continued, though but slowly. In the 2nd century of the Christian era, Galen had made himself a great authority at Rome, and from Rome had swayed the medical science of the world. His genius triumphed over the defects of his method, but though he gave a powerful impulse to medicine, his dogmatism stood in its way long afterward. The places where medicine, such as it thus became, could be applied were at first mainly in the infirmaries of various monasteries, especially the larger ones of the Benedictine order. These were frequently developed into hospitals. Many monks devoted themselves to such medical studies as were permitted, and sundry churchmen and laymen did much to secure and preserve copies of ancient medical treatises. So, too, in the cathedral schools established by Charlemagne and others, provision was generally made for medical teaching. But all this instruction, whether in convents or schools, was wretchedly poor. It consisted not in developing by individual thought and experiment the gifts of Hippocrates, Aristotle, and Galen, but almost entirely in the parrot-like repetition of their writings. But while the inherited ideas of church leaders were thus unfavorable to any proper development of medical science, there were 2 bodies of men outside the church who, though largely fettered by superstition, were far less so than the monks and students of ecclesiastical schools. These were the Jews and Mohammedans. The first of these especially had inherited many useful sanitary and hygienic ideas, which had probably been first evolved by the Egyptians, and from them transmitted to the modern world mainly through the sacred books attributed to Moses. The Jewish scholars became especially devoted to medical science. To them is largely due the building up of the school of Salerno, which we find flourishing in the 10th century. Judged by our present standards, its work was poor indeed, but compared with other medical instruction of the time it was vastly superior. It developed hygienic principles especially, and brought medicine upon a higher plane. Still more important is the rise of the school of Montpellier. This was due almost entirely to Jewish physicians, and it developed medical studies to a yet higher point, doing much to create a medical profession worthy of the name throughout southern Europe. As to the Arabians, we find them from the 10th to the 14th century, especially in Spain, giving much thought to medicine, and to chemistry as subsidiary to it. About the beginning of the 9th century, when the greater Christian writers were supporting Fetish by Theology, Almaman, the Moslem, declared, "They are the elect of God, His best and most useful servants, whose lives are devoted to the improvement of their rational faculties." The influence of Avicenna, the translator of the works of Aristotle, extended throughout all Europe during the 11th century. The Arabians were indeed much fettered by tradition in medical science, but their translations of Hippocrates and Galen preserved to the world the best thus far developed in medicine, and still better were their contributions to pharmacy. These remain of value to the present hour. Note 303. Various Christian laymen also rose above the prevailing theologic atmosphere far enough to see the importance of promoting scientific development. First among these we may name the Emperor Charlemagne. He and his great minister Alcuin not only promoted medical studies in the schools they founded, but also made provision for the establishment of botanic gardens in which those herbs were especially cultivated which were supposed to have healing virtues. So, too, in the 13th century, the Emperor Frederick II, though under the ban of the Pope, brought together in his various journeys, and especially in his crusading expeditions, many Greek and Arabic manuscripts, and took special pains to have those which concerned medicine preserved and studied. He also promoted better ideas of medicine and embodied them in laws. Men of science also rose, in the stricter sense of the word, even in the centuries under the most complete sway of theological thought and ecclesiastical power, a science indeed alloyed with theology, but still enfolding precious germs. Of these were men like Arnold of Villanova, Bertrand de Gordon, Albert of Bolstad, Basil Valentine, Raymond Lully, and, above all, Roger Bacon, all of whom cultivated sciences subsidiary to medicine, and in spite of charges of sorcery, with possibilities of imprisonment and death, kept the torch of knowledge burning, and passed it on to future generations. Note 304. From the Church itself, even when the theological atmosphere was most dense, rose here and there men who persisted in something like scientific effort. As early as the 9th century, Bertharius, a monk of Monte Cassino, prepared 2 manuscript volumes of prescriptions selected from ancient writers. Other monks studied them somewhat, and during the succeeding ages scholars like Hugo, abbot of Saint Denis, Notger, monk of St. Gall, Hildegard, abbess of Rupertsberg, Milo, archbishop of Beneventum, and John of St. Amand, canon of Tournai, did something for medicine as they understood it. Unfortunately, they generally understood its theory as a mixture of deductions from Scripture with dogmas from Galen, and its practice as a mixture of incantations with fetishes. Even Pope Honorius III did something for the establishment of medical schools, but he did so much more to place ecclesiastical and theological fetters upon teachers and taught, that the value of his gifts may well be doubted. All germs of a higher evolution of medicine were for ages well kept under by the theological spirit. As far back as the 6th century so great a man as Pope Gregory I showed himself hostile to the development of this science. In the beginning of the 12th century the Council of Rheims interdicted the study of law and physic to monks, and a multitude of other councils enforced this decree. About the middle of the same century St. Bernard still complained that monks had too much to do with medicine, and a few years later we have decretals like those of Pope Alexander III forbidding monks to study or practice it. For many generations there appear evidences of a desire among the more broad-minded churchmen to allow the cultivation of medical science among ecclesiastics. Popes like Clement III and Sylvester II seem to have favored this, and we even hear of an Archbishop of Canterbury skilled in medicine. But in the beginning of the 13th century the Fourth Council of the Lateran forbade surgical operations to be practiced by priests, deacons, and subdeacons, and some years later Honorius III reiterated this decree and extended it. In 1243 the Dominican order forbade medical treatises to be brought into their monasteries, and finally all participation of ecclesiastics in the science and art of medicine was effectually prevented. Note 305. End of Chapter 13, Section 6, New Beginnings of Medical Science. Section 7 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 7, Theological Discouragement of Medicine. While various churchmen, building better than they knew, thus did something to lay foundations for medical study, the church authorities, as a rule, did even more to thwart it among the very men who, had they been allowed liberty, would have cultivated it to the highest advantage. Then, too, we find cropping out everywhere the feeling that, since supernatural means are so abundant, there is something irreligious in seeking cure by natural means. Ever and anon we have appeals to Scripture, and especially to the case of King Asa, who trusted to physicians rather than to the priests of Yahweh, and so died. Hence it was that St. Bernard declared that monks who took medicine were guilty of conduct unbecoming to religion. Even the school of Salerno was held in aversion by multitudes of strict churchmen, since it prescribed rules for diet, thereby indicating a belief that diseases arise from natural causes and not from the malice of the devil. Moreover, in the medical schools Hippocrates was studied, and he had especially declared that demoniacal possession is "nowise more divine, nowise more infernal than any other disease." Hence it was, doubtless, that the Lateran Council, about the beginnings of the 13th century, forbade physicians, under pain of exclusion from the Church, to undertake medical treatment without calling in ecclesiastical advice. This view was long cherished in the Church, and nearly 250 years later Pope Pius V revived it by renewing the command of Pope Innocent and enforcing it with penalties. Not only did Pope Pius order that all physicians before administering treatment should call in a physician of the soul, on the ground, as he declares, that bodily infirmity frequently arises from sin, but he ordered that if at the end of 3 days the patient had not made confession to a priest, the medical man should cease his treatment, under pain of being deprived of his right to practice, and of expulsion from the faculty if he were a professor, and that every physician and professor of medicine should make oath that he was strictly fulfilling these conditions. Out of this feeling had grown up another practice, which made the development of medicine still more difficult: the classing of scientific men generally with sorcerers and magic mongers. From this largely rose the charge of atheism against physicians, which ripened into a proverb, Where there are 3 physicians, there are 2 atheists. Note 306. Magic was so common a charge that many physicians seemed to believe it themselves. In the 10th century, Gerbert, afterward known as Pope Sylvester II, was at once suspected of sorcery when he showed a disposition to adopt scientific methods. In the 11th century this charge nearly cost the life of Constantine Africanus, when he broke from the beaten path of medicine. In the 13th it gave Roger Bacon, one of the greatest benefactors of mankind, many years of imprisonment, and nearly brought him to the stake. These cases are typical of very many. Still another charge against physicians who showed a talent for investigation was that of Mohammedanism and Avarism, and Petrarch stigmatized Avarists as men who deny Genesis and bark at Christ. Note 307. The effect of this widespread ecclesiastical opposition was that for many centuries the study of medicine was relegated mainly to the lowest order of practitioners. There was, indeed, one orthodox line of medical evolution during the later Middle Ages. St. Thomas Aquinas insisted that the forces of the body are independent of its physical organization, and that therefore these forces are to be studied by the scholastic philosophy and the theological method, instead of by researches into the structure of the body. As a result of this, mingled with survivals of various pagan superstitions, we have in anatomy and physiology such doctrines as the increase and decrease of the brain with the phases of the moon, the ebb and flow of human vitality with the tides of the ocean, the use of the lungs to fan the heart, the function of the liver as the seat of love, and that of the spleen as the center of wit. Closely connected with these methods of thought was the doctrine of signatures. It was reasoned that the Almighty must have set His sign upon the various means of curing disease which He has provided. Hence it was held that bloodroot, on account of its red juice, is good for the blood. Liverwort, having a leaf like the liver, cures diseases of the liver. Eyebright, being marked with a spot like an eye, cures diseases of the eyes. Celandine, having a yellow juice, cures jaundice. Bugloss, resembling a snake's head, cures snakebite. Red flannel, looking like blood, cures blood taints, and therefore rheumatism. Bear's grease, being taken from an animal thickly covered with hair, is recommended to persons fearing baldness. Note 308. Still another method evolved by this theological pseudoscience was that of disgusting the demon with the body which he tormented. Hence the patient was made to swallow or apply to himself various unspeakable ordures, with such medicines as the livers of toads, the blood of frogs and rats, fibers of the hangman's rope, and ointment made from the body of gibbeted criminals. Many of these were survivals of heathen superstitions, but theologic reasoning wrought into them an orthodox significance. As an example of this mixture of heathen with Christian magic, we may cite the following from a medieval medical book as a salve against nocturnal goblin visitors: Take hop plant, wormwood, bishopwort, lupin, ashthroat, henbane, harewort, viper's bugloss, heathberry plant, crop leek, garlic, grange of hedge rife, gith rife, and fennel. Put these worts into a vessel, set them under the altar, sing over them 9 masses, boil them in butter and sheep's grease, add much holy salt, strain through a cloth, throw the worts into running water. If any ill tempting occur to a man, or an elf or goblin night visitors come, smear his body with this salve, and put it on his eyes, and cense him with incense, and sign him frequently with the sign of the cross. His condition will soon be better. Note 309. As to surgery, this same amalgamation of theology with survivals of pagan beliefs continued to check the evolution of medical science down to the modern epoch. The nominal hostility of the Church to shedding of blood withdrew, as we have seen, from surgical practice the great body of her educated men. Hence surgery remained down to the 15th century a despised profession. Its practice continued largely in the hands of charlatans, and down to a very recent period the name barber surgeon was a survival of this. In such surgery the application of various hors-d'oeuvres relieved fractures, the touch of the hangman cured sprains, the breath of a donkey expelled poison, friction with a dead man's tooth cured toothache. Note 310. The enormous development of miracle and fetish cures in the Church continued during century after century, and here probably lay the main causes of hostility between the Church on the one hand and the better sort of physicians on the other, namely, in the fact that the Church supposed herself in possession of something far better than scientific methods in medicine. Under the sway of this belief, a natural and laudable veneration for the relics of Christian martyrs was developed more and more into pure fetishism. Thus the water in which a single hair of a saint had been dipped was used as a purgative. Water in which Saint Remy's ring had been dipped cured fevers. Wine in which the bones of a saint had been dipped cured lunacy. Oil from a lamp burning before the tomb of Saint Gall cured tumors. St. Valentine cured epilepsy, St. Christopher throat diseases, St. Eutropius dropsy, St. Ovid deafness, St. Gervase rheumatism, St. Apollonia toothache, St. Vitus, St. Anthony, and a multitude of other saints the maladies which bear their names. Even as late as 1784 we find certain authorities in Bavaria ordering that any one bitten by a mad dog shall at once put up prayers at the shrine of Saint Hubert, and not waste his time in any attempts at medical or surgical cure. Note 311. In the 12th century we find a noted cure attempted by causing the invalid to drink water in which St. Bernard had washed his hands. Flowers which had rested on the tomb of a saint, when steeped in water, were supposed to be especially efficacious in various diseases. The pulpit everywhere dwelt with unction on the reality of fetish cures, and among the choice stories collected by Archbishop Jacques de Vitry for the use of preachers was one which, judging from its frequent recurrence in monkish literature, must have sunk deep into the popular mind. Two lazy beggars, one blind, the other lame, try to avoid the relics of St. Martin, borne about in procession, so that they may not be healed and lose their claim to alms. The blind man takes the lame man on his shoulders to guide him, but they are caught in the crowd and healed against their will. Note 312. Very important also throughout the Middle Ages were the medical virtues attributed to saliva. The use of this remedy had early Oriental sanction. It is clearly found in Egypt. Pliny devotes a considerable part of one of his chapters to it. Galen approved it. Vespasian, when he visited Alexandria, is said to have cured a blind man by applying saliva to his eyes. But the great example impressed most forcibly upon the medieval mind was the use of it ascribed in the fourth Gospel to Jesus himself. Thence it came not only into church ceremonial, but largely into medical practice. Note 313. As the theological atmosphere thickened, nearly every country had its long list of saints, each with a special power over some one organ or disease. The clergy, having great influence over the medical schools, conscientiously mixed this fetish medicine with the beginnings of science. In the 10th century, even at the school of Salerno, we find that the sick were cured not only by medicine, but by the relics of St. Matthew and others. Human nature, too, asserted itself, then as now, by making various pious cures fashionable for a time, and then allowing them to become unfashionable. just as we see the relics of St. Cosmo and St. Damian in great vogue during the early Middle Ages, but out of fashion and without efficacy afterward, so we find in the 13th century that the bones of St. Louis, having come into fashion, wrought multitudes of cures, while in the 14th, having become unfashionable, they ceased to act, and gave place for a time to the relics of St. Roch of Montpellier and St. Catherine of Siena, which in their turn wrought many cures until they too became out of date and yielded to other saints. Just so in modern times the healing miracles of La Salette have lost prestige in some measure, and those of Lourdes have come into fashion. Note 314. Even such serious matters as fractures, calculi, and difficult parturition, in which modern science has achieved some of its greatest triumphs, were then dealt with by relics, and to this hour the ex votos hanging at such shrines as those of Saint Genevieve at Paris, of Saint Anthony at Padua, of the Druid image at Chartres, of the Virgin at Isendel and Lourdes, of the fountain at La Salette, are survivals of this same conception of disease and its cure. So too with the multitude of sacred pools, streams, and spots of earth. In Ireland hardly a parish has not had one such sacred center. In England and Scotland there have been many, and as late as 1805 the eminent Dr. Milner of the Roman Catholic Church gave a careful and earnest account of the miraculous cure wrought at a sacred well in Flintshire. In all parts of Europe the pious resort to wells and springs continued long after the close of the Middle Ages, and has not entirely ceased today. It is not at all necessary to suppose intentional deception in the origin and maintenance of all fetish cures. Although two different judicial investigations of the modern miracles at La Salette have shown their origin tainted with fraud, and though the recent restoration of the Cathedral of Trondheim has revealed the fact that the healing powers of the sacred spring, which once brought such great revenues to that shrine, were assisted by angelic voices spoken through a tube in the walls, not unlike the pious machinery discovered in the Temple of Isis at Pompeii, there is little doubt that the great majority of fountain and even shrine cures, such as they have been, have resulted from a natural law, and that belief in them was based on honest argument from Scripture. For the theological argument which thus stood in the way of science was simply this: if the Almighty saw fit to raise the dead man who touched the bones of Elisha, why should he not restore to life the patient who touches at Cologne the bones of the wise men of the East who followed the star of the Nativity? If Naaman was cured by dipping himself in the waters of the Jordan, and so many others by going down into the pool of Siloam, why should not men still be cured by bathing in pools which men equally holy with Elisha have consecrated? If one sick man was restored by touching the garments of St. Paul, why should not another sick man be restored by touching the seamless coat of Christ at Trèves, or the winding sheet of Christ at Besançon? And out of all these inquiries came inevitably that question whose logical answer was especially injurious to the development of medical science: why should men seek to build up scientific medicine and surgery when relics, pilgrimages, and sacred observances, according to an overwhelming mass of concurrent testimony, have cured and are curing hosts of sick people in all parts of Europe? Note 315. Still another development of the theological spirit, mixed with professional exclusiveness and mob prejudice, wrought untold injury. Even to those who had become so far emancipated from allegiance to fetish cures as to consult physicians, it was forbidden to consult those who, as a rule, were the best. From a very early period of European history the Jews had taken the lead in medicine. Their share in founding the great schools of Salerno and Montpellier we have already noted, and in all parts of Europe we find them acknowledged leaders in the healing art. The church authorities, enforcing the spirit of the time, were especially severe against these benefactors. that men who openly rejected the means of salvation, and whose souls were undeniably lost, should heal the elect seemed an insult to Providence. Preaching friars denounced them from the pulpit, and the rulers in state and church, while frequently secretly consulting them, openly proscribed them. Gregory of Tours tells us of an archdeacon who, having been partially cured of disease of the eyes by St. Martin, sought further aid from a Jewish physician, with the result that neither the saint nor the Jew could help him afterward. Popes Eugene IV, Nicholas V, and Calixtus III especially forbade Christians to employ them. The Trulanian Council in the 8th century, the councils of Béziers and Albi in the 13th, the councils of Avignon and Salamanca in the 14th, the Synod of Bamberg and the Bishop of Passau in the 15th, the Council of Avignon in the 16th, with many others, expressly forbade the faithful to call Jewish physicians or surgeons. Such great preachers as John Guyler and John Herald thundered from the pulpit against them and all who consulted them. As late as the middle of the 17th century, when the City Council of Hall in Württemberg gave some privileges to a Jewish physician on account of his admirable experience and skill, the clergy of the city joined in a protest, declaring that "it were better to die with Christ than to be cured by a Jew doctor aided by the devil." Still, in their extremity, bishops, cardinals, kings, and even popes insisted on calling in physicians of the hated race. Note 316. End of Chapter 13, Section 7, Theological Discouragement of Medicine. Section 8 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 8, Fetish Cures under Protestantism, the Royal Touch. The Reformation made no sudden change in the sacred theory of medicine. Luther, as is well known, again and again ascribed his own diseases to devil's spells, declaring that Satan produces all the maladies which afflict mankind, for he is the prince of death, and that he poisons the air, but that no malady comes from God. From that day down to the faith cures of Boston, Old Orchard, and among the sect of peculiar people in our own time, we see the results among Protestants of seeking the cause of disease in Satanic influence and its cure in Fetishism. Yet Luther, with his sturdy common sense, broke away from one belief which has interfered with the evolution of medicine from the dawn of Christianity until now, when that troublesome declaimer Karlstad declared that "whoso falls sick shall use no psychic, but commit his case to God, praying that his will be done." Luther asked, "Do you eat when you are hungry?" And the answer being in the affirmative, he continued, "Even so you may use psychic, which is God's gift, just as meat and drink is, or whatever else we use for the preservation of life." Hence it was doubtless that the Protestant cities of Germany were more ready than others to admit anatomical investigation by proper dissections. Note 317. Perhaps the best known development of a theological view in the Protestant Church was that mainly evolved in England out of a French germ of theological thought, a belief in the efficacy of the royal touch in sundry diseases, especially epilepsy and scrofula, the latter being consequently known as the king's evil. This mode of cure began, so far as history throws light upon it, with Edward the Confessor in the 11th century, and came down from reign to reign, passing from the Catholic saint to Protestant debauchees upon the English throne, with ever increasing miraculous efficacy. Testimony to the reality of these cures is overwhelming. As a simple matter of fact, there are no miracles of healing in the history of human race more thoroughly attested than those wrought by the touch of Henry VIII, Elizabeth, the Stuarts, and especially of that chosen vessel, Charles II. Though Elizabeth could not bring herself fully to believe in the reality of these cures, Dr. Tuke, the Queen's chaplain, afterward Dean of Lichfield, testifies fully of his own knowledge to the cures wrought by her, as also does William Clowes, the Queen's surgeon. Fuller, in his Church History, gives an account of a Roman Catholic who was thus cured by the Queen's touch and converted to Protestantism. Similar testimony exists as to cures wrought by James I. Charles I also enjoyed the same power, in spite of the public declaration against its reality by Parliament. In one case the king saw a patient in the crowd, too far off to be touched, and simply said, "God bless thee, and grant thee thy desire," whereupon, it is asserted, the blotches and humours disappeared from the patient's body and appeared in the bottle of medicine which he held in his hand. At least so says Dr. John Nicholas, warden of Winchester College, who declares this of his own knowledge to be every word of it true. But the most incontrovertible evidence of this miraculous gift is found in the case of Charles II, the most thoroughly cynical debauchee who ever sat on the English throne before the advent of George IV. He touched nearly 100,000 persons, and the outlay for gold medals issued to the afflicted on these occasions rose in some years as high as £10,000. John Brown, surgeon in ordinary to His Majesty and to St. Thomas's Hospital, and author of many learned works on surgery and anatomy, published accounts of 60 cures due to the touch of this monarch, and Sergeant Surgeon Wiseman devotes an entire book to proving the reality of these cures, saying, "I myself have been frequent witness to many hundreds of cures performed by His Majesty's touch alone, without any assistance of chirurgy, and these many of them had tired out the endeavors of able chirurgeons before they came thither." Yet it is especially instructive to note that, while in no other reign were so many people touched for scrofula, and in none were so many cures vouched for, in no other reign did so many people die of that disease. The bills of mortality show this clearly, and the reason doubtless is the general substitution of supernatural for scientific means of cure. This is but one out of many examples showing the havoc which a scientific test always makes among miracles, if men allow it to be applied. To James II the same power continued, and if it be said, in the words of Lord Bacon, that "imagination is next of kin to miracle, a working faith," something else seems required to account for the testimony of Dr. Hylan to cures wrought by the royal touch upon babes in their mothers' arms. Myth-making and marvel-mongering were evidently at work here as in so many other places, and so great was the fame of these cures that we find, in the year before James was dethroned, a pauper at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, petitioning the General Assembly to enable him to make the voyage to England in order that he may be healed by the royal touch. The change in the royal succession does not seem to have interfered with the miracle, for though William III evidently regarded the whole thing as a superstition, and on one occasion is said to have touched a patient, saying to him, "God give you better health and more sense," Winston assures us that this person was healed, notwithstanding William's incredulity. As to Queen Anne, Dr. Daniel Turner, in his Art of Surgery, relates that several cases of scrofula which had been unsuccessfully treated by himself and Dr. Charles Bernard, sergeant surgeon to Her Majesty, yielded afterward to the efficacy of the Queen's touch. Naturally does Collier, in his Ecclesiastical History, say regarding these cases that to dispute them is to come to the extreme of skepticism, to deny our senses, and be incredulous even to ridiculousness. Testimony to the reality of these cures is indeed overwhelming, and a multitude of most sober scholars, divines, and doctors of medicine declared the evidence absolutely convincing. That the Church of England accepted the doctrine of the royal touch is witnessed by the special service provided in the prayer book of that period for occasions when the King exercised this gift. The ceremony was conducted with great solemnity and pomp. During the reading of the service and the laying on of the King's hands, the attendant bishop or priest recited the words, "They shall lay their hands on the sick, and they shall recover." Afterward came special prayers, the epistle and gospel, with a blessing, and finally his Majesty washed his royal hands in golden vessels which high noblemen held for him. In France, too, the royal touch continued, with similar testimony to its efficacy. On a certain Easter Sunday that pious king, Louis XIV, touched about 1,600 persons at Versailles. This curative power was, then, acknowledged far and wide, by Catholics and Protestants alike upon the Continent, in Great Britain, and in America, and it descended not only in spite of the transition of the English kings from Catholicism to Protestantism, but in spite of the transition from the legitimate sovereignty of the Stuarts to the illegitimate succession of the House of Orange. And yet within a few years after the whole world held this belief, it was dead. It had shriveled away in the growing scientific light at the dawn of the 18th century. Note 318. End of Chapter 13, Section 8, Fetish Cures under Protestantism, the Royal Touch. Section 9 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 9, The Scientific Struggle for Anatomy. We may now take up the evolution of medical science out of the medieval view and its modern survivals. All through the Middle Ages, as we have seen, some few laymen and ecclesiastics here and there, braving the edicts of the Church and popular superstition, persisted in medical study and practice. This was especially seen at the greater universities, which had become somewhat emancipated from ecclesiastical control. In the 13th century the University of Paris gave a strong impulse to the teaching of medicine, and in that and the following century we begin to find the first intelligible reports of medical cases since the coming in of Christianity. In the 13th century also the arch enemy of the papacy, the Emperor Frederick II, showed his free-thinking tendencies by granting, from time to time, permissions to dissect the human subject. In the centuries following, sundry other monarchs timidly followed his example. Thus John of Aragon in 1391 gave to the University of Lerida the privilege of dissecting one dead criminal every 3 years. Note 319. During the 15th century and the earlier years of the 16th, the revival of learning, the invention of printing, and the great voyages of discovery gave a new impulse to thought, and in this medical science shared. The old theological way of thinking was greatly questioned, and gave place, in many quarters, to a different way of looking at the universe. In the 16th century Paracelsus appears, a great genius, doing much to develop medicine beyond the reach of sacred and scholastic tradition, though still fettered by many superstitions. More and more, in spite of theological dogmas, came a renewal of anatomical studies by dissection of the human subject. The practice of the old Alexandrian school was thus resumed. Mundinus, professor of medicine at Bologna, early in the 14th century, dared use the human subject occasionally in his lectures, but finally came a far greater champion of scientific truth, Andreas Vesalius, founder of the modern science of anatomy. The battle waged by this man is one of the glories of our race. From the outset Vesalius proved himself a master. In the search for real knowledge he risked the most terrible dangers, and especially the charge of sacrilege, founded upon the teachings of the Church for ages. As we have seen, even such men in the early Church as Tertullian and St. Augustine held anatomy in abhorrence, and the decretal of Pope Boniface VIII was universally construed as forbidding all dissection, and as threatening excommunication against those practicing it. Through this sacred conventionalism Vesalius broke without fear. Despite ecclesiastical censure, great opposition in his own profession, and popular fury, he studied his science by the only method that could give useful results. No peril daunted him. To secure material for his investigations he haunted gibbets and charnel houses, braving the fires of the Inquisition and the virus of the plague. First of all men, he began to place the science of human anatomy on its solid modern foundations, on careful examination and observation of the human body. This was his first great sin, and it was soon aggravated by one considered even greater. Perhaps the most unfortunate thing that has ever been done for Christianity is the tying it to forms of science which are doomed and gradually sinking. Just as in the time of Roger Bacon, excellent men devoted all their energies to binding Christianity to Aristotle, just as in the time of Reuchlin and Erasmus they insisted on binding a Christianity to Thomas Aquinas, so in the time of Vesalius such men made every effort to link Christianity to Galen. The cry has been the same in all ages. It is the same which we hear in this age for curbing scientific studies, the cry for what is called sound learning. Whether standing for Aristotle against Bacon, or for Aquinas against Erasmus, or for Galen against Vesalius, the cry is always for sound learning. The idea always has been that the older studies are safe. At 28 years of age Vesalius gave to the world his great work on human anatomy. With it ended the old and began the new. Its researches, by their thoroughness, were a triumph of science. Its illustrations, by their fidelity, were a triumph of art. To shield himself as far as possible in the battle which he foresaw must come, Vesalius dedicated the work to the Emperor Charles V, and in his preface he argues for his method and against the parrot repetitions of the medieval textbooks. He also condemns the wretched anatomical preparations and specimens made by physicians who utterly refused to advance beyond the ancient master. The parrot-like repeaters of Galen gave battle at once. After the manner of their time, their first missiles were epithets, and the vast arsenal of these having been exhausted, they began to use sharper weapons theologic. In this case there were especial reasons why the theological authorities felt called upon to intervene. First, there was the old idea prevailing in the Church that the dissection of the human body is forbidden to Christians. This was used with great force against Vesalius, but he at first gained a temporary victory, for a conference of divines having been asked to decide whether dissection of the human body is sacrilege, gave a decision in the negative. The reason was simple. The great Emperor Charles V had made Vesalius his physician, and could not spare him. But on the accession of Philip II to the throne of Spain and the Netherlands, the whole scene changed. Vesalius now complained that in Spain he could not obtain even a human skull for his anatomical investigations. The medical and theological reactionists had their way, and to all appearances they have, as a rule, had it in Spain ever since. As late as the last years of the 18th century an observant English traveler found that there were no dissections before medical classes in the Spanish universities, and that the doctrine of the circulation of the blood was still denied, more than a century and a half after Sarpi and Harvey had proved it. Another theological idea barred the path of Vesalius. Throughout the Middle Ages it was believed that there exists in man a bone imponderable, incorruptible, incombustible, the necessary nucleus of the resurrection body. Belief in a resurrection of the physical body, despite St. Paul's epistle to the Corinthians, had been incorporated into the formula evolved during the early Christian centuries and known as the Apostles' Creed, and was held throughout Christendom always, everywhere, and by all. This hypothetical bone was therefore held in great veneration, and many anatomists sought to discover it. But Vesalius, revealing so much else, did not find it. He contented himself with saying that he left the question regarding the existence of such a bone to the theologians. He could not lie. He did not wish to fight the Inquisition, and thus he fell under suspicion. The strength of this theological point may be judged from the fact that no less eminent a surgeon than Riolan consulted the executioner to find out whether, when he burned a criminal, all the parts were consumed, and only then was the answer received which fatally undermined this superstition. Yet in 1689 we find it still lingering in France, stimulating opposition in the Church to dissection. Even as late as the 18th century, Bernoulli, having shown that the living human body constantly undergoes a series of changes, so that all its particles are renewed in a given number of years, so much ill feeling was drawn upon him from theologians who saw in this statement danger to the doctrine of the resurrection of the body, that for the sake of peace he struck out his argument on this subject from his collected works. Note 320. Still other encroachments upon the theological view were made by the new school of anatomists, and especially by Vesalius. During the Middle Ages there had been developed various theological doctrines regarding the human body. These were based upon arguments showing what the body ought to be, and naturally, when anatomical science showed what it is, these doctrines fell. An example of such popular theological reasoning is seen in a widespread belief of the 12th century that, during the year in which the cross of Christ was captured by Saladin, children, instead of having 30 or 32 teeth, as before, had 20 or 22. So, too, in Vesalius's time another doctrine of this sort was dominant. It had long been held that Eve, having been made by the Almighty from a rib taken out of Adam's side, there must be one rib fewer on one side of every man than on the other. This creation of Eve was a favorite subject with sculptors and painters, from Giotto, who carved it upon his beautiful Camomile at Florence, to the illuminators of missals, and even to those who illustrated Bibles and religious books in the first years after the invention of printing. But Vesalius and the anatomists who followed him put an end among thoughtful men to this belief in the missing rib, and in doing this dealt a blow at much else in the sacred theory. Naturally, all these considerations brought the forces of ecclesiasticism against the innovators in anatomy. Note 321. A new weapon was now forged. Vesalius was charged with dissecting a living man, and either from direct persecution, as the great majority of authors assert, or from indirect influences, as the recent apologists for Philip II admit, he became a wanderer. On a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, apparently undertaken to atone for his sin, he was shipwrecked, and in the prime of his life and strength he was lost to the world. And yet not lost. In this century a great painter has again given him to us. By the magic of Hamann's pencil, Vesalius again stands on earth, and we look once more into his cell. Its windows and doors, bolted and barred within, betoken the storm of bigotry which rages without. The crucifix toward which he turns his eyes symbolizes the spirit in which he labors. The corpse of the plague-stricken beneath his hand ceases to be repulsive. His very soul seems to send forth rays from the canvas, which strengthen us for the good fight in this age. Note 322. His death was hastened, if not caused, by men who conscientiously supposed that he was injuring religion. His poor, blind foes aided in destroying one of religion's greatest apostles. What was his influence on religion? He substituted, for the repetition of worn-out theories, a conscientious and reverent search into the works of the great power giving life to the universe. He substituted, for representations of the human structure pitiful and unreal, representations revealing truths most helpful to the whole human race. The death of this champion seems to have virtually ended the contest. Licenses to dissect soon began to be given by sundry popes to universities, and were renewed at intervals of from 3 to 4 years, until the Reformation set in motion trains of thought which did much to release science from this yoke. Note 323. End of Chapter 13, Section 9, The Scientific Struggle for Anatomy. Section 10 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 10, Theological Opposition to Inoculation, Vaccination, and the Use of Anasthetics. I hasten now to one of the most singular struggles of medical science during modern times. Early in the last century, Boyer presented inoculation as a preventative of smallpox in France, and thoughtful physicians in England, inspired by Lady Montagu and Maitland, followed his example. Ultra-conservatives in the medicine took fright at once on both sides of the Channel, and theology was soon finding profound reasons against the new practice. The French theologians of the Sorbonne solemnly condemned it. The English theologians were most loudly represented by the Reverend Edward Massey, who in 1772 preached and published a sermon entitled The Dangerous and Sinful Practice of Inoculation. In this he declared that Job's distemper was probably confluent smallpox, and that he had been inoculated doubtless by the devil; that diseases are sent by Providence for the punishment of sin, and that the proposed attempt to prevent them is a diabolical operation. Not less vigorous was the sermon of the Reverend Mr. de la Fay, entitled Inoculation, an Indefensible Practice. This struggle went on for 30 years. It is a pleasure to note some churchmen, and among them Maddox, Bishop of Worcester, giving battle on the side of right reason, but as late as 1753 we have a noted rector at Canterbury denouncing inoculation from his pulpit in the primatial city, and many of his brethren following his example. The same opposition was vigorous in Protestant Scotland. A large body of ministers joined in denouncing the new practice as flying in the face of Providence and endeavoring to baffle a divine judgment. On our side of the ocean also this question had to be fought out. About the year 1721 Dr. Zabdiel Boylston, a physician in Boston, made an experiment in inoculation, one of his first subjects being his own son. He at once encountered bitter hostility, so that the selectmen of the city forbade him to repeat the experiment. Foremost among his opponents was Dr. Douglas, a Scotch physician, supported by the medical profession and the newspapers. The violence of the opposing party knew no bounds. They insisted that inoculation was poisoning, and they urged the authorities to try Dr. Boylston for murder. Having thus settled his case for this world, they proceeded to settle it for the next, insisting that for a man to infect a family in the morning with smallpox and to pray to God in the evening against the disease is blasphemy; that the smallpox is a judgment of God on the sins of the people, and that to avert it is but to provoke him more; that inoculation is an encroachment on the prerogatives of Jehovah, whose right it is to wound and smite. Among the mass of scriptural texts most remote from any possible bearing on the subject, one was employed which was equally cogent against any use of healing means in any disease, the words of Hosea: "He hath torn, and he will heal us; he hath smitten, and he will bind us up." So bitter was this opposition that Dr. Boylston's life was in danger. It was considered unsafe for him to be out of his house in the evening. A lighted grenade was even thrown into the house of Cotton Mather, who had favored the new practice, and had sheltered another clergyman who had submitted himself to it. To the honor of the Puritan clergy of New England, it should be said that many of them were Boylston's strongest supporters. Increase and Cotton Mather had been among the first to move in favor of inoculation, the latter having called Boylston's attention to it, and at the very crisis of affairs 6 of the leading clergymen of Boston threw their influence on Boylston's side and shared the obloquy brought upon him. Although the gainsayers were not slow to fling into the faces of the Mathers their action regarding witchcraft, urging that their credulity in that matter argued credulity in this, they persevered, and among the many services rendered by the clergymen of New England to their country this ought certainly to be remembered, for these men had to withstand, shoulder to shoulder with Boylston and Benjamin Franklin, the same weapons which were hurled at the supporters of inoculation in Europe, charges of unfaithfulness to the revealed law of God. The facts were soon very strong against the gainsayers. Within a year or two after the first experiment nearly 300 persons had been inoculated by Boylston in Boston and neighboring towns, and out of these only 6 had died, whereas during the same period, out of nearly 6,000 persons who had taken smallpox naturally and had received only the usual medical treatment, nearly 1,000 had died. Yet even here the gainsayers did not despair, and when obliged to confess the success of inoculation they simply fell back upon a new argument and answered, "It was good that Satan should be dispossessed of his habitation which he had taken up in men in our Lord's day, but it was not lawful that the children of the Pharisees should cast him out by the help of Beelzebub. We must always have an eye to the matter of what we do, as well as the result, if we intend to keep a good conscience toward God." But the facts were too strong. The new practice made its way in the New World as in the Old, though bitter opposition continued, and in no small degree on vague scriptural grounds, for more than 20 years longer. Note 324. The steady evolution of scientific medicine brings us next to Jenner's discovery of vaccination. Here, too, sundry vague survivals of theological ideas caused many of the clergy to side with retrograde physicians. Perhaps the most virulent of Jenner's enemies was one of his professional brethren, Dr. Moseley, who placed on the title page of his book, Luis Bovida, the motto, referring to Jenner and his followers, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." This book of Dr. Moseley was especially endorsed by the Bishop of Dromore. In 1798 an anti-vaccination society was formed by physicians and clergymen who called on the people of Boston to suppress vaccination as bidding defiance to heaven itself, even to the will of God, and declared that the law of God prohibits the practice. As late as 1803 the Reverend Dr. Ramsden thundered against vaccination in a sermon before the University of Cambridge, mingling texts of Scripture with calumnies against Jenner. But Plumptre and the Reverend Rowland Hill in England, Waterhouse in America, Thouret in France, Sacco in Italy, and a host of other good men and true pressed forward, and at last science, humanity, and right reason gained the victory. Most striking results quickly followed. The diminution in the number of deaths from the terrible scourge was amazing. In Berlin, during the 8 years following 1783, over 4,000 children died of smallpox, while during the 8 years following 1814, after vaccination had been largely adopted, out of a larger number of deaths there were but 535 from this disease. In Württemberg, during the 24 years following 1772, 1 in 13 of all the children died of smallpox, while during the 11 years after 1822 there died of it only 1 in 1,600. In Copenhagen, during 12 years before the introduction of vaccination, 5,500 persons died of smallpox, and during the 16 years after its introduction only 158 persons died of it throughout all Denmark. In Vienna, where the average yearly mortality from this disease had been over 800, it was steadily and rapidly reduced, until in 1803 it had fallen to less than 30, and in London, formerly so afflicted by this scourge, out of all her inhabitants there died of it in 1890 but one. As to the world at large, the result is summed up by one of the most honored English physicians of our time in the declaration that Jenner has saved, is now saving, and will continue to save in all coming ages more lives in one generation than were destroyed in all the wars of Napoleon. It will have been noticed by those who have read this history thus far that the record of the Church generally was far more honorable in this struggle than in many which preceded it. The reason is not difficult to find. The decline of theology inured to the advantage of religion, and religion gave powerful aid to science. Yet there have remained some survivals both in Protestantism and in Catholicism which may be regarded with curiosity. A small body of perversely ingenious minds in the medical profession in England have found a few ardent allies among the less intellectual clergy. The Rev. Mr. Rothery and the Rev. Mr. Allen of the Primitive Methodists have for sundry vague theological reasons especially distinguished themselves by opposition to compulsory vaccination, but it is only just to say that the great body of the English clergy have for a long time taken the better view. Far more painful has been the recent history of the other great branch of the Christian Church, a history developed where it might have been least expected. The recent annals of the world hardly present a more striking antithesis between religion and theology. On the religious side, few things in the history of the Roman Church have been more beautiful than the conduct of its clergy in Canada during the great outbreak of ship fever among immigrants at Montreal about the middle of the present century. Day and night the Catholic priesthood of that city ministered fearlessly to those victims of sanitary ignorance. Fear of suffering and death could not drive these ministers from their work. They laid down their lives cheerfully while carrying comfort to the poorest and most ignorant of our kind. Such was the record of their religion. But in 1885 a record was made by their theology. In that year the smallpox broke out with great virulence in Montreal. The Protestant population escaped almost entirely by vaccination, but multitudes of their Catholic fellow citizens, under some vague survival of the old orthodox ideas, refused vaccination, and suffered fearfully. When at last the plague became so serious that travels and trade fell off greatly and quarantine began to be established in neighboring cities, an effort was made to enforce compulsory vaccination. The result was that large numbers of Catholic working population resisted and even threatened bloodshed. The clergy at first tolerated and even encouraged this conduct. The Abbé Filatreau, priest of St. James Church, declared in a sermon that if we are afflicted with smallpox, it is because we had a carnival last winter, feasting the flesh, which has offended the Lord. It is to punish our pride that God has sent us smallpox. The clerical press went further. The Étendard exhorted the faithful to take up arms rather than submit to vaccination, and at least one of the secular papers was forced to pander to the same sentiment. The Board of Health struggled against this superstition and addressed a circular to the Catholic clergy, imploring them to recommend vaccination. But though 2 or 3 complied with this request, the great majority were either silent or openly hostile. The Oblate Fathers, whose church was situated in the very heart of the infected district, continued to denounce vaccination. The faithful were exhorted to rely on devotional exercises of various sorts. Under the sanction of the hierarchy, a great procession was ordered with a solemn appeal to the Virgin, and the use of the rosary was carefully specified. Meantime the disease, which had nearly died out among the Protestants, raged with ever-increasing virulence among the Catholics, and the truth becoming more and more clear, even to the most devout, proper measures were at last enforced and the plague was stayed, though not until there had been a fearful waste of life among these simple-hearted believers, and germs of skepticism planted in the hearts of their children, which will bear fruit for generations to come. Note 325. Another class of cases in which the theologic spirit has allied itself with the retrograde party in medical science is found in the history of certain remedial agents, and first may be named cocaine. As early as the middle of the 16th century the value of coca had been discovered in South America. The natives of Peru prized it highly, and two eminent Jesuits, Joseph Acosta and Antonio Julian, were converted to this view. But the conservative spirit in the Church was too strong. In 1567 the Second Council of Lima, consisting of bishops from all parts of South America, condemned it, and 2 years later came a royal decree declaring that "the notions entertained by the natives regarding it are an illusion of the devil." As a pendant to this singular mistake on the part of the older Church came another committed by many Protestants. In the early years of the 17th century the Jesuit missionaries in South America learned from the natives the value of the so called Peruvian bark in the treatment of ague, and in 1638 the Countess of Cincon, regent of Peru, having derived great benefit from the new remedy, it was introduced into Europe. Although its alkaloid, quinine, is perhaps the nearest approach to a medical specific, and has diminished the death rate in certain regions to an amazing extent, its introduction was bitterly opposed by many conservative members of the medical profession, and in this opposition large numbers of ultra Protestants joined, out of hostility to the Roman Church. In the heat of sectarian feeling the new remedy was stigmatized as "an invention of the devil," and so strong was this opposition that it was not introduced into England until 1653, and even then its use was long held back, owing mainly to anti Catholic feeling. What the theological method on the ultra Protestant side could do to help the world at this very time is seen in the fact that, while this struggle was going on, Hoffman was attempting to give a scientific theory of the action of the devil in causing Job's boils. This effort at a quasi scientific explanation, which should satisfy the theological spirit, comical as it at first seems, is really worthy of serious notice, because it must be considered as the beginning of that inevitable effort at compromise which we see in the history of every science when it begins to appear triumphant. Note 326. But I pass to a typical conflict in our days, and in a Protestant country. In 1847 James Young Simpson, a Scotch physician, who afterward rose to the highest eminence in his profession, having advocated the use of anasthetics in obstetrical cases, was immediately met by a storm of opposition. This hostility flowed from an ancient and time-honored belief in Scotland. As far back as the year 1591, Eophame MacAlian, a lady of rank, being charged with seeking the aid of Agnes Sampson for the relief of pain at the time of the birth of her two sons, was burned alive on the Castle Hill of Edinburgh, and this old theological view persisted even to the middle of the 19th century. From pulpit after pulpit Simpson's use of chloroform was denounced as impious and contrary to Holy Writ. Texts were cited abundantly, the ordinary declaration being that to use chloroform was "to avoid one part of the primeval curse on woman." Simpson wrote pamphlet after pamphlet to defend the blessing which he brought into use, but he seemed about to be overcome, when he seized a new weapon, probably the most absurd by which a great cause was ever won. "My opponents forget," he said, "the 21st verse of the 2nd chapter of Genesis. It is the record of the first surgical operation ever performed, and that text proves that the Maker of the universe, before he took the rib from Adam's side for the creation of Eve, caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam." This was a stunning blow, but it did not entirely kill the opposition. They had strength left to maintain that the deep sleep of Adam took place before the introduction of pain into the world in a state of innocence. But now a new champion intervened, Thomas Chalmers. With a few pungent arguments from his pulpit he scattered the enemy forever, and the greatest battle of science against suffering was won. This victory was won not less for religion. Wisely did those who raised the monument at Boston to one of the discoverers of Anasthetics inscribe upon its pedestal the words from our sacred text, "This also cometh forth from the Lord of hosts, which is wonderful in counsel and excellent in working." Note 327. End of Chapter 13, Section 10, Theological Opposition to Inoculation, Vaccination, and the Use of Anesthetics. Section 11 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 13, Section 11, Final Breaking Away of Theological Theory in Medicine. While this development of history was going on, the central idea on which the whole theologic view rested, the idea of diseases as resulting from the wrath of God or malice of Satan, was steadily weakened, and out of the many things which show this, one may be selected as indicating the drift of thought among theologians themselves. Toward the end of the 18th century the most eminent divines of the American branch of the Anglican Church framed their Book of Common Prayer. Abounding as it does in evidences of their wisdom and piety, few things are more noteworthy than a change made in the exhortation to the faithful to present themselves at the communion. While in the old form laid down in the English prayer book, the minister was required to warn his flock not to kindle God's wrath, or provoke him to plague us with divers diseases and sundry kinds of death. From the American form all this and more similar import in various services was left out. Since that day progress in medical science has been rapid indeed, and at no period more so than during the last half of the 19th century. The theological view of disease has steadily faded, and the theological hold upon medical education has been almost entirely relaxed. In three great fields especially, discoveries have been made which have done much to disperse the atmosphere of miracle. First, there has come knowledge regarding the relation between imagination and medicine, which, though still defective, is of great importance. This relation has been noted during the whole history of the science. When the soldiers of the Prince of Orange at the siege of Breda in 1625 were dying of scurvy by scores, he sent to the physicians 2 or 3 small vials filled with a decoction of chamomile, wormwood, and camphor, gave out that it was a very rare and precious medicine, a medicine of such virtue that 2 or 3 drops sufficed to impregnate a gallon of water, and that it had been obtained from the East with great difficulty and danger. This statement, made with much solemnity, deeply impressed the soldiers. They took the medicine eagerly, and great numbers recovered rapidly. Again, 2 centuries later, young Humphrey Davy, being employed to apply the bulb of the thermometer to the tongues of certain patients at Bristol after they had inhaled various gases as remedies for disease, and finding that the patients supposed this application of the thermometer bulb was the cure, finally wrought cures by this application alone, without any use of gases whatever. Innumerable cases of this sort have thrown a flood of light upon such cures as those wrought by Prince Hohenlohe, by the metallic tractors, and by a multitude of other agencies temporarily in vogue, but, above all, upon the miraculous cures which in past ages have been so frequent, and of which a few survive. The second department is that of hypnotism. Within the last half century many scattered indications have been collected and supplemented by thoughtful, patient investigators of genius, and especially by Braid in England and Charcot in France. Here, too, great inroads have been made upon the province hitherto sacred to miracle, and in 1888 the cathedral preacher Steigenberger, of Augsburg, sounded an alarm. He declared his fears lest accredited church miracles lose their hold upon the public, denounced hypnotism as a doctrine of demons, and ended with the singular argument that, inasmuch as hypnotism is avowedly incapable of explaining all the wonders of history, it is idle to consider it at all. But investigations in hypnotism still go on, and may do much in the 20th century to carry the world yet further from the realm of the miraculous. In a third field, science has won a striking series of victories. Bacteriology, beginning in the researches of Leeuwenhoek in the 17th century, continued by O. F. Muller in the 18th, and developed or applied with wonderful skill by Ehrenberg, Cohn, Lister, Pasteur, Koch, Billings, Behring, and their compeers in the 19th, has explained the origin and proposed the prevention or cure of various diseases widely prevailing, which until recently have been generally held to be inscrutable providences. Finally, the closer study of psychology, especially in its relations to folklore, has revealed processes involved in the development of myths and legends, the phenomena of expectant attention, the tendency to marvel mongering, and the feeling of joy in believing. In summing up the history of this long struggle between science and theology, two main facts are to be noted. First, that in proportion as the world approached the ages of faith, it receded from ascertained truth, and in proportion as the world has receded from the ages of faith, it has approached ascertained truth. Secondly, that in proportion as the grasp of theology upon education tightened, medicine declined, and in proportion as that grasp has relaxed, medicine has been developed. The world is hardly beyond the beginning of medical discoveries, yet they have already taken from theology what was formerly its strongest province, sweeping away from this vast field of human effort that belief in miracles which for more than 20 centuries has been the main stumbling block in the path of medicine, and in doing this they have cleared higher paths not only for science but for religion. Note 328. End of Chapter 13, Section 11, Final Breaking Away of Theological Theory in Medicine. Section 12 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 14, From Fetish to Hygiene, Section 1, The Theological View of Epidemics and Sanitation. A very striking feature in recorded history has been the recurrence of great pestilences. Various indications in ancient times show their frequency, while the famous description of the plague of Athens given by Thucydides and the discussion of it by Lucretius exemplify their severity. In the Middle Ages they raged from time to time throughout Europe. Such plagues as the Black Death and the sweating sickness swept off vast multitudes, the best authorities estimating that of the former, at the middle of the 14th century, more than half of the population of England died, and that 25 millions of people perished in various parts of Europe. In 1552, 67,000 patients died of the plague at Paris alone, and in 1580 more than 20,000. The Great Plague in England and other parts of Europe in the 17th century was also fearful, and that which swept the south of Europe in the early part of the 18th century, as well as the invasions by the cholera at various times during the 19th, while less terrible than those of former years, have left a deep impress upon the imaginations of men. From the earliest records we find such pestilences attributed to the wrath or malice of unseen powers. This had been the prevailing view even in the most cultured ages before the establishment of Christianity. In Greece and Rome especially, plagues of various sorts were attributed to the wrath of the gods. In Judea the scriptural records of various plagues sent upon the earth by the divine fiat as a punishment for sin show the continuance of this mode of thought. Among many examples and intimations of this in our sacred literature, we have the epidemic which carried off 14,700 of the children of Israel, and which was only stayed by the prayers and offerings of Aaron, the high priest, the destruction of 70,000 men in the pestilence by which King David was punished for the numbering of Israel, and which was only stopped when the wrath of Yahweh was averted by burnt offerings, the plague threatened by the prophet Zechariah, and that delineated in the Apocalypse. From these sources this current of ideas was poured into the early Christian Church, and hence it has been that during nearly 20 centuries since the rise of Christianity, and down to a period within living memory, at the appearance of any pestilence, the Church authorities, instead of devising sanitary measures, have very generally preached the necessity of immediate atonement for offenses against the Almighty. This view of the early Church was enriched greatly by a new development of theological thought regarding the powers of Satan and evil angels, the declaration of St. Paul that the gods of antiquity were devils being cited as its sufficient warrant. Note 329. Moreover, comets, falling stars, and earthquakes were thought, upon scriptural authority, to be signs and wonders, evidences of the divine wrath, heralds of fearful visitations, and this belief, acting powerfully upon the minds of millions, did much to create a manic terror, sure to increase epidemic disease wherever it broke forth. The main cause of this immense sacrifice of life is now known to have been the want of hygienic precaution, both in the Eastern centers, where various plagues were developed, and in the European towns through which they spread. And here certain theological reasonings came in to resist the evolution of a proper sanitary theory. Out of the Orient had been poured into the thinking of Western Europe the theological idea that the abasement of man adds to the glory of God, that indignity to the body may secure salvation to the soul, hence that cleanliness betokens pride and filthiness humility. Living in filth was regarded by great numbers of holy men, who set an example to the Church and to society, as an evidence of sanctity. St. Jerome and the Breviary of the Roman Church dwell with unction on the fact that St. Hilarion lived his whole life long in utter physical uncleanliness. St. Athanasius glorifies St. Anthony because he had never washed his feet. St. Abraham's most striking evidence of holiness was that for 50 years he washed neither his hands nor his feet. St. Sylvia never washed any part of her body save her fingers. St. Euphraxia belonged to a convent in which the nuns religiously abstained from bathing. St. Mary of Egypt was eminent for filthiness. St. Simon Stylites was in this respect unspeakable. The least that can be said is that he lived in ordure and stench intolerable to his visitors. The lives of the saints dwell with complacency on the statement that when sundry Eastern monks showed a disposition to wash themselves, the Almighty manifested his displeasure by drying up a neighboring stream until the bath which it had supplied was destroyed. The religious world was far indeed from the inspired utterance attributed to John Wesley that cleanliness is near akin to godliness. For century after century the idea prevailed that filthiness was akin to holiness, and while we may well believe that the devotion of the clergy to the sick was one cause why, during the greater plagues, they lost so large a proportion of their numbers, we cannot escape the conclusion that their want of cleanliness had much to do with it. In France, during the 14th century, Guy de Chauliac, the great physician of his time, noted particularly that certain Carmelite monks suffered especially from pestilence, and that they were especially filthy. During the Black Death, no less than 900 Carthusian monks fell victims in one group of buildings. Naturally, such an example set by the venerated leaders of thought exercised great influence throughout society, and all the more because it justified the carelessness and sloth to which ordinary humanity is prone. In the principal towns of Europe, as well as in the country at large, down to a recent period the most ordinary sanitary precautions were neglected. and pestilences continued to be attributed to the wrath of God or the malice of Satan. As to the wrath of God, a new and powerful impulse was given to this belief in the Church toward the end of the 16th century by St. Gregory the Great. In 590, when he was elected pope, the city of Rome was suffering from a dreadful pestilence. The people were dying by thousands. Out of one procession imploring the mercy of heaven no less than 80 persons died within an hour. What the heathen in an earlier epoch had attributed to Apollo was now attributed to Jehovah, and chroniclers tell us that fiery darts were seen flung from heaven into the devoted city. But finally, in the midst of all this horror, Gregory, at the head of a penitential procession, saw hovering over the mausoleum of Hadrian the figure of the archangel Michael, who was just sheathing a flaming sword, while 3 angels were heard chanting the Regina Coeli. The legend continues that the Pope immediately broke forth into hallelujahs for this sign that the plague was stayed, and as it shortly afterward became less severe, a chapel was built at the summit of the mausoleum and dedicated to St. Michael. Still later, above the whole was erected the colossal statue of the archangel sheathing his sword, which still stands to perpetuate the legend. Thus the greatest of Rome's ancient funeral monuments was made to bear testimony to this medieval belief. The mausoleum of Hadrian became the Castle of St. Angelo. A legend like this, claiming to date from the greatest of the early popes and vouched for by such an imposing monument, had undoubtedly a marked effect upon the dominant theology throughout Europe, which was constantly developing a great body of thought regarding the agencies by which the divine wrath might be averted. First among these agencies, naturally, were evidences of devotion, especially gifts of land, money, or privileges to churches, monasteries, and shrines, the seats of fetishes which it was supposed had wrought cures, or might work them. The whole evolution of modern history, not only ecclesiastical but civil, has been largely affected by the wealth transferred to the clergy at such periods. It was noted that in the 14th century, after the Great Plague, the Black Death, had passed, an immensely increased proportion of the landed and personal property of every European country was in the hands of the Church. Well did a great ecclesiastic remark that "pestilences are the harvests of the ministers of God." Note 330. Other modes of propitiating the higher powers were penitential processions, the parading of images of the Virgin or of saints through plague-stricken towns, and fetishes innumerable. Very noted in the 13th and 14th centuries were the processions of the Flagellants, trooping through various parts of Europe, scourging their naked bodies, shrieking the penitential psalms, and often running from wild excesses of devotion to the maddest orgies. Sometimes, too, plagues were attributed to the wrath of lesser heavenly powers, just as in former times the fury of far-darting Apollo was felt when his name was not respectfully treated by mortals. So in 1680 the church authorities at Rome discovered that the plague then raging resulted from the anger of St. Sebastian, because no monument had been erected to him. Such a monument was therefore placed in the church of St. Peter ad Vincula, and the plague ceased. So much for the endeavor to avert the wrath of the heavenly powers. On the other hand, theological reasoning no less subtle was used in thwarting the malice of Satan. This idea, too, came from far. In the sacred books of India and Persia, as well as in our own, we find the same theory of disease leading to similar means of cure. Perhaps the most astounding among Christian survivals of this theory and its resultant practices was seen during the plague at Rome in 1522. In that year, at that center of divine illumination, certain people, having reasoned upon the matter, came to the conclusion that this great scourge was the result of Satanic malice, and in view of St. Paul's declaration that the ancient gods were devils, and of the theory that the ancient gods of Rome were the devils who had the most reason to punish that city for their dethronement, and that the great amphitheater was the chosen haunt of these demon gods, an ox decorated with garlands after the ancient heathen manner was taken in procession to the Colosseum and solemnly sacrificed. Even this proved vain, and the church authorities then ordered expiatory processions and ceremonies to propitiate the Almighty, the Virgin, and the saints, who had been offended by this temporary effort to bribe their enemies. But this sort of theological reasoning developed an idea far more disastrous, and this was that Satan, in causing pestilences, used as his emissaries especially Jews and witches. The proof of this belief in the case of the Jews was seen in the fact that they escaped with a less percentage of disease than did the Christians in the Great Plague periods. This was doubtless due in some measure to their remarkable sanitary system, which had probably originated thousands of years before in Egypt, and had been handed down through Jewish lawgivers and statesmen. Certainly they observed more careful sanitary rules and more constant abstinence from dangerous foods than was usual among Christians, but the public at large could not understand so simple a cause, and jumped to the conclusion that their immunity resulted from protection by Satan, and that this protection was repaid and the pestilence caused by their wholesale poisoning of Christians. As a result of this mode of thought, attempts were made in all parts of Europe to propitiate the Almighty, to thwart Satan, and to stop the plague by torturing and murdering the Jews. Throughout Europe during great pestilences we hear of extensive burnings of this devoted people. In Bavaria, at the time of the Black Death, it is computed that 12,000 Jews thus perished. In the small town of Erfurt the number is said to have been 3,000. In Strasbourg the Rue Brûlée remains as a monument to the 2,000 Jews burned there for poisoning the wells and causing the plague of 1348. At the royal castle of Chinon, near Tours, an immense trench was dug, filled with blazing wood, and in a single day 160 Jews were burned. Everywhere in continental Europe this mad persecution went on, but it is a pleasure to say that one great churchman, Pope Clement VI, stood against this popular unreason, and so far as he could bring his influence to bear on the maddened populace, exercised it in favor of mercy to these supposed enemies of the Almighty. Note 331. Yet as late as 1527 the people of Pavia, being threatened with plague, appealed to St. Bernardino of Feltro, who during his life had been a fierce enemy of the Jews, and they passed a decree promising that if the saint would avert the pestilence they would expel the Jews from the city. The saint apparently accepted the bargain, and in due time the Jews were expelled. As to witches, the reasons for believing them the cause of pestilence also came from far. This belief, too, had been poured mainly from Oriental sources into our sacred books, and thence into the early Church, and was strengthened by a whole line of Church authorities, fathers, doctors, and saints, but above all by the great bull Summis Desiderantes, issued by Pope Innocent VIII in 1484. This utterance from the seat of St. Peter infallibly committed the Church to the idea that witches are a great cause of disease, storms, and various ills which afflict humanity, and the scripture on which the action recommended against witches in this papal bull, as well as in so many sermons and treatises for centuries afterwards, was based, was the famous text, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." This idea persisted long, and the evolution of it is among the most fearful things in human history. Note 332. In Germany its development was especially terrible. From the middle of the 16th century to the middle of the 17th, Catholic and Protestant theologians and ecclesiastics vied with each other in detecting witches guilty of producing sickness or bad weather. Women were sent to torture and death by thousands, and with them, from time to time, men and children. On the Catholic side, sufficient warrant for this work was found in the bull of Pope Innocent VIII, and the bishops' palaces of South Germany became shambles, the lordly prelates of Salzburg, Würzburg, and Bamberg taking the lead in this butchery. In North Germany Protestantism was just as conscientiously cruel. It based its theory and practice towards witches directly upon the Bible, and above all on the great text which has cost the lives of so many myriads of innocent men, women, and children: "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Naturally, the Protestant authorities strove to show that Protestantism was no less orthodox in this respect than Catholicism, and such theological jurists as Karpzov, Damschudder, and Kalov did their work thoroughly. An eminent authority on this subject estimates the number of victims thus sacrificed during that century in Germany alone at over 100,000. Among the methods of this witch activity especially credited in Central and Southern Europe was the anointing of city walls and pavements with a diabolical unguent causing pestilence. In 1530 Michael Caddo was executed with fearful tortures for thus besmearing the pavements of Geneva, but far more dreadful was the torturing to death of a large body of people at Milan in the following century for producing the plague by anointing the walls, and a little later similar punishments for the same crime were administered in Toulouse and other cities. The case in Milan may be briefly summarized as showing the ideas on sanitary science of all classes, from highest to lowest, in the 17th century. That city was then under the control of Spain, and its authorities, having received notice from the Spanish government that certain persons suspected of witchcraft had recently left Madrid and had perhaps gone to Milan to anoint the walls. This communication was dwelt upon in the pulpits as another evidence of that satanic malice which the Church alone had the means of resisting, and the people were thus excited and put upon the alert. One morning in the year 1630 an old woman looking out of her window saw a man walking along the street and wiping his fingers upon the walls. She immediately called the attention of another old woman, and they agreed that this man must be one of the diabolical anointers. It was perfectly evident to a person under ordinary conditions that this unfortunate man was simply trying to remove from his fingers the ink gathered while writing from the inkhorn which he carried in his girdle. But this explanation was too simple to satisfy those who first observed him, or those who afterward tried him. A mob was raised, and he was thrown into prison. Being tortured, he at first did not know what to confess, but on inquiring from the jailer and others he learned what the charge was, and on being again subjected to torture utterly beyond endurance, he confessed everything which was suggested to him, and on being tortured again and again to give the names of his accomplices, he accused at hazard the first people in the city whom he thought of. These, being arrested and tortured beyond endurance, confessed and implicated a still greater number, until members of the foremost families were included in the charge. Again and again all these unfortunates were tortured beyond endurance. Under paganism the rule regarding torture had been that it should not be carried beyond human endurance, and we therefore find Cicero ridiculing it as a means of detecting crime, because a stalwart criminal of strong nerves might resist it and go free, while a physically delicate man, though innocent, would be forced to confess. Hence it was that under paganism a limit was imposed to the torture which could be administered. But when Christianity had become predominant throughout Europe, torture was developed with a cruelty never before known. There had been evolved a doctrine of accepted cases, these accepted cases being especially heresy and witchcraft. For by the very simple and logical process of theological reasoning it was held that Satan would give supernatural strength to his special devotees, that is, to heretics and witches, and therefore that in dealing with them there should be no limit to the torture. The result was in this particular case, as in tens of thousands besides, that the accused confessed everything which could be suggested to them, and often in the delirium of their agony confessed far more than all that the zeal of the prosecutors could suggest. Finally, a great number of worthy people were sentenced to the most cruel death which could be invented. The records of their trials and deaths are frightful. The treatise, which in recent years has first brought to light in connected form an authentic account of the proceedings in this affair, and which gives at the end engravings of the accused subjected to horrible tortures on their way to the stake and at the place of execution itself, is one of the most fearful monuments of theological reasoning and human folly. To cap the climax, after a poor apothecary had been tortured into a confession that he had made the magic ointment, and when he had been put to death with the most exquisite refinements of torture, his family were obliged to take another name, and were driven out from the city. His house was torn down, and on its site was erected the Column of Infamy, which remained on this spot until, toward the end of the 18th century, a party of young radicals, probably influenced by the reading of Beccaria, sallied forth one night and leveled this pious monument to the ground. Herein was seen the culmination and decline of the bull Summis Desiderantes. It had been issued by him whom a majority of the Christian world believes to be infallible in his teachings to the Church as regards faith and morals, yet here was a deliberate utterance in a matter of faith and morals which even children now know to be utterly untrue. Though Beccaria's book on Crimes and Punishments, with its declarations against torture, was placed by the Church authorities upon the Index, and though the faithful throughout the Christian world were forbidden to read it, even this could not prevent the victory of truth over this infallible utterance of Innocent VIII. Note 333. As the 17th century went on, ingenuity in all parts of Europe seemed devoted to new developments of Fetishism. A very curious monument of this evolution in Italy exists in the Royal Gallery of Paintings at Naples, where may be seen several pictures representing the measures taken to save the city from the plague during the 17th century, but especially from the plague of 1656. One enormous canvas gives a curious example of the theological doctrine of intercession between man and his Maker, spun out to its logical length. In the background is the plague-stricken city. In the foreground the people are praying to the city authorities to avert the plague. The city authorities are praying to the Carthusian monks. The monks are praying to St. Martin, St. Bruno, and St. Januarius. These three saints in their turn are praying to the Virgin. The Virgin prays to Christ, and Christ prays to the Almighty. Still another picture represents the people, led by the priests, executing with horrible tortures the Jews, heretics, and witches who were supposed to cause the pestilence of 1656, while in the heavens the Virgin and St. Januarius are interceding with Christ to sheathe his sword and stop the plague. In such an atmosphere of thought it is no wonder that the death statistics were appalling. We hear of districts in which not more than 1 in 10 escaped, and some were entirely depopulated. Such appeals of fetish against pestilence have continued in Naples down to our own time, the great saving power being the liquefaction of the blood of St. Januarius. In 1856 the present writer saw this miracle performed in the gorgeous chapel of the saint forming part of the Cathedral of Naples. The chapel was filled with devout worshippers of every class, from the officials in court dress, representing the Bourbon king, down to the lowest lazzaroni. The reliquary of silver gilt, shaped like a large human head and supposed to contain the skull of the saint, was first placed upon the altar. Next, 2 vials containing a dark substance said to be his blood, having been taken from the wall, were also placed upon the altar near the head. As the priests said masses, they turned the vials from time to time, and the liquefaction being somewhat delayed, the great crowd of people burst out into more and more impassioned expostulation and petitions to the saint. Just in front of the altar were the lazzaroni who claimed to be descendants of the saint's family, and these were especially importunate. At such times they beg, they scold, they even threaten. They have been known to abuse the saint roundly, and to tell him that, if he did not care to show his favor to the city by liquefying his blood, St. Cosmo and St. Damian were just as good saints as he, and would no doubt be very glad to have the city devote itself to them. At last, on the occasion above referred to, the priest, turning the vials suddenly, announced that the saint had performed the miracle, and instantly priests, people, choir, and organ burst forth into a great Te Deum. Bells rang, and cannon roared. A procession was formed, and the shrine containing the saint's relics was carried through the streets, the people prostrating themselves on both sides of the way, and throwing showers of rose leaves upon the shrine and upon the path before it. The contents of these precious vials are an interesting relic indeed, for they represent to us vividly that period when men who were willing to go to the stake for their religious opinions thought it not wrong to save the souls of their fellow men by pious mendacity and consecrated fraud. To the scientific eye this miracle is very simple. The vials contain, no doubt, one of those mixtures fusing at low temperature, which, while kept in its place within the cold stone walls of the church, remains solid, but upon being brought out into the hot, crowded chapel, and fondled by the warm hands of the priests, gradually softens and becomes liquid. It was curious to note, at the time above mentioned, that even the high functionaries representing the king looked at the miracle with awe. They evidently found joy in believing, and one of them assured the present writer that the only thing which could cause it was the direct exercise of miraculous power. It may be reassuring to persons contemplating a visit to that beautiful capital in these days that, while this miracle still goes on, it is no longer the only thing relied upon to preserve the public health. An unbelieving generation, especially taught by the recent horrors of the cholera, has thought it wise to supplement the power of St. Januarius by the Risanamento, begun mainly in 1885 and still going on. The drainage of the city has thus been greatly improved, the old wells closed, and pure water introduced from the mountains. Moreover, at the last outburst of cholera, a few years since, a noble deed was done which, by its moral effect, exercised a widespread healing power. Upon hearing of this terrific outbreak of pestilence, King Humbert, though under the ban of the Church, broke from all the entreaties of his friends and family, went directly into the plague-stricken city, and there in the streets, public places, and hospitals, encouraged the living, comforted the sick and dying, and took means to prevent a further spread of the pestilence. To the credit of the Church it should also be said that the Cardinal Archbishop San Felice joined him in this. Miracle for miracle, the effect of this visit of the king seems to have surpassed anything that St. Januarius could do, for it gave confidence and courage which very soon showed their effects in diminishing the number of deaths. It would certainly appear that in this matter the king was more directly under divine inspiration and guidance than was the Pope, for the fact that King Humbert went to Naples at the risk of his life, while Leo XIII remained in safety at the Vatican, impressed the Italian people in favor of the new regime and against the old as nothing else could have done. In other parts of Italy the same progress is seen under the new Italian government. Venice, Genoa, Leghorn, and especially Rome, which under the sway of the popes was scandalously filthy, are now among the cleanest cities in Europe. What the relics of St. Januarius, St. Anthony, and a multitude of local fetishes throughout Italy were for ages utterly unable to do has been accomplished by the development of the simplest sanitary principles. Spain shows much the same characteristics of a country where theological considerations have been all-controlling for centuries. Down to the interference of Napoleon with that kingdom, all sanitary efforts were looked upon as absurd, if not impious. The most sober accounts of travelers in the Spanish peninsula until a recent period are sometimes irresistibly comic in their pictures of peoples insisting on maintaining arrangements more filthy than any which would be permitted in an American backwoods camp, while taking enormous pains to stop pestilence by bell ringing, processions, and new dresses bestowed upon the local Madonnas. Yet here, too, a healthful skepticism has begun to work for good. The outbreaks of cholera in recent years have done some little to bring in better sanitary measures. Note 334. End of Chapter 14, Section 1, The Theological View of Epidemics and Sanitation. Section 13 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 14, Section 2, Gradual Decay of Theological Views Regarding Sanitation. We have seen how powerful in various nations, especially obedient to theology, were the forces working in opposition to the evolution of hygiene, and we shall find this same opposition, less effective, it is true, but still acting with great power, in countries which had become somewhat emancipated from theological control. In England, during the Mediaeval period, persecutions of Jews were occasionally resorted to, and here and there we hear of persecutions of witches. But as torture was rarely used in England, there were, from those charged with producing plague, few of those torture-born confessions which in other countries gave rise to widespread cruelties. Down to the 16th and 17th centuries, the filthiness in the ordinary mode of life in England was such as we can now hardly conceive. Fermenting organic material was allowed to accumulate and become a part of the earthen floors of rural dwellings, and this undoubtedly developed the germs of many diseases. In his noted letter to the physician of Cardinal Wolsey, Erasmus describes the filth thus incorporated into the floors of English houses, and what is of far more importance, he shows an inkling of the true cause of the wasting diseases of the period. He says, "If I entered into a chamber which had been uninhabited for months, I was immediately seized with a fever." He ascribed the fearful plague of the sweating sickness to this cause. So, too, the noted Dr. Caius advised sanitary precautions against the plague, and in after generations Mead, Pringle, and others urged them. But the prevailing thought was too strong, and little was done. Even the floor of the presence chamber of Queen Elizabeth in Greenwich Palace was covered with hay, after the English fashion, as one of the chroniclers tells us. In the 17th century, aid in these great scourges was mainly sought in special church services, the foremost English churchmen during that century being greatly given to study of the early fathers of the Church. The theological theory of disease, so dear to the fathers, still held sway, and this was the case when the various visitations reached their climax in the Great Plague of London in 1665, which swept off more than 100,000 people from that city. The attempts at meeting it by sanitary measures were few and poor. The medical system at the time was still largely tinctured by superstitions resulting from medieval modes of thought. Hence that plague was generally attributed to the divine wrath caused by the profaning of the Sabbath. Texts from Numbers, the Psalms, Zechariah, and the Apocalypse were dwelt upon in the pulpits to show that plagues are sent by the Almighty to punish sin, and perhaps the most ghastly figure among all those fearful scenes described by Defoe is that of the naked fanatic walking up and down the streets with a pan of fiery coals upon his head, and after the manner of Jonah at Nineveh, proclaiming woe to the city and its destruction in 40 days. That sin caused this plague is certain, but it was sanitary sin. Both before and after this culmination of the disease, cases of plague were constantly occurring in London throughout the 17th century. But about the beginning of the 18th century it began to disappear. The Great Fire had done a good work of sweeping off many causes and centers of infection, and there had come wider streets, better pavements, and improved water supply, so that with the disappearance of the plague, other diseases, especially dysenteries, which had formerly raged in the city, became much less frequent. But while these epidemics were thus checked in London, others developed by sanitary ignorance raged fearfully both there and elsewhere, and of these perhaps the most fearful was the jail fever. The prisons of that period were vile beyond belief. Men were confined in dungeons rarely if ever disinfected after the death of previous occupants, and on corridors connecting directly with the foulest sewers. There was no proper disinfection, ventilation, or drainage. Hence in most of the large prisons for criminals or debtors the jail fever was supreme, and from these centers it frequently spread through the adjacent towns. This was especially the case during the 16th and 17th centuries. In the Black Assize at Oxford in 1577, the chief baron, the sheriff, and about 300 men died within 40 hours. Lord Bacon declared the jail fever "the most pernicious infection next to the plague." In 1730, at the Dorsetshire Assize, the chief baron and many lawyers were killed by it. The High Sheriff of Somerset also took the disease and died. A single Scotch regiment, being infected from some prisoners, lost no less than 200. In 1750 the disease was so virulent at Newgate, in the heart of London, that 2 judges, the Lord Mayor, sundry aldermen, and many others died of it. It is worth noting that while efforts at sanitary dealing with this state of things were few, the theological spirit developed a new and special form of prayer for the sufferers and placed it in the Irish prayer book. These forms of prayer seem to have been the main reliance through the first half of the 18th century, but about 1750 began the work of John Howard, who visited the prisons of England, made known their condition to the world, and never rested until they were greatly improved. Then he applied the same benevolent activity to prisons in other countries, in the Far East and in southern Europe, and finally laid down his life, a victim to disease contracted on one of his missions of mercy. But the hygienic reforms he began were developed more and more until this fearful blot upon modern civilization was removed. The same thing was seen in the Protestant colonies of America, but here, while plagues were steadily attributed to divine wrath or Satanic malice, there was one case in which it was claimed that such a visitation was due to the divine mercy. The pestilence among the Indians before the arrival of the Plymouth colony was attributed in a notable work of that period to the divine purpose of clearing New England for the heralds of the gospel. On the other hand, the plagues which destroyed the white population were attributed by the same authority to devils and witches. In Cotton Mather's Wonder of the Invisible World, published at Boston in 1693, we have striking examples of this. The great Puritan divine tells us, "Plagues are some of those woes with which the divil troubles us. It is said of the Israelites in 1 Corinthians 10:10, they were destroyed of the destroyer. That is, they had the plague among them. 'Tis the destroyer, or the divil, that scatters plagues about the world. Pestilential and contagious diseases, 'tis the divil, who does oftentimes invade us with them. 'Tis no uneasy thing for the divil to impregnate the air about us with such malignant salts as, meeting with the salt of our microcosm, shall immediately cast us into the fermentation and putrefaction which will utterly dissolve all the vital ties within us, even as an aquafortis made with a conjunction of nitre and vitriol corrodes what it seizes upon. And when the devil has raised those arsenical fumes which become venomous, quivers full of terrible arrows, how easily can he shoot the deleterious miasms into those juices or bowels of men's bodies, which will soon inflame them with a mortal fire. Hence come such plagues as that besom of destruction which within our memory swept away such a throng of people from one English city in one visitation, and hence those infectious fevers, which are but so many disguised plagues among us, causing epidemical desolations." Mather gives several instances of witches causing diseases, and speaks of "some long bowed down under such a spirit of infirmity, being marvelous recovered upon the death of the witches," of which he gives an instance. He also cites a case where a patient "was brought unto death's door, and so remained until the witch was taken and carried away by the constable, when he began at once to recover, and was soon well." Note 336. In France we see during generation after generation a similar history evolved. Pestilence after pestilence came and was met by various fetishes. Noteworthy is the plague at Marseilles near the beginning of the last century. The chronicles of its sway are ghastly. They speak of great heaps of unburied dead in the public places, forming pestilential volcanoes, of plague-stricken men and women in delirium wandering naked through the streets, of churches and shrines thronged with great crowds shrieking for mercy, of other crowds flinging themselves into the wildest debauchery, of robber bands assassinating the dying and plundering the dead, of 3,000 neglected children collected in one hospital and then left to die, and of the death roll numbering at last 50,000 out of a population of less than 90,000. In the midst of these fearful scenes stood a body of men and women worthy to be held in eternal honor, the physicians from Paris and Montpellier, the mayor of the city, and one or two of his associates, but above all the Chevalier Rose and Bishop Belzunchi. The history of these men may well make us glory in human nature, but in all this noble group the figure of Belzunchi is the most striking. Nobly and firmly, when so many others, even among the regular and secular ecclesiastics, fled, he stood by his flock. Day and night he was at work in the hospitals, cheering the living, comforting the dying, and doing what was possible for the decent disposal of the dead. In him were united the two great antagonistic currents of the religion and of theology. As a theologian he organized processions and expiatory services, which, it must be confessed, rather increased the disease than diminished it. Moreover, he accepted that wild dream of the hysterical nun, the worship of the material, physical Sacred Heart of Jesus, and was one of the first to consecrate his diocese to it. But on the other hand, the religious spirit gave in him one of its most beautiful manifestations in that or any other century. Justly have the people of Marseilles placed his statue in the midst of their city in an attitude of prayer and blessing. In every part of Europe and America, down to a recent period, we find pestilences resulting from carelessness or superstition still called inscrutable providences. As late as the end of the 18th century, when great epidemics made fearful havoc in Austria, the main means against them seem to have been groveling before the image of St. Sebastian and calling in special witch doctors, that is, monks who cast out devils. To seek the aid of physicians was, in the neighborhood of those monastic centers, very generally considered impious, and the enormous death rate in such neighborhoods was only diminished in the present century, when scientific hygiene began to make its way. The old view of pestilence had also its full course in Calvinistic Scotland, the only difference being that, while in Roman Catholic countries relief was sought by fetishes, gifts, processions, exorcisms, burning of witches, and other works of expiation promoted by priests, in Scotland, after the Reformation, it was sought in fast days and executions of witches promoted by Protestant elders. Accounts of the filthiness of Scotch cities and villages, down to a period well within this century, seems monstrous. All that in these days is swept into the sewers was in those allowed to remain around the houses or thrown into the streets. The old theological theory that "vain is the help of man" checked scientific thought and paralyzed sanitary endeavor. The result was natural. Between the 13th and 17th centuries 30 notable epidemics swept the country, and some of them carried off multitudes. But as a rule these never suggested sanitary improvement. They were called visitations, attributed to divine wrath against human sin, and the work of the authorities was to announce the particular sin concerned and to declaim against it. Amazing theories were thus propounded, theories which led to spasms of severity, and in some of these, offenses generally punished much less severely were visited with death. Every pulpit interpreted the ways of God to man in such seasons so as rather to increase than to diminish the pestilence. The effect of thus seeking supernatural causes rather than natural may be seen in such facts as the death by plague of 1/4 of the whole population of the city of Perth in a single year of the 15th century, other towns suffering similarly both then and afterward. Here and there physicians more wisely inspired endeavored to push sanitary measures, and in 1585 attempts were made to clean the streets of Edinburgh, but the chroniclers tell us that the magistrates and ministers gave no heed. One sort of calamity, indeed, came in as a mercy the great fires which swept through the cities, clearing and cleaning them. Though the town council of Edinburgh declared the noted fire of 1700 "a fearful rebuke of God," it was observed that after it had done its work, disease and death were greatly diminished. Note 337. End of Chapter 14, Section 2, Gradual Decay of Theological Views Regarding Sanitation. Section 14 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 14, Section 3. The Triumph of Sanitary Science. But by those standing in the higher places of thought some glimpses of scientific truth had already been obtained, and attempts at compromise between theology and science in this field began to be made, not only by ecclesiastics, but, first of all, as far back as the 17th century, by a man of science eminent both for attainments and character, Robert Boyle. Inspired by the discoveries in other fields which had swept away so much theological thought, he could no longer resist the conviction that some epidemics are due, in his own words, to a tragical concourse of natural causes. But he argued that some of these may be the result of divine interpositions provoked by human sins. As time went on, great difficulties showed themselves in the way of this compromise, difficulties theological not less than difficulties scientific. To a Catholic it was more and more hard to explain the theological grounds why so many orthodox cities, firm in the faith, were punished, and so many heretical cities spared, and why, in regions devoted to the Church, the poorer people whose faith in theological fetishes was unquestioning, died in times of pestilence like flies, while skeptics so frequently escaped. Difficulties of the same sort beset devoted Protestants. They too might well ask why it was that the devout peasantry in their humble cottages perished, while so much larger a proportion of the more skeptical upper classes were untouched. Gradually it dawned both upon Catholic and Protestant countries that if any sin be punished by pestilence, it is the sin of filthiness. More and more it began to be seen by thinking men of both religions that Wesley's great dictum stated even less than the truth, that not only was cleanliness akin to godliness, but that, as a means of keeping off pestilence, it was far superior to godliness as godliness was then generally understood. Note 338. The recent history of sanitation in all civilized countries shows triumphs which might well fill us with wonder, did there not rise within us a far greater wonder that they were so long delayed. Amazing is it to see how near the world has come again and again to discovering the key to the cause and cure of pestilence. It is now a matter of the simplest elementary knowledge that some of the worst epidemics are conveyed in water. But this fact seems to have been discovered many times in human history. In the Peloponnesian War the Athenians asserted that their enemies had poisoned their cisterns. In the Middle Ages the people generally declared that the Jews had poisoned their wells, and as late as the cholera of 1832 the Parisian mob insisted that the water carriers who distributed water for drinking purposes from the Seine, polluted as it was by sewage, had poisoned it, and in some cases murdered them on this charge. So far did this feeling go that locked covers were sometimes placed upon the water buckets. Had not such men as Roger Bacon and his long line of successors been thwarted by theological authority, had not such men as Thomas Aquinas, Vincent of Beauvais, and Albert the Great been drawn or driven from the paths of science into the dark, tortuous paths of theology, leading no whither, the world today, at the end of the 19th century, would have arrived at the solution of great problems and the enjoyment of great results, which will only be reached at the end of the 20th century, and even in generations more remote. Diseases like typhoid fever, influenza, and pulmonary consumption, scarlet fever, diphtheria, pneumonia, and la grippe, which now carry off so many most precious lives, would have long since ceased to scourge the world. Still there is one cause for satisfaction. The law governing the relation of theology to disease is now well before the world, and it is seen in the fact that, just in proportion as the world progressed from the sway of Hippocrates to that of the ages of faith, so it progressed in the frequency and severity of great pestilences, and that, on the other hand, just in proportion as the world has receded from that period when theology was all pervading and all controlling, plague after plague has disappeared, and those remaining have become less and less frequent and virulent. Note 339. The recent history of hygiene in all countries shows a long series of victories, and these may well be studied in Great Britain and the United States. In the former, though there had been many warnings from eminent physicians, and above all in the 17th and 18th centuries from men like Caius, Mead, and Pringle, the result was far short of what might have been gained, and it was only in the year 1838 that a systematic sanitary effort was begun in England by the public authorities. The state of things at that time, though by comparison with the Middle Ages happy, was, by comparison with what has since been gained, fearful. The death rate among all classes was high, but among the poor it was ghastly. Out of 77,000 paupers in London during the years 1837 and 1838, 14,000 were suffering from fever, and of these nearly 6,000 from typhus. In many other parts of the British Islands the sanitary condition was no better. A noble body of men grappled with the problem, and in a few years one of these rose above his fellows, the late Edwin Chadwick. The opposition to his work was bitter, and though many churchmen aided him, the support given by theologians and ecclesiastics as a whole was very far short of what it should have been. Too many of them were occupied in that most costly and most worthless of all processes, the saving of souls by the inculcation of dogma. Yet some of the higher ecclesiastics and many of the lesser clergy did much, sometimes risking their lives, and one of them, Sidney Godolphin Osborne, deserves lasting memory for his struggle to make known the sanitary wants of the peasantry. Chadwick began to be widely known in 1848 as a member of the Board of Health, and was driven out for a time for overzeal, but from one point or another during 40 years he fought the opposition, developed the new work, and one of the best exhibits of its results is shown in his address before the Sanitary Conference at Brighton in 1888. From this and other perfectly trustworthy sources some idea may be gained of the triumph of the scientific over the theological method of dealing with disease, whether epidemic or sporadic. In the latter half of the 17th century the annual mortality of London is estimated at not less than 80 in 1,000. About the middle of this century it stood at 24 in 1,000. In 1889 it stood at less than 18 in 1,000, and in many parts the most recent statistics show that it has been brought down to 14 or 15 in 1,000. A quarter of a century ago the death rate from disease in the Royal Guards at London was 20 in 1,000. In 1888 it had been reduced to 6 in 1,000. In the Army generally it had been 17 in 1,000, but it has been reduced until it now stands at 8. In the old Indian Army it had been 69 in 1,000, but of late it has been brought down first to 20 and finally to 14. Mr. Chadwick in his speech proved that much more might be done, for he called attention to the German army, where the death rate from disease has been reduced to between 5 and 6 in 1,000. The Public Health Act having been passed in 1875, the death rate in England among men fell between 1871 and 1880 more than 4 in 1,000, and among women more than 6 in 1,000. In the decade between 1851 and 1860 there died of diseases attributable to defective drainage and impure water over 4,000 persons in every million throughout England. These numbers have declined until in 1881 there died less than 2,000 in every million. The most striking diminution of the deaths from such cases was found in 1891 in the case of typhoid fever, that diminution being 50%. As to the scourge, which, next to plagues like the Black Death, was formerly the most dreaded, smallpox, there died of it in London during the year 1890 just 1 person. Drainage in Bristol reduced the death rate by consumption from 4.4 to 2.3, at Cardiff from 3.47 to 2.31, and in all England and Wales from 2.68 in 1851 to 1.55 in 1888. What can be accomplished by better sanitation is also seen today by a comparison between the death rate among the children outside and inside the charity schools. The death rate among those outside in 1881 was 12 in 1,000, while inside, where the children were under sanitary regulations maintained by competent authorities, it has been brought down first to 8, then to 4, and finally to less than 3 in 1,000. In view of statistics like these, it becomes clear that Edwin Chadwick and his compeers among the sanitary authorities have in half a century done far more to reduce the rate of disease and death than has been done in 1,500 years by all the fetishes which theological reasoning could devise or ecclesiastical power enforce. Not less striking has been the history of hygiene in France, thanks to the decline of theological control over the universities, to the abolition of monasteries, and to such labors in hygienic research and improvements as those of Tardieu, Levy, and Bouchardat. A wondrous change has been wrought in public health. Statistics carefully kept show that the mean length of human life has been remarkably increased. In the 18th century it was but 23 years. From 1825 to 1830 it was 32 years and 8 months, and since 1864 37 years and 6 months. End of Chapter 14, Section 3, The Triumph of Sanitary Science. Section 15 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 14, Section 4, The Relation of Sanitary Science to Religion. The question may now arise whether this progress in sanitary science has been purchased at any real sacrifice of religion in its highest sense. One piece of recent history indicates an answer to this question. The Second Empire in France had its head in Napoleon III, a noted Voltairian. At the climax of his power he determined to erect an academy of music, which should be the noblest building of its kind. It was projected on a scale never before known, at least in modern times, and carried on for years, millions being lavished upon it. At the same time the Emperor determined to rebuild the Hotel Dieu, the great Paris hospital. This, too, was projected on a greater scale than anything of the kind ever before known, and also required millions. But in the erection of these two buildings the Emperor's determination was distinctly made known that with the highest provision for aesthetic enjoyment there should be a similar provision, moving on parallel lines, for the relief of human suffering. This plan was carried out to the letter. The Palace of the Opera and the Hotel Dieu went on with equal steps, and the former was not allowed to be finished before the latter. Among all the "most Christian kings" of the House of Bourbon, who had preceded him for 500 years, history shows no such obedience to the religious and moral sense of the nation. Catherine de Medici and her sons, plunging the nation into the great wars of religion, never showed any such feeling. Louis XIV, revoking the Edict of Nantes for the glory of God, and bringing the nation to sorrow during many generations, never dreamed of making the construction of his palaces and public buildings wait upon the demands of charity. Louis XV, so subservient to the Church in all things, never betrayed the slightest consciousness that, while making enormous expenditures to gratify his own and the national vanity, he ought to carry on works pari passu for charity. Nor did the French nation, at those periods when it was most largely under the control of theological considerations, seem to have any inkling of the idea that nation or monarch should make provision for relief from human suffering to justify provisions for the sumptuous enjoyment of art. It was reserved for the second half of the 19th century to develop this feeling so strongly, though quietly, that Napoleon III, notoriously an unbeliever in all orthodoxy, was obliged to recognize it and to set this great example. Nor has the recent history of the United States been less fruitful in lessons. Yellow fever, which formerly swept not only Southern cities but even New York and Philadelphia, has now been almost entirely warded off. Such epidemics as that in Memphis a few years since, and the immunity of the city from such visitations since its sanitary condition was changed by Mr. Waring, are a most striking object lesson to the whole country. Cholera, which again and again swept the country, has ceased to be feared by the public at large. Typhus fever, once so deadly, is now rarely heard of. Curious it is to find that some of the diseases which in the olden time swept off myriads on myriads in every country now cause fewer deaths than some diseases thought of little account, and for the cure of which people therefore rely, to their cost, on quackery instead of medical science. This development of sanitary science and hygiene in the United States has also been coincident with a marked change in the attitude of the American pulpit as regards the theory of disease. In this country, as in others, down to a period within living memory, deaths due to want of sanitary precautions were constantly dwelt upon in funeral sermons as results of national sin, or as inscrutable providences. That view has mainly passed away among the clergy of the more enlightened parts of the country, and we now find them, as a rule, active in spreading useful ideas as to the prevention of disease. The religious press has been especially faithful in this respect, carrying to every household more just ideas of sanitary precautions and hygienic living. The attitude, even of many among the most orthodox rulers in church and state, has been changed by facts like these. Lord Palmerston, refusing the request of the Scotch clergy that a fast day be appointed to ward off cholera, and advising them to go home and clean their streets; the devout Emperor William II, forbidding prayer meetings in a similar emergency, on the ground that they led to neglect of practical human means of help, all this is in striking contrast to the older methods. Well worthy of note is the ground taken in 1893 at Philadelphia by an eminent divine of the Protestant Episcopal Church. The Bishop of Pennsylvania having issued a special call to prayer in order to ward off the cholera, this clergyman refused to respond to the call, declaring that to do so, in the filthy condition of the streets then prevailing in Philadelphia, would be blasphemous. In summing up the whole subject, we see that in this field, as in so many others, the triumph of scientific thought has gradually done much to evolve in the world not only a theology, but also a religious spirit more and more worthy of the goodness of God and of the destiny of man. Note 340. End of Chapter 14, Section 4, The Relation of Sanitary Science to Religion. Section 16 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 15. From Demoniacal Possession to Insanity. Section 1. Theological Ideas of Lunacy and its Treatment. Of all the triumphs won by science for humanity, few have been farther reaching in good effects than the modern treatment of the insane, but this is the result of a struggle long and severe between two great forces. On one side have stood the survivals of various superstitions, the metaphysics of various philosophies, the dogmatism of various theologies, the literal interpretation of various sacred books, and especially of our own, all compacted into a creed that insanity is mainly or largely demoniacal possession. On the other side has stood science, gradually accumulating proofs that insanity is always the result of physical disease. I purpose in this chapter to sketch, as briefly as I may, the history of this warfare, or rather of its evolution of truth out of error. Nothing is more simple and natural in the early stages of civilization than belief in occult, self-conscious powers of evil. Troubles and calamities come upon man. His ignorance of physical laws forbids him to attribute them to physical causes. He therefore attributes them sometimes to the wrath of a good being, but more frequently to the malice of an evil being. Especially is this the case with diseases. The real causes of disease are so intricate that they are reached only after ages of scientific labor. Hence they, above all, have been attributed to the influence of evil spirits. Note 341. But if ordinary diseases were likely to be attributed to diabolical agency, how much more diseases of the brain, and especially the more obscure of these? These, indeed, seemed, to the vast majority of mankind, possible only on the theory of Satanic intervention. Any approach to a true theory of the connection between physical causes and mental results is one of the highest acquisitions of science. Here and there, during the whole historic period, keen men had obtained an inkling of the truth, but to the vast multitude, down to the end of the 17th century, nothing was more clear than that insanity is, in many, if not in most cases, demoniacal possession. Yet at a very early date, in Greece and Rome, science had asserted itself, and a beginning had been made which seemed destined to bring a large fruitage of blessings. Note 342. In the 5th century before the Christian era, Hippocrates of Kos asserted the great truth that all madness is simply disease of the brain, thereby beginning a development of truth and mercy which lasted nearly 1,000 years. In the 1st century after Christ, Aristeas carried these ideas yet further, observed the phenomena of insanity with great acuteness, and reached yet more valuable results. Near the beginning of the following century, Cyrenus went still further in the same path, giving new results of research and strengthening scientific truth. Toward the end of the same century a new epoch was ushered in by Galen, under whom the same truth was developed yet further, and the path toward merciful treatment of the insane made yet more clear. In the 3rd century Caelius Aurelianus received this deposit of precious truth, elaborated it, and brought forth the great idea which, had theology, citing biblical texts, not banished it, would have saved 15 centuries of cruelty, an idea not fully recognized again till near the beginning of the present century, the idea that insanity is brain disease, and that the treatment of it must be gentle and kind. In the 6th century Alexander of Tralles presented still more fruitful researches, and taught the world how to deal with melancholia, and finally in the 7th century this great line of scientific men, working mainly under pagan auspices, was closed by Paul of Aegina, who, under the protection of Caliph Omar, made still further observations, but above all laid stress on the cure of madness as a disease and on the absolute necessity of mild treatment. Such was this great succession in the apostolate of science. Evidently no other has ever shown itself more directly under divine grace, illumination, and guidance. It had given to the world what might have been one of its greatest blessings. Note 343. This evolution of divine truth was interrupted by theology. There set into the early church a current of belief which was destined to bring all these noble acquisitions of science and religion to naught, and during centuries to inflict tortures, physical and mental, upon hundreds of thousands of innocent men and women, a belief which held its cruel sway for nearly 18 centuries. And this belief was that madness was mainly or largely possession by the devil. This idea of diabolical agency in mental disease had grown luxuriantly in all the Oriental sacred literatures. In the series of Assyrian mythological tablets in which we find those legends of the creation, the fall, the flood, and other early conceptions from which the Hebrews so largely drew the accounts wrought into the book of Genesis, have been discovered the formulas for driving out the evil spirits which cause disease. In the Persian theology regarding the struggle of the great powers of good and evil, this idea was developed to its highest point. From these and other ancient sources the Jews naturally received this addition to their earlier view. The mocker of the Garden of Eden became Satan, with legions of evil angels at his command, and the theory of diabolical causes of mental disease took a firm place in our sacred books. Such cases in the Old Testament as the evil spirit in Saul, which we now see to have been simply melancholy, and in the New Testament the various accounts of the casting out of devils, through which is refracted the beautiful and simple story of that power by which Jesus of Nazareth soothed perturbed minds by his presence, or quelled outbursts of madness by his words, give example of this. In Greece, too, an idea akin to this found lodgment, both in the popular belief and in the philosophy of Plato and Socrates, and though, as we have seen, the great leaders in medical science had taught with more or less distinctness that insanity is the result of physical disease, there was a strong popular tendency to attribute the more troublesome cases of it to hostile spiritual influence. Note 344. From all these sources, but especially from our sacred books and the writings of Plato, this theory that mental disease is caused largely or mainly by Satanic influence passed on into the early Church. In the apostolic times no belief seems to have been more firmly settled. The early fathers and doctors in the following age universally accepted it, and the apologists generally spoke of the power of casting out devils as a leading proof of the divine origin of the Christian religion. This belief took firm hold upon the strongest men. The case of St. Gregory the Great is typical. He was a pope of exceedingly broad mind for his time, and no one will think him unjustly reckoned one of the four doctors of the Western Church. Yet he solemnly relates that a nun, having eaten some lettuce without making the sign of the cross, swallowed a devil, and that, when commanded by a holy man to come forth, the devil replied, "How am I to blame? I was sitting on the lettuce, and this woman, not having made the sign of the cross, ate me along with it." Note 345. As a result of this idea, the Christian Church at an early period in its existence virtually gave up the noble conquests of Greek and Roman science in this field, and originated, for persons supposed to be possessed, a regular discipline developed out of dogmatic theology. But during the centuries before theology and ecclesiasticism had become fully dominant, this discipline was, as a rule, gentle and useful. The afflicted, when not too violent, were generally admitted to the exercises of public worship, and a kindly system of cure was attempted, in which prominence was given to holy water, sanctified ointments, the breath or spittle of the priest, the touching of relics, visits to holy places, and submission to mild forms of exorcism. There can be no doubt that many of these things, when judiciously used in that spirit of love and gentleness and devotion inherited by the earlier disciples from the Master, produced good effects in soothing disturbed minds and in aiding their cure. Among the thousands of fetishes of various sorts then resorted to may be named, as typical, the holy handkerchief of Besançon. During many centuries multitudes came from far and near to touch it, for, it was argued, if touching the garments of St. Paul at Ephesus had cured the diseased, how much more might be expected of a handkerchief of the Lord himself. With ideas of this sort was mingled a vague belief in medical treatment, and out of this mixture were evolved such prescriptions as the following: "If an elf or a goblin come, smear his forehead with this salve, put it on his eyes, cense him with incense, and sign him frequently with the sign of the cross. For a fiend sick man, when a devil possesses a man, or controls him from within with disease, a spew drink of lupin, bishopwort, henbane, garlic. Pound these together, add ale and holy water." And again, "A drink for a fiend sick man, to be drunk out of a church bell, githrife, cinoglossum, yarrow, lupin, flower de luce, fennel, lichen, lovage. Work up to a drink with clear ale, sing 7 masses over it, add garlic and holy water, and let the possessed sing the Beati Immaculati, then let him drink the dose out of a church bell, and let the priest sing over him the Domine Sancte Pater Omnipotens." Note 346. Had this been the worst treatment of lunatics developed in the theological atmosphere of the Middle Ages, the world would have been spared some of the most terrible chapters in its history. But unfortunately the idea of the Satanic possession of lunatics led to attempts to punish the indwelling demon. As this theological theory and practice became more fully developed, and ecclesiasticism more powerful to enforce it, all mildness began to disappear. The admonitions to gentle treatment by the great pagan and Moslem physicians were forgotten, and the treatment of lunatics tended more and more toward severity. More and more generally it was felt that cruelty to madmen was punishment of the devil residing within, or acting upon them. A few strong churchmen and laymen made efforts to resist this tendency. As far back as the 4th century, Nemesius, bishop of Emesa, accepted the truth as developed by pagan physicians, and aided them in strengthening it. In the 7th century a Lombard code embodied a similar effort. In the 8th century one of Charlemagne's capitularies seems to have had a like purpose. In the 9th century that great churchman and statesman Agobard, Archbishop of Lyons, superior to his time in this as in so many other things, tried to make right reason prevail in this field, and near the beginning of the 10th century Regino, abbot of Prüm, in the diocese of Trèves, insisted on treating possession as disease. But all in vain. The current, streaming most directly from sundry texts in the Christian sacred books, and swollen by theology, had become overwhelming. Note 347. The first great tributary poured into this stream, as we approach the bloom of the Middle Ages, appears to have come from the brain of Michael Psellus. mingling scriptural texts, Platonic philosophy, and theological statements by great doctors of the Church, with wild utterances obtained from lunatics, he gave forth, about the beginning of the 12th century, the treatise on the Work of Demons. Sacred science was vastly enriched thereby in various ways, but two of his conclusions, the results of his most profound thought, enforced by theologians and popularized by preachers, soon took special hold upon the thinking portion of the people at large. The first of these, which he easily based upon Scripture and St. Basil, was that since all demons suffer by material fire and brimstone, they must have material bodies. The second was that, since all demons are by nature cold, they gladly seek a genial warmth by entering the bodies of men and beasts. Note 348. Fed by this stream of thought and developed in the warm atmosphere of medieval devotion, the idea of demoniacal possession as the main source of lunacy grew and blossomed and bore fruit in noxious luxuriance. There had indeed come into the Middle Ages an inheritance of scientific thought. The idea of Hippocrates, Caelius Aurelianus, Galen, and their followers were from time to time revived. The Arabian physicians, the school of Salerno, such writers as Salicitus and Guy de Chauliac, and even some of the religious orders, did something to keep scientific doctrines alive. But the tide of theological thought was too strong. It became dangerous even to seem to name possible limits to diabolical power. To deny Satan was atheism, and perhaps nothing did so much to fasten the epithet atheist upon the medical profession as the suspicion that it did not fully acknowledge diabolical interference in mental disease. Following in the lines of the earlier fathers, St. Anselm, Abelard, St. Thomas Aquinas, Vincent of Beauvais, all the great doctors in the medieval church, some of them in spite of occasional misgivings, upheld the idea that insanity is largely or mainly demoniacal possession, basing their belief steadily on the sacred Scriptures, and this belief was followed up in every quarter by more and more constant citation of the text, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." No other text of Scripture, save perhaps one, has caused the shedding of so much innocent blood. As we look over the history of the Middle Ages we do indeed see another growth from which one might hope much, for there were two great streams of influence in the Church, and never were two powers more unlike each other. On one side was the spirit of Christianity, as it proceeded from the heart and mind of its blessed founder, immensely powerful in aiding the evolution of religious thought and effort, and especially of provision for the relief of suffering by religious asylums and tender care. Nothing better expresses this than the touching words inscribed upon the great medieval hospital, Christo in pauperibus suis. But on the other side was the theological theory, proceeding, as we have seen, from the survival of ancient superstitions, and sustained by constant reference to the texts in our sacred books, that many, and probably most, of the insane were possessed by the devil or in league with him, and that the cruel treatment of lunatics was simply punishment of the devil and his minions. By this current of thought was gradually developed one of the greatest masses of superstitious cruelty that has ever afflicted humanity. At the same time, the stream of Christian endeavor, so far as the insane were concerned, was almost entirely cut off. In all the beautiful provision during the Middle Ages for the alleviation of human suffering, there was for the insane almost no care. Some monasteries, indeed, gave them refuge. We hear of a charitable work done for them at the London Bethlehem Hospital in the 13th century, at Geneva in the 15th, at Marseilles in the 16th, by the Black Penitents in the south of France, by certain Franciscans in northern France, by the Alexian Brothers on the Rhine, and by various agencies in other parts of Europe. But, curiously enough, the only really important effort in the Christian Church was stimulated by the Mohammedans. Certain monks who had much to do with them in redeeming Christian slaves found in the 15th century what John Howard found in the 18th, that the Arabs and Turks made a large and merciful provision for lunatics, such as was not seen in Christian lands, and this example led to better establishments in Spain and Italy. All honor to this work and to the men who engaged in it, but as a rule these establishments were few and poor, compared with those for other diseases, and they usually degenerated into madhouses, where devils were cast out mainly by cruelty. Note 349. The first main weapon against the indwelling Satan continued to be the exorcism, but under the influence of inferences from Scripture farther and farther fetched, and of theological reasoning more and more subtle, it became something very different from the gentle procedure of earlier times, and some description of this great weapon at the time of its highest development will throw light on the laws which govern the growth of theological reasoning, as well as upon the main subject in hand. A fundamental premise in the fully developed exorcism was that, according to sacred Scripture, a main characteristic of Satan is pride. Pride led him to rebel. For pride he was cast down. Therefore the first thing to do in driving him out of a lunatic was to strike a fatal blow at his pride, to disgust him. This theory was carried out logically to the letter. The treatises on the subject simply astound one by their wealth of blasphemous and obscene epithets which it was allowable for the exorcist to use in casting out devils. The treasury of exorcisms contains hundreds of pages packed with the vilest epithets which the worst imagination could invent for the purpose of overwhelming the indwelling Satan. Note 350. Some of those decent enough to be printed in these degenerate days ran as follows: Thou lustful and stupid one, thou lean sow, famine-stricken and most impure, thou wrinkled beast, thou mangy beast, thou beast of all beasts the most beastly, thou mad spirit, thou bestial and foolish drunkard, most greedy wolf, most abominable whisperer, thou sooty spirit from Tartarus, I cast thee down, O Tartarian boor, into the infernal kitchen, loathsome cobbler, dingy collier, filthy sow, scrofa stercorata, perfidious boar, envious crocodile, malodorous drudge, wounded basilisk, rust-colored asp, swollen toad, entangled spider, lousy swineherd, porcari pedicose, lowest of the low, cudgeled ass, etc. But in addition to this attempt to disgust Satan's pride with blackguardism, there was another to scare him with tremendous words. For this purpose thunderous names from Hebrew and Greek were imported, such as Acharon, Aiai, Shemhamphore, Tetragrammaton, Homoousion, Athanatos, Ischiros, Eitkodes, and the like. Note 351. Efforts were also made to drive him out with filthy and rank-smelling drugs, and among those which can be mentioned in a printed article we may name asafoetida, sulphur, squills, etc., which were to be burned under his nose. Still further to plague him, pictures of the devil were to be spat upon, trampled under foot by people of low condition, and sprinkled with foul compounds. But these were merely preliminaries to the exorcism proper. In this the most profound theological thought and sacred science of the period culminated. Most of its forms were childish, but some rise to almost Miltonic grandeur. As an example of the latter we may take the following: By the apocalypse of Jesus Christ, which God hath given to make known unto his servants those things which are shortly to be, and hath signified, sending by his angel, I exorcise you, ye angels of untold perversity, by the 7 golden candlesticks, and by one like unto the Son of Man standing in the midst of the candlesticks, by his voice, as the voice of many waters, by his words, I am living who was dead, and behold, I live for ever and ever, and I have the keys of death and of hell. I say unto you, Depart, O angels that show the way to eternal perdition! Besides these were long litanies of Billingsgate, cursing, and threatening. One of these scourging exorcisms runs partly as follows: May Agios strike thee, as he did Egypt, with frogs. May all the devils that are thy foes rush forth upon thee, and drag thee down to hell. May Tetragrammaton drive thee forth and stone thee, as Israel did to Achan. May the Holy One trample on thee and hang thee up in an infernal fork, as was done to the 5 kings of the Amorites. May God set a nail to your skull, and pound it in with a hammer, as Jael did unto Sisera. May Sother break thy head and cut off thy hands, as was done to the cursed Dagon. May God hang thee in a hellish yoke, as 7 men were hanged by the sons of Saul, and so on through 5 pages of close printed Latin curses. Note 352. Occasionally the demon is reasoned with as follows: O obstinate accursed, fly! Why do you stop and hold back, when you know that your strength is lost on Christ? For it is hard for thee to kick against the pricks, and verily the longer it takes you to go, the worse it will go with you. Begone, then, take flight, thou venomous hisser, thou lying worm, thou begetter of vipers. Note 353. This procedure and its results were recognized as among the glories of the Church. As typical, we may mention an exorcism directed by a certain Bishop of Beauvais, which was so effective that 5 devils gave up possession of a sufferer and signed their names, each for himself and his subordinate imps, to an agreement that the possessed should be molested no more. So, too, the Jesuit fathers at Vienna in 1583 glorified in the fact that in such a contest they had cast out 12,652 living devils. The ecclesiastical annals of the Middle Ages, and indeed of a later period, abound in boasts of such mighty works. Note 354. Such was the result of 1,000 years of theological reasoning by the strongest minds in Europe upon data partly given in Scripture and partly inherited from paganism regarding Satan and his work among men. Under the guidance of theology, always so severe against science falsely so called, the world had come a long way indeed from the soothing treatment of the possessed by him who bore among the noblest of his titles that of the Great Physician. The result was natural. The treatment of the insane fell more and more into the hands of the jailer, the torturer, and the executioner. To go back for a moment to the beginnings of this unfortunate development. In spite of the earlier and more kindly tendency in the Church, the Synod of Ancyra, as early as 314 A.D., commanded the expulsion of possessed persons from the Church. The Visigothic Christians whipped them, and Charlemagne, in spite of some good enactments, imprisoned them. Men and women whose distempered minds might have been restored to health by gentleness and skill were driven into hopeless madness by noxious medicines and brutality. Some few were saved as mere lunatics. They were surrendered to general carelessness, and became simply a prey to ridicule and aimless brutality, but vast numbers were punished as tabernacles of Satan. One of the least terrible of these punishments, and perhaps the most common of all, was that of scourging demons out of the body of a lunatic. This method commended itself even to the judgment of so thoughtful and kindly a personage as Sir Thomas More, and as late as the 16th century. But if the disease continued, as it naturally would after such treatment, the authorities frequently felt justified in driving out the demons by torture. Note 355. Interesting monuments of this idea, so fruitful in evil, still exist. In the great cities of Central Europe, witch towers, where witches and demoniacs were tortured, and fool towers, where the more gentle lunatics were imprisoned, may still be seen. In the cathedrals we still see this idea fossilized. Devils and imps struck into stone, clamber upon towers, prowl under cornices, peer out from bosses of foliage, perch upon capitals, nestle under benches, flame in windows. Above the great main entrance the most common of all representations still shows Satan and his imps scowling, jeering, grinning, while taking possession of the souls of men and scourging them with serpents, or driving them with tridents, or dragging them with chains into the flaming mouth of hell. Even in the most hidden and sacred places of the medieval cathedral we still find representations of Satanic power in which profanity and obscenity run riot. In these representations the painter and the glass stainer vied with the sculptor. Among the early paintings on canvas a well-known example represents the devil in the shape of a dragon, perched near the head of a dying man, eager to seize his soul as it issues from his mouth, and only kept off by the efforts of the attendant priest. Typical are the colossal portrait of Satan and the vivid picture of the devils cast out of the possessed and entering into the swine, as shown in the cathedral windows of Strasbourg. So, too, in the windows of the Chartres Cathedral we see a saint healing a lunatic. The saint, with a long devil-scaring formula in Latin issuing from his mouth, and the lunatic with a little detestable hobgoblin, horned, hoofed, and tailed, issuing from his mouth. These examples are but typical of myriads in cathedrals and abbeys and parish churches throughout Europe, and all serve to impress upon the popular mind a horror of everything called diabolic, and a hatred of those charged with it. These sermons in stones preceded the printed book. They were a sculptured Bible, which preceded Luther's pictorial Bible. Note 356. Satan and his imps were among the principal personages in every popular drama, and Hell's Mouth was a piece of stage scenery constantly brought into requisition. A miracle play without a full display of the diabolical element in it would have stood a fair chance of being pelted from the stage. Note 357. Not only the popular art but the popular legends embodied these ideas. The chroniclers delighted in them. The lives of the saints abounded in them. Sermons enforced them from every pulpit. What wonder, then, that men and women had vivid dreams of Satanic influence, that dread of it was like dread of the plague, and that this terror spread the disease enormously, until we hear of convents, villages, and even large districts ravaged by epidemics of diabolical possession. Note 358. And this terror naturally bred not only active cruelty toward those supposed to be possessed, but an indifference to the sufferings of those acknowledged to be lunatics. As we have already seen, while ample and beautiful provision was made for every other form of human suffering, for this there was comparatively little, and indeed even this little was generally worse than none. Of this indifference and cruelty we have a striking monument in a single English word, a word originally significant of gentleness and mercy, but which became significant of wild riot, brutality, and confusion. Bethlehem Hospital became Bedlam. Modern art has also dwelt upon this theme, and perhaps the most touching of all its exhibitions is the picture of a great French master representing a tender woman bound to a column and exposed to the jeers, insults, and missiles of street ruffians. Note 359. Here and there, even in the worst of times, men arose who attempted to promote a more humane view, but with little effect. One expositor of St. Matthew having ventured to recall the fact that some of the insane were spoken of in the New Testament as lunatics, and to suggest that their madness might be caused by the moon, was answered that their madness was not caused by the moon, but by the devil, who avails himself of the moonlight for his work. Note 360. One result of this idea was a mode of cure which especially aggravated and spread mental disease, the promotion of great religious processions. Troops of men and women, crying, howling, imploring saints, and beating themselves with whips, visited various sacred shrines, images, and places in the hope of driving off the powers of evil. The only result was an increase in the numbers of the diseased. For hundreds of years this idea of diabolic possession was steadily developed. It was believed that devils entered into animals, and animals were accordingly exorcised, tried, tortured, convicted, and executed. The great St. Ambrose tells us that a priest, while saying Mass, was troubled by the croaking of frogs in a neighboring marsh, that he exorcised them, and so stopped their noise. St. Bernard, as the monkish chroniclers tell us, mounting the pulpit to preach in his abbey, was interrupted by a cloud of flies. Straightway the saint uttered the sacred formula of excommunication, when the flies fell dead upon the pavement in heaps and were cast out with shovels. A formula of exorcism attributed to a saint of the 9th century, which remained in use down to a recent period, especially declares insects injurious to crops to be possessed of evil spirits, and names, among the animals to be excommunicated or exorcised, mice, moles, and serpents. The use of exorcism against caterpillars and grasshoppers was also common. In the 13th century a bishop of Lausanne, finding that the eels in Lake Leman troubled the fishermen, attempted to remove the difficulty by exorcism, and 2 centuries later one of his successors excommunicated all the Maybugs in the diocese. As late as 1731 there appears an entry on the municipal register of Thoron as follows: "Resolved, that this town join with other parishes of this province in obtaining from Rome an excommunication against the insects, and that it will contribute pro rata to the expenses of the same." Did anyone venture to deny that animals could be possessed by Satan, he was at once silenced by reference to the entrance of Satan into the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and to the casting of devils into swine by the founder of Christianity himself. Note 361. One part of this superstition most tenaciously held was the belief that a human being could be transformed into one of the lower animals. This became a fundamental point. The most dreaded of predatory animals in the Middle Ages were the wolves. Driven from the hills and forests in the winter by hunger, they not only devoured the flocks, but sometimes came into the villages and seized children. From time to time men and women whose brains were disordered dreamed that they had been changed into various animals, and especially into wolves. On their confessing this, and often implicating others, many executions of lunatics resulted. Moreover, countless sane victims, suspected of the same possible crime, were forced by torture to confess it, and sent unpitied to the stake. The belief in such a transformation pervaded all Europe, and lasted long even in Protestant countries. Probably no article in the witch creed had more adherents in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries than this. Nearly every parish in Europe had its resultant horrors. The Reformed Church in all its branches fully accepted the doctrines of witchcraft and diabolic possession, and developed them still further. No one urged their fundamental ideas more fully than Luther. He did indeed reject portions of the witchcraft folly, but to the influence of devils he not only attributed his maladies but his dreams, and nearly everything that thwarted or disturbed him. The flies which lighted upon his book, the rats which kept him awake at night, he believed to be devils. The resistance of the Archbishop of Mayence to his ideas he attributed to Satan literally working in that prelate's heart. To his disciples he told stories of men who had been killed by rashly resisting the devil. Insanity, he was quite sure, was caused by Satan, and he exorcised sufferers. Against some he appears to have advised stronger remedies, and his horror of idiocy as resulting from Satanic influence was so great that on one occasion he appears to have advised the killing of an idiot child, as being the direct offspring of Satan. Yet Luther was one of the most tender and loving of men. In the whole range of literature there is hardly anything more touching than his words and tributes to children. In enforcing his ideas regarding insanity, he laid stress especially upon the question of St. Paul as to the bewitching of the Galatians, and regarding idiocy, on the account in Genesis of the birth of children whose fathers were sons of God and whose mothers were daughters of men. One idea of his was especially characteristic. The descent of Christ into hell was a frequent topic of discussion in the Reformed Church. Melanchthon, with his love of Greek studies, held that the purpose of the Savior in making such a descent was to make himself known to the great and noble men of antiquity, Plato, Socrates, and the rest, but Luther insisted that his purpose was to conquer Satan in a hand-to-hand struggle. This idea of diabolic influence pervaded his conversation, his preaching, his writings, and spread thence to the Lutheran Church in general. Calvin also held to the same theory, and having more power with less kindness of heart than Luther, carried it out with yet greater harshness. Beza was especially severe against those who believed insanity to be a natural malady, and declared, "Such persons are refuted both by sacred and profane history." Under the influence, then, of such infallible teachings in the older Church and in the new, this superstition was developed more and more into cruelty, and as the biblical texts, popularized in the sculptures and windows and mural decorations of the great medieval cathedrals, had done much to develop it among the people, so Luther's translation of the Bible, especially in the numerous editions of it illustrated with engravings, wrought with enormous power to spread and deepen it. In every peasant's cottage some one could spell out the story of the devil bearing Christ through the air and placing him upon the pinnacle of the temple, of the woman with 7 devils, of the devils cast into the swine. Every peasant's child could be made to understand the quaint pictures in the family Bible or the catechism which illustrated vividly all those texts. In the ideas thus deeply implanted, the men who in the 17th and 18th centuries struggled against this mass of folly and cruelty found the worst barriers to right reason. Note 362. Such was the treatment of demoniacs developed by theology, and such the practice enforced by ecclesiasticism for more than 1,000 years. How an atmosphere was spread in which this belief began to dissolve away, how its main foundations were undermined by science, and how there came in gradually a reign of humanity, will now be related. End of Chapter 15, Section 1, Theological Ideas of Lunacy and its Treatment. Section 17 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 15, Section 2, Beginnings of Healthful Scepticism. We have now seen the culmination of the old procedure regarding insanity, as it was developed under theology and enforced by ecclesiasticism, and we have noted how, under the influence of Luther and Calvin, the Reformation rather deepened than weakened the faith in the malice and power of a personal devil. Nor was this in the Reformed churches any more than in the old mere matter of theory. As in the early ages of Christianity, its priests especially appealed, in proof of the divine mission, to their power over the enemy of mankind in the bodies of men, so now the clergy of the rival creeds eagerly sought opportunities to establish the truth of their own and the falsehood of their opponents' doctrines by the visible casting out of devils. True, their methods differed somewhat. Where the Catholic used holy water and consecrated wax, the Protestant was content with texts of Scripture and importunate prayer, but the supplementary physical annoyance of the indwelling demon did not greatly vary. Sharp was the competition for the unhappy objects of treatment. Each side, of course, stoutly denied all efficacy to its adversary's efforts, urging that any seeming victory over Satan was due not to the defeat but to the collusion of the fiend. As, according to the Master himself, "No man can by Beelzebub cast out devils. The patient was now in greater need of relief than before, and more than one poor victim had to bear alternately Lutheran, Roman, and perhaps Calvinistic exorcism. Note 363. But far more serious in its consequences was another rivalry to which in the 16th century the clergy of all creeds found themselves subject. The revival of the science of medicine, under the impulse of the new study of antiquity, suddenly bade fair to take out of the hands of the Church the profession of which she had enjoyed so long and so profitable a monopoly. Only one class of diseases remained unquestionably hers, those which were still admitted to be due to the direct personal interference of Satan, and foremost among these was insanity. Note 364. It was surely no wonder that an age of religious controversy and excitement should be exceptionally prolific in ailments of the mind, and to men who mutually taught the utter futility of that baptismal exorcism by which the babes of their misguided neighbors were made to renounce the devil and his works, it ought not to have seemed strange that his victims now became more numerous. Note 365. But so simple an explanation did not satisfy these physicians of souls. They therefore devised a simpler one. Their patients, they alleged, were bewitched, and their increase was due to the growing numbers of those human allies of Satan known as witches. Already before the close of the 15th century Pope Innocent VIII had issued the startling bull by which he called on the archbishops, bishops, and other clergy of Germany to join hands with his inquisitors in rooting out these willing bond servants of Satan, who were said to swarm throughout all that country and to revel in the blackest crimes. Other popes had since reiterated the appeal, and though none of these documents touched on the blame of witchcraft for diabolic possession, the inquisitors charged with their execution pointed out most clearly in their fearful handbook, the Witch Hammer, and prescribed the special means by which possession thus caused should be met. These teachings took firm root in religious minds everywhere, and during the great age of witch burning that followed the Reformation it may well be doubted whether any single cause so often gave rise to an outbreak of the persecution as the alleged bewitchment of some poor mad or foolish or hysterical creature. The persecution thus once under way fed itself, for under the terrible doctrine of "excepted cases," by which in the religious crimes of heresy and witchcraft there was no limit to the use of torture, the witch was forced to confess to accomplices, who in turn accused others, and so on to the end of the chapter. Note 366. The horrors of such a persecution, with the consciousness of an ever-present devil it breathed, and the panic terror of him it inspired, could not but aggravate the insanity it claimed to cure. Well authenticated, though rarer than is often believed, were the cases where crazed women voluntarily accused themselves of this impossible crime. One of the most eminent authorities on diseases of the mind declares that among the unfortunate beings who were put to death for witchcraft he recognizes well-marked victims of cerebral disorders, while an equally eminent authority in Germany tells us that, in a most careful study of the original records of their trials by torture, he has often found their answers and recorded conversations exactly like those familiar to him in our modern lunatic asylums, and names some forms of insanity which constantly and unmistakably appear among those who suffered for criminal dealings with the devil. Note 367. The result of this widespread terror was naturally, therefore, a steady increase in mental disorders. A great modern authority tells us that, although modern civilization tends to increase insanity, the number of lunatics at present is far less than in the ages of faith and in the Reformation period. The treatment of the "possessed" as we find it laid down in standard treatises, sanctioned by orthodox churchmen and jurists, accounts for this abundantly. One sort of treatment used for those accused of witchcraft will also serve to show this, the tortura insomniae. Of all things in brain disease, calm and regular sleep is most certainly beneficial. Yet under this practice these half crazed creatures were prevented, night after night and day after day, from sleeping, or even resting. In this way temporary delusion became chronic insanity, mild cases became violent, torture and death ensued, and the ways of God to man were justified. Note 368. But the most contemptible creatures in all those centuries were the physicians who took sides with religious orthodoxy. While we have on the side of truth Flade sacrificing his life, Cornelius Agrippa his liberty, Vir and Luce their hopes of preferment, Becker his position, and Thomasius his ease, reputation, and friends, we find, as allies of the other side, a troop of eminently respectable doctors mixing Scripture, metaphysics, and pretended observations to support the safe side, and to deprecate interference with the existing superstition, which seemed to them a very safe belief to be held by the common people. Note 369. Against one form of insanity both Catholics and Protestants were especially cruel. Nothing is more common in all times of religious excitement than strange personal hallucinations involving the belief, by the insane patient, that he is a divine person. In the most striking representation of insanity that has ever been made, Kaulbach shows, at the center of his wonderful group, a patient drawing attention to himself as the Savior of the world. Sometimes when this form of disease took a milder historical character, the subject of it was treated with reverence, and even elevated to sainthood. Such examples as St. Francis of Assisi and St. Catherine of Siena in Italy, St. Bridget in Sweden, St. Teresa in Spain, St. Mary Alacoque in France, and Louise Lateau in Belgium are typical, but more frequently such cases shocked public feeling and were treated with a special rigor. Typical of this is the case of Simon Marin, who in his insanity believed himself to be the Son of God, and was on that account burned alive at Paris and his ashes scattered to the winds. Note 370. The profundity of theologians and jurists constantly developed new theories as to the modes of diabolic entrance into the possessed. One such theory was that Satan could be taken into the mouth with one's food, perhaps in the form of an insect swallowed on a leaf of salad, and this was sanctioned, as we have seen, by no less infallible an authority than Gregory the Great, Pope and Saint. Another theory was that Satan entered the body when the mouth was opened to breathe, and there are well authenticated cases of doctors and divines who, when casting out evil spirits, took especial care lest the imp might jump into their own mouths from the mouth of the patient. Another theory was that the devil entered human beings during sleep, and at a comparatively recent period a king of Spain was wont to sleep between two monks to keep off the devil. Note 371. The monasteries were frequent sources of that form of mental disease which was supposed to be caused by bewitchment. From the earliest period it is evident that monastic life tended to develop insanity. Such cases as that of St. Anthony are typical of its effects upon the strongest minds, but it was especially the convents for women that became the great breeding beds of this disease. Among the large numbers of women and girls thus assembled, many of them forced into monastic seclusion against their will, for the reason that their families could give them no dower, subjected to the unsatisfied longings, suspicions, bickerings, petty jealousies, envies, and hatreds so inevitable in convent life, mental disease was not unlikely to be developed at any moment. Hysterical excitement in nunneries took shapes sometimes comical, but more generally tragical. Noteworthy is that the last places where executions for witchcraft took place were mainly in the neighborhood of great nunneries, and the last famous victim of the myriads executed in Germany for this imaginary crime was Sister Anna Renata Singer, sub prioress of a nunnery near Würzburg. Note 372. The same thing was seen among young women exposed to sundry fanatical Protestant preachers. Insanity, both temporary and permanent, was thus frequently developed among the Huguenots of France, and has been thus produced in America from the days of the Salem persecution down to the camp meetings of the present time. Note 373. At various times, from the days of Saint Agobard of Lyons in the ninth century to Pomponatius in the 16th, protests or suggestions, more or less timid, had been made by thoughtful men against this system. Medicine had made some advance toward a better view, but the theological torrent had generally overwhelmed all who supported a scientific treatment. At last, toward the end of the 16th century, two men made a beginning of a much more serious attack upon this venerable superstition. The revival of learning and the impulse to thought on material matters given during the Age of Discovery undoubtedly produced an atmosphere which made the work of these men possible. In the year 1563, in the midst of demonstrations of demoniacal possession by the most eminent theologians and judges, who sat in their robes and looked wise, while women, shrieking, praying, and blaspheming, were put to the torture, a man arose who dared to protest effectively that some of the persons thus charged might be simply insane, and this man was John Vere of Cleves. His protest does not at this day strike us as particularly bold. In his books De Praestigis Daemonum and De Lamis he did his best not to offend religious or theological susceptibilities, but he felt obliged to call attention to the mingled fraud and delusion of those who claimed to be bewitched, and to point out that it was often not their accusers, but the alleged witches themselves, who were really ailing, and to urge that these be brought first of all to a physician. His book was at once attacked by the most eminent theologians. One of the greatest laymen of his time, Jean Baudin, also wrote with a special power against it, and by a plentiful use of scriptural texts gained to all appearance a complete victory. This superstition seemed thus fastened upon Europe for 1,000 years more. But doubt was in the air, and about a quarter of a century after the publication of Vere's book there were published in France the essays of a man by no means so noble, but of far greater genius, Michel de Montaigne. The general skepticism which his work promoted among the French people did much to produce an atmosphere in which the belief in witchcraft and demoniacal possession must inevitably wither. But this process, though real, was hidden, and the victory still seemed on the theological side. The development of the new truth and its struggle against the old error still went on. In Holland, Balthasar Bekker wrote his book against the worst forms of the superstition, and attempted to help the scientific side by a text from the second epistle of St. Peter, showing that the devils had been confined by the Almighty, and therefore could not be doing on earth the work which was imputed to them. But Becker's Protestant brethren drove him from his pulpit, and he narrowly escaped with his life. The last struggles of a great superstition are very frequently the worst. So it proved in this case. In the first half of the 17th century the cruelties arising from the old doctrine were more numerous and severe than ever before. In Spain, Sweden, Italy, and above all in Germany, we see constant efforts to suppress the evolution of the new truth. But in the midst of all this reactionary rage glimpses of right reason began to appear. It is significant that at this very time, when the old superstition was apparently everywhere triumphant, the declaration by Poulet that he and his brother and his cousin had, by smearing themselves with ointment, changed themselves into wolves and devoured children, brought no severe punishment upon them. The judges sent him to a madhouse. More and more, in spite of frantic efforts from the pulpit to save the superstition, great writers and jurists, especially in France, began to have glimpses of the truth and courage to uphold it. Malebranche spoke against the delusion. Séguier led the French courts to annul several decrees condemning sorcerers. The great Chancellor d'Aguesseau declared to the Parliament of Paris that if they wished to stop sorcery they must stop talking about it, that sorcerers are more to be pitied than blamed. Note 374. But just at this time, as the 18th century was approaching, the theological current was strengthened by a great ecclesiastic, the greatest theologian that France has produced, whose influence upon religion and upon the mind of Louis XIV was enormous, Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux. There had been reason to expect that Bossuet would at least do something to mitigate the superstition, for his writings show that in much which before his day had been ascribed to diabolic possession he saw simple lunacy. Unfortunately, the same adherence to the literal interpretation of Scripture which led him to oppose every other scientific truth developed in his time led him also to attack this. He delivered and published two great sermons, which, while showing some progress in the form of his belief, showed none the less that the fundamental idea of diabolic possession was still to be tenaciously held. What this idea was may be seen in one typical statement. He declared that "a single devil could turn the earth round as easily as we turn a marble." Note 375. End of Chapter 15, Section 2, Beginnings of Healthful Skepticism. Section 18 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 15, Section 3, The Final Struggle and Victory of Science, Pinel and Tuke. The theological current, thus reinforced, seemed to become again irresistible, but it was only so in appearance. In spite of it, French skepticism continued to develop. Signs of quiet change among the mass of thinking men were appearing more and more, and in 1672 came one of great significance, for the Parliament of Rouen having doomed 14 sorcerers to be burned, their execution was delayed for 2 years, evidently on account of skepticism among officials, and at length the great minister of Louis XIV, Colbert, issued an edict checking such trials and ordering the convicted to be treated for madness. Victory seemed now to incline to the standard of science, and in 1725 no less a personage than St. Andre, a court physician, dared to publish a work virtually showing demoniacal possession to be lunacy. The French philosophy, from the time of its early development in the 18th century under Montesquieu and Voltaire, naturally strengthened the movement. The results of post-mortem examination of the brains of the possessed confirmed it, and in 1768 we see it take form in a declaration by the Parliament of Paris that possessed persons were to be considered as simply diseased. Still the old belief lingered on, its life flickering up from time to time in those parts of France most under ecclesiastical control, until in these last years of the 19th century a blow has been given it by the researches of Charcot and his compeers, which will probably soon extinguish it. One evidence of Satanic intercourse with mankind especially, on which for many generations theologians had laid peculiar stress, and for which they had condemned scores of little girls and hundreds of old women to a most cruel death, was found to be nothing more than one of the many results of hysteria. Note 376. In England the same warfare went on. John Locke had asserted the truth, but the theological view continued to control public opinion. Most prominent among those who exercised great power in its behalf was John Wesley, and the strength and beauty of his character made his influence in this respect all the more unfortunate. The same servitude to the mere letter of Scripture which led him to declare that "to give up witchcraft is to give up the Bible" controlled him in regard to insanity. He insisted on the authority of the Old Testament that bodily diseases are sometimes caused by devils, and upon the authority of the New Testament that the gods of the heathen are demons. He believed that dreams, while in some cases caused by bodily conditions and passions, are shown by Scripture to be also caused by occult powers of evil. He cites a physician to prove that "most lunatics are really demoniacs." In his great sermon on evil angels he dwells upon this point especially, resists the idea that possession may be epilepsy, even though ordinary symptoms of epilepsy be present, protests against "giving up to infidels such proofs of invisible world as are to be found in diabolic possession," and evidently believes that some who have been made hysterical by his own preaching are "possessed of Satan." On all this, and much more to the same effect, he insisted with all the power given to him by his deep religious nature, his wonderful familiarity with the Scriptures, his natural acumen, and his eloquence. But here, too, science continued its work. The old belief was steadily undermined, an atmosphere favorable to the truth was more and more developed, and the act of Parliament in 1735 which banished the crime of witchcraft from the statute book was the beginning of the end. In Germany we see the beginnings of a similar triumph for science. In Prussia that sturdy old monarch, Frederick William I, nullified the efforts of the more zealous clergy and orthodox jurists to keep up the old doctrine in his dominions. Throughout Protestant Germany, where it had raged most severely, it was, as a rule, cast out of the church formulas, catechisms, and hymns, and became more and more a subject for jocose allusion. From force of habit, and for the sake of consistency, some of the more conservative theologians continued to repeat the old arguments, and there were many who insisted upon the belief as absolutely necessary to ordinary orthodoxy. But it is evident that it had become a mere conventionality, that men only believed that they believed it, and now a reform seemed possible in the treatment of the insane. Note 377. In Austria the government set Dr. Antonio Heine at making careful researches into the causes of diabolic possession. He did not think it best, in view of the power of the Church, to dispute the possibility or probability of such cases, but simply decided, after thorough investigation, that out of the many cases which had been brought to him, not one supported the belief in demoniacal influence. An attempt was made to follow up this examination, and much was done by men like Frank and Van Swieten, and especially by the reforming Emperor Joseph II, to rescue men and women who would otherwise have fallen victims to the prevalent superstition. Unfortunately, Joseph had arrayed against himself the whole power of the Church, and most of his good efforts seemed brought to naught. But what the noblest of the old race of German emperors could not do suddenly, the German men of science did gradually. Quietly and thoroughly, by proofs that could not be gainsaid, they recovered the old scientific fact established in pagan Greece and Rome, that madness is simply physical disease. But they now established it on a basis that can never again be shaken, for in post mortem examinations of large numbers of "possessed" persons they found evidence of brain disease. Typical is a case at Hamburg in 1729. An afflicted woman showed in a high degree all the recognized characteristics of diabolic possession. Exorcisms, preachings, and sanctified remedies of every sort were tried in vain. Milder medical means were then tried, and she so far recovered that she was allowed to take the communion before she died. The autopsy, held in the presence of 15 physicians and a public notary, showed it to be simply a case of chronic meningitis. The work of German men of science in this field is noble indeed. A great succession from Weyr to Virchow have erected a barrier against which all the efforts of reactionists beat in vain. Note 378. In America the belief in diabolic influence had, in the early colonial period, full control. The Mathers, so superior to their time in many things, were children of their time in this. They supported the belief fully, and the Salem witchcraft horrors were among its results. But the discussion of that folly by Caliph struck it a severe blow, and a better influence spread rapidly throughout the colonies. By the middle of the 18th century belief in diabolic possession had practically disappeared from all enlightened countries, and during the 19th century it has lost its hold even in regions where the medieval spirit continues strongest. Throughout the Middle Ages, as we have seen, Satan was a leading personage in the miracle plays, but in 1810 the Bavarian government refused to allow the Passion Play at Oberammergau if Satan was permitted to take any part in it. In spite of heroic efforts to maintain the old belief, even the childlike faith of the Tyrolese had arrived at a point which made a representation of Satan simply a thing to provoke laughter. Very significant also was the trial which took place at Wemding, in southern Germany, in 1892. A boy had become hysterical, and the Capuchin father Aurelian tried to exorcise him, and charged a peasant's wife, Frau Herz, with bewitching him, on evidence that would have cost the woman her life at any time during the 17th century. Thereupon the woman's husband brought suit against Father Aurelian for slander. The latter urged in his defense that the boy was possessed of an evil spirit, if anybody ever was; that what had been said and done was in accordance with the rules and regulations of the Church, as laid down in decrees, formulas, and rituals sanctioned by popes, councils, and innumerable bishops during ages. All in vain. The court condemned the good father to fine and imprisonment. As in a famous English case, hell was dismissed with costs. Even more significant is the fact that recently a boy declared by two Bavarian priests to be possessed by the devil was taken, after all church exorcisms had failed, to Father Kneipp's hydropathic establishment, and was there speedily cured. Note 379. Speaking of the part played by Satan at Oberammergau, Haas says, "Formerly seated on his infernal throne, surrounded by his hosts with sin and death, he opened the play, and retained throughout a considerable part, but he has been surrendered to the progress of that enlightenment which even the Bavarian highlands have not been able to escape." Page 80. The especial point to be noted is that from the miracle play of the present day Satan and his work have disappeared. The present writer was unable to detect, in a representation of the Passion Play at Oberammergau in 1881, the slightest reference to diabolic interference with the course of events as represented from the Old Testament, or from the New, in a series of tableaux lasting, with a slight intermission, from 9 in the morning to after 4 in the afternoon. With the most thorough examination of minute events in the life of Christ, and at times with hundreds of figures on the stage, there was not a person or a word which recalled that main feature in the medieval church plays. The present writer also made a full collection of the photographs of tableaux, of engravings of music, and of works bearing upon these representations for 20 years before, and in none of these was there an apparent survival of the old belief. But although the old superstition had been discarded, the inevitable conservatism in theology and medicine caused many old abuses to be continued for years after the theological basis for them had really disappeared. There still lingered also a feeling of dislike toward madmen, engendered by the early feeling of hostility toward them, which sufficed to prevent for many years any practical reforms. What that old theory had been, even under the most favorable circumstances and among the best of men, we have seen in the fact that Sir Thomas More ordered acknowledged lunatics to be publicly flogged. and it will be remembered that Shakespeare makes one of his characters refer to madmen as deserving "a dark house and a whip." What the old practice was and continued to be we know but too well. Taking Protestant England as an example, and it was probably the most humane, we have a chain of testimony. Toward the end of the 16th century Bethlehem Hospital was reported too loathsome for any man to enter. In the 17th century John Evelyn found it no better. In the 18th, Hogarth's pictures and contemporary reports show it to be essentially what it had been in those previous centuries. Note 380. The older English practice is thus quaintly described by Richard Carew in his Survey of Cornwall, London, 1602 1769. In our forefathers' days, when devotion as much exceeded knowledge as knowledge now cometh short of devotion, there were many bousening places for curing of madmen, and amongst the rest one at Alternun in this hundred, called S. Nunspool, which saint's altar, it may be, gave name to the church. The water running from S. Nunus well fell into a square and close walled plot, which might be filled at what depth they listed. Upon this wall was the frantic person set to stand, his back toward the pool, and from thence, with a sudden blow in the breast, tumbled headlong into the pond, where a strong fellow provided for the nonce took him and tossed him up and down alongst and athwart the water, until the patient by foregoing strength had somewhat forgot his fury. Then there was he conveyed to the church, and certain masses sung over him, upon which handling, if his right wits returned, S. Nune had the thanks. But if there appeared any small amendment, he was bousened again and again, while there remained in him any hope of life for recovery. The first humane impulse of any considerable importance in this field seems to have been aroused in America. In the year 1751 certain members of the Society of Friends founded a small hospital for the insane, on better principles, in Pennsylvania. To use the language of its founders, it was intended "as a good work, acceptable to God." 20 years later Virginia established a similar asylum, and gradually others appeared in other colonies. But it was in France that mercy was to be put upon a scientific basis, and was to lead to practical results which were to convert the world to humanity. In this case, as in so many others from France, was spread and popularized not only the skepticism which destroyed the theological theory, but also the devotion which built up the new scientific theory and endowed the world with a new treasure of civilization. In 1756 some physicians of the great hospital at Paris, known as the Hôtel Dieu, protested that the cruelties prevailing in the treatment of the insane were aggravating the disease, and some protests followed from other quarters. Little effect was produced at first, but just before the French Revolution Tenon, La Rochefoucauld-Liancourt, and others took up the subject, and in 1791 a commission was appointed to undertake a reform. By great good fortune the man selected to lead in the movement was one who had already thrown his heart into it, Jean Baptiste Pinel. In 1792 Pinel was made physician at Bicêtre, one of the most extensive lunatic asylums in France, and to the work there imposed upon him he gave all his powers. Little was heard of him at first. The most terrible scenes of the French Revolution were drawing nigh, but he labored on, modestly and devotedly, apparently without a thought of the great political storm raging about him. His first step was to discard utterly the whole theological doctrine of possession, and especially the idea that insanity is the result of any subtle spiritual influence. He simply put in practice the theory that lunacy is the result of bodily disease. It is a curious matter for reflection that but for this sway of the destructive philosophy of the 18th century and of the terrorists during the French Revolution, Pinel's blessed work would in all probability have been thwarted, and he himself excommunicated for heresy and driven from his position. Doubtless the same efforts would have been put forth against him which the Church, a little earlier, had put forth against inoculation as a remedy for smallpox. But just at that time the great churchmen had other things to think of besides crushing this particular heretic. They were too much occupied in keeping their own heads from the guillotine to give attention to what was passing in the head of Pinel. He was allowed to work in peace, and in a short time the reign of Diabolism at Bicêtre was ended. What the exorcisms and fetishes and prayers and processions and drinking of holy water and ringing of bells had been unable to accomplish during 1800 years, he achieved in a few months. His method was simple. For the brutality and cruelty which had prevailed up to that time he substituted kindness and gentleness. The possessed were taken out of their dungeons, given sunny rooms, and allowed the liberty of pleasant ground for exercise. Chains were thrown aside. At the same time the mental power of each patient was developed by its fitting exercise, and disease was met with remedies sanctioned by experiment, observation, and reason. Thus was gained one of the greatest, though one of the least known, triumphs of modern science and humanity. The results obtained by Pinel had an instant effect, not only in France but throughout Europe. The news spread from hospital to hospital. At his death Esquirol took up his work, and in the place of the old training of judges, torturers, and executioners by Theology to carry out its ideas in cruelty, there was now trained a school of physicians to develop science in this field and carry out its decrees in mercy. Note 381. A similar evolution of better science and practice took place in England. In spite of the coldness and even hostility of the greater men in the Established Church, and notwithstanding the scriptural demonstrations of Wesley that the majority of the insane were possessed of devils, the scientific method steadily gathered strength. In 1750 the condition of the insane began to attract especial attention. It was found that madhouses were swayed by ideas utterly indefensible, and that the practices engendered by these ideas were monstrous. As a rule, the patients were immured in cells, and in many cases were chained to the walls. In others, flogging and starvation played leading parts, and in some cases the patients were killed. Naturally enough, John Howard declared in 1789 that he found in Constantinople a better insane asylum than the great St. Luke's Hospital in London. Well might he do so, for ever since Caliph Omar had protected and encouraged the scientific investigation of insanity by Paul of Aegina, the Moslem treatment of the insane had been far more merciful than the system prevailing throughout Christendom. Note 382. In 1792, the same year in which Pinel began his great work in France, William Tuke began a similar work in England. There seems to have been no connection between these two reformers. Each wrought independently of the other, but the results arrived at were the same. So, too, in the main were their methods, and in the little house of William Tuke at York began a better era for England. The name which this little asylum received is a monument both of the old reign of cruelty and of the new reign of humanity. Every old name for such an asylum had been made odious and repulsive by ages of misery. In a happy moment of inspiration, Tuke's gentle Quaker wife suggested a new name, and in accordance with this suggestion the place became known as a retreat. From the great body of influential classes in church and state Tuke received little aid. The influence of the theological spirit was shown when, in that same year, Dr. Pankster published his Observations on Mental Disorders, and after displaying much ignorance as to the causes and nature of insanity, summed up by saying piously, "Here our researches must stop, and we must declare that wonderful are the works of the Lord, and his ways past finding out." Such seemed to be the view of the Church at large. Though the new retreat was at one of the two great ecclesiastical centers of England, we hear of no aid or encouragement from the Archbishop of York or from his clergy. Nor was this the worst. The indirect influence of the theologic habit of thought and ecclesiastical prestige was displayed in the Edinburgh Review. That great organ of opinion, not content with attacking Tuke, poured contempt upon his work as well as on that of Pinel. A few of Tuke's brother and sister Quakers seem to have been his only reliance, and in a letter regarding his efforts at that time he says, "All men seem to desert me." Note 383. In this atmosphere of English conservative opposition or indifference the work could not grow rapidly. As late as 1815 a member of Parliament stigmatized the insane asylums of England as "the shame of the nation," and even as late as 1827, and in a few cases as late as 1850, there were revivals of the old absurdity and brutality. Down to a late period, in the hospitals of St. Luke and Bedlam, long rows of the insane were chained to the walls of the corridors, but Gardner at Lincoln, Donnelly at Hanwell, and a new school of practitioners in mental disease took up the work of Tuke, and the victory in England was gained in practice as it had been previously gained in theory. There need be no controversy regarding the comparative merits of these two benefactors of our race, Pinel and Tuke. They clearly did their thinking and their work independently of each other, and thereby each strengthened the other and benefited mankind. All that remains to be said is that while France has paid high honors to Pinel as to one who did much to free the world from one of its most cruel superstitions and to bring in a reign of humanity over a wide empire, England has yet made no fitting commemoration of her great benefactor in this field. York Minster holds many tombs of men of whom some were blessings to their fellow beings, while some were but solemnly constituted impostors and parasites upon the body politic. Yet to this hour that great temple has received no consecration by a monument to the man who did more to alleviate human misery than any other who has ever entered it. But the place of these two men in history is secure. They stand with Grotius, Thomasius, and Beccaria, the men who in modern times have done most to prevent unmerited sorrow. They were not, indeed, called to suffer like their great compeers. They were not obliged to see their writings, among the most blessed gifts of God to man, condemned, as were those of Grotius and Beccaria by the Catholic Church, and those of Thomasius by a large section of the Protestant Church. They were not obliged to flee for their lives, as were Grotius and Thomasius, but their effort is none the less worthy. The French Revolution, indeed, saved Pinel, and the decay of English ecclesiasticism gave Tuke his opportunity, but their triumphs are none the less among the glories of our race, for they were the first acknowledged victors in a struggle of science for humanity which had lasted nearly 2,000 years. End of chapter 15, section 3, The Final Struggle and Victory of Science, Pinel and Tuke. Section 19 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 16, From Diabolism to Hysteria, Section 1, The Epidemics of Possession. In the foregoing chapter I have sketched the triumph of science in destroying the idea that individual lunatics are possessed by devils, in establishing the truth that insanity is physical disease, and in substituting for superstitious cruelties toward the insane a treatment mild, kindly, and based upon ascertained facts. The Satan who had so long troubled individual men and women thus became extinct. Henceforth his fossil remains only were preserved. They may still be found in the sculptures and storied windows of mediaeval churches, in sundry liturgies, and in popular forms of speech. But another Satan still lived, a Satan who wrought on a larger scale, who took possession of multitudes. For after this triumph of the scientific method there still remained a class of mental disorders which could not be treated in asylums, which were not yet fully explained by science, and which therefore gave arguments of much apparent strength to the supporters of the old theological view. These were the epidemics of diabolic possession, which for so many centuries afflicted various parts of the world. When obliged, then, to retreat from their old position in regard to individual cases of insanity, the more conservative theologians promptly referred to these epidemics as beyond the domain of science, as clear evidences of the power of Satan, and as the basis of this view they cited from the Old Testament frequent references to witchcraft, and from the New Testament St. Paul's question as to the possible bewitching of the Galatians, and the bewitching of the people of Samaria by Simon the magician. Naturally, such leaders had very many adherents in that class, so large in all times, who find that to follow foolish precedents and wink with both our eyes is easier than to think. Note 384. It must be owned that their case seemed strong, though in all human history, so far as it is closely known, these phenomena had appeared, and though every classical scholar could recall the wild orgies of the priests, priestesses, and devotees of Dionysus and Cybele, and the epidemic of wild rage which took its name from some of these, the great fathers and doctors of the Church had left a complete answer to any skepticism based on these facts. They simply pointed to St. Paul's declaration that the gods of the heathen were devils. These examples, then, could be transformed into a powerful argument for diabolic possession. Note 385. But it was more especially the epidemics of diabolism in medieval and modern times which gave strength to the theological view, and from these I shall present a chain of typical examples. As early as the 11th century we find clear accounts of diabolical possession taking the form of epidemics of raving, jumping, dancing, and convulsions, the greater number of the sufferers being women and children. In a time so rude, accounts of these manifestations would rarely receive permanent record, but it is very significant that even at the beginning of the 11th century we hear of them at the extremes of Europe, in northern Germany and in southern Italy. At various times during that century we get additional glimpses of these exhibitions, but it is not until the beginning of the 13th century that we have a renewal of them on a large scale. In 1237 at Erfurt a jumping disease and dancing mania afflicted 100 children, many of whom died in consequence. It spread through the whole region, and 50 years later we hear of it in Holland. But it was the last quarter of the 14th century that saw its greatest manifestations. There was abundant cause for them. It was a time of oppression, famine, and pestilence. The crusading spirit, having run its course, had been succeeded by a wild, mystical fanaticism. The most frightful plague in human history, the Black Death, was depopulating whole regions, reducing cities to villages, and filling Europe with that strange mixture of devotion and dissipation which we always note during the prevalence of deadly epidemics on a large scale. It was in this ferment of religious, moral, and social disease that there broke out in 1374, in the Lower Rhine region, the greatest, perhaps, of all manifestations of possession, an epidemic of dancing, jumping, and wild raving. The cures resorted to seemed on the whole to intensify the disease. The afflicted continued dancing for hours until they fell in utter exhaustion. Some declared that they felt as if bathed in blood, some saw visions, some prophesied. Into this mass of possession there was also clearly poured a current of scoundrelism, which increased the disorder. The immediate source of these manifestations seems to have been the wild revels of St. John's day. In those revels sundry old heathen ceremonies had been perpetuated under a nominally Christian form. Wild bacchanalian dances had thus become a semi-religious ceremonial. The religious and social atmosphere was propitious to the development of the germs of diabolic influence vitalized in these orgies, and they were scattered far and wide through large tracts of the Netherlands and Germany, and especially through the whole region of the Rhine. At Cologne we hear of 500 afflicted at once, at Metz of 1,100 dancers in the streets, at Strasbourg of yet more painful manifestations, and from these and other cities they spread through the villages and rural districts. The great majority of the sufferers were women, but there were many men, and especially men whose occupations were sedentary. Remedies were tried upon a large scale, exorcisms first, but especially pilgrimages to the shrine of St. Vitus. The exorcisms accomplished so little that popular faith in them grew small, and the main effect of the pilgrimages seemed to be to increase the disorder by subjecting great crowds to the diabolic contagion. Yet another curative means was seen in the flagellant processions, vast crowds of men, women, and children who wandered through the country, screaming, praying, beating themselves with whips, imploring the divine mercy and the intervention of St. Vitus. Most fearful of all the main attempts at cure were the persecutions of the Jews. A feeling had evidently spread among the people at large that the Almighty was filled with wrath at the toleration of his enemies, and might be propitiated by their destruction. In the principal cities and villages of Germany, then, the Jews were plundered, tortured, and murdered by tens of thousands. No doubt that in all this greed was united with fanaticism, but the argument of fanaticism was simple and cogent. The dart which pierced the breast of Israel at that time was winged and pointed from its own sacred books. The biblical argument was the same used in various ages to promote persecution, and this was, that the wrath of the Almighty was stirred against those who tolerated his enemies, and that because of this toleration the same curse had now come upon Europe which the prophet Samuel had denounced against Saul for showing mercy to the enemies of Jehovah. It is but just to say that various popes and kings exerted themselves to check these cruelties. Although the argument of Samuel to Saul was used with frightful effect 200 years later by a most conscientious pope in spurring on the rulers of France to extirpate the Huguenots, the papacy in the 14th century stood for mercy to the Jews. But even this intervention was long without effect. The tide of popular superstition had become too strong to be curbed even by the spiritual and temporal powers. Note 386. Against this overwhelming current science for many generations could do nothing. Throughout the whole of the 15th century physicians appeared to shun the whole matter. Occasionally some more thoughtful man ventured to ascribe some phase of the disease to natural causes, but this was an unpopular doctrine and evidently dangerous to those who developed it. Yet in the beginning of the 16th century cases of possession on a large scale began to be brought within the scope of medical research, and the man who led in this evolution of medical science was Paracelsus. He it was who first bade modern Europe think for a moment upon the idea that these diseases are inflicted neither by saints nor demons, and that the dancing possession is simply a form of disease, of which the cure may be effected by proper remedies and regimen. Paracelsus appears to have escaped any serious interference. It took some time, perhaps, for the theological leaders to understand that he had let a new idea loose upon the planet, but they soon understood it, and their course was simple. For about 50 years the new idea was well kept under, but in 1563 another physician, John Vere of Cleves, revived it at much risk to his position and reputation. Note 387. Although the new idea was thus resisted, it must have taken some hold upon thoughtful men, for we find that in the second half of the same century the St. Vitus's dance, and forms of demoniacal possession akin to it, gradually diminished in frequency and were sometimes treated as diseases. In the 17th century, so far as the north of Europe is concerned, these displays of possession on a great scale had almost entirely ceased. Here and there cases appeared, but there was no longer the wild rage extending over great districts and afflicting thousands of people. Yet it was, as we shall see, in this same 17th century, in the last expiring throes of this superstition, that it led to the worst acts of cruelty. Note 388. While this Satanic influence had been exerted on so great a scale throughout northern Europe, a display strangely like it, yet strangely unlike it, had been going on in Italy. There, too, epidemics of dancing and jumping seized groups and communities. But they were attributed to a physical cause, the theory being that the bite of a tarantula in some way provoked a supernatural intervention, of which dancing was the accompaniment and cure. In the middle of the 16th century, Fracastoro made an evident impression on the leaders of Italian opinion by using medical means in the cure of the possessed, though it is worthy of note that the medicine which he applied successfully was such as we now know could not by any direct effects of its own accomplish any cure. Whatever effect it exerted was wrought upon the imagination of the sufferer. This form of possession, then, passed out of the supernatural domain and became known as tarantism. Though it continued much longer than the corresponding manifestations in northern Europe, by the beginning of the 18th century it had nearly disappeared, and though the special manifestations of it on a small scale still break out occasionally, its main survival is the tarantella, which the traveler sees danced at Naples as a catchpenny assault upon his purse. Note 389. But long before this form of possession had begun to disappear, there had arisen new manifestations, apparently more inexplicable. As the first great epidemics of dancing and jumping had their main origin in a religious ceremony, so various new forms had their principal source in what were supposed to be centers of religious life, in the convents, and more especially in those for women. Out of many examples we may take a few as typical. In the 15th century the chroniclers assure us that an inmate of a German nunnery having been seized with a passion for biting her companions, her mania spread until most, if not all, of her fellow nuns began to bite each other, and that this possession for biting passed from convent to convent into other parts of Germany, into Holland, and even across the Alps into Italy. So, too, in a French convent, when a nun began to mew like a cat, others began mewing. The disease spread, and was only checked by severe measures. Note 390. In the 16th century the Protestant Reformation gave new force to witchcraft persecutions in Germany, the new church endeavoring to show that in zeal and power she exceeded the old. But in France influential opinion seemed not so favorable to these forms of diabolical influence, especially after the publication of Montaigne's essays in 1580 had spread a skeptical atmosphere over many leading minds. In 1588 occurred in France a case which indicates the growth of this skeptical tendency, even in the higher regions of the French Church. In that year Martha Brossier, a country girl, was, it was claimed, possessed of the devil. The young woman was, to all appearance, under direct Satanic influence. She roamed about begging that the demon might be cast out of her, and her imprecations and blasphemies brought consternation wherever she went. Myth-making began on a large scale. Stories grew and sped. The Capuchin monks thundered from the pulpit throughout France regarding these proofs of the power of Satan. The alarm spread until at last even jovial, skeptical King Henry IV was disquieted, and the reigning pope was asked to take measures to ward off the evil. Fortunately there then sat in the episcopal chair of Angers a prelate who had apparently imbibed something of Montaigne's skepticism, Miron, and when the case was brought before him he submitted it to the most time-honored of sacred tests. He first brought into the girl's presence 2 bowls, one containing holy water, the other ordinary spring water, but allowed her to draw a false inference regarding the contents of each. The result was that at the presentation of the holy water the devils were perfectly calm, but when tried with the ordinary water they threw Martha into convulsions. The next experiment made by the shrewd bishop was to similar purpose. He commanded loudly that a book of exorcisms be brought, and under a previous arrangement his attendants brought him a copy of Virgil. No sooner had the bishop begun to read the first line of the Aeneid than the devils threw Martha into convulsions. On another occasion a Latin dictionary, which she had reason to believe was a book of exorcisms, produced a similar effect. Although the bishop was thereby led to pronounce the whole matter a mixture of insanity and imposture, the Capuchin monks denounced this view as godless. They insisted that these tests really proved the presence of Satan, showing his cunning in covering up the proofs of his existence. The people at large sided with their preachers, and Martha was taken to Paris, where various exorcisms were tried, and the Parisian mob became as devoted to her as they had been 20 years before to the murderers of the Huguenots, as they became 2 centuries later to Robespierre, and as they more recently were to General Boulanger. But Bishop Miron was not the only skeptic. The Cardinal de Gondi, Archbishop of Paris, charged the most eminent physicians of the city, and among them Riolan, to report upon the case. Various examinations were made, and the verdict was that Martha was simply a hysterical impostor. Thanks then to medical science and to these 2 enlightened ecclesiastics who summoned its aid, what 50 or 100 years earlier would have been the center of a widespread epidemic of possession was isolated and hindered from producing a national calamity. In the following year this healthful growth of skepticism continued. 14 persons had been condemned to death for sorcery, but public opinion was strong enough to secure a new examination by a special commission, which reported that the prisoners stood more in need of medicine than of punishment, and they were released. Note 391. But during the 17th century, the clergy generally having exerted themselves heroically to remove this evil heart of unbelief, so largely due to Montaigne, a theological reaction was brought on not only in France but in all parts of the Christian world, and the belief in diabolic possession, though certainly dying, flickered up hectic, hot, and malignant through the whole century. In 1611 we have a typical case at Aix. An epidemic of possession having occurred there, Guafridi, a man of note, was burned at the stake as the cause of the trouble. Michaelis, one of the priestly exorcists, declared that he had driven out 6,500 devils from one of the possessed. Similar epidemics occurred in various parts of the world. Note 392. 20 years later, a far more striking case occurred in Loudun, in western France, where a convent of Ursuline nuns was afflicted by demons. The convent was filled mainly with ladies of noble birth who, not having sufficient dower to secure husbands, had, according to the common method of the time, been made nuns. It is not difficult to understand that such an imprisonment of a multitude of women of different ages would produce some woeful effects. Any reader of Manzoni's Promessi Sposi, with its wonderful portrayal of the feelings and doings of a noble lady kept in a convent against her will, may have some idea of the rage and despair which must have inspired such assemblages, in which pride, pauperism, and the attempted suppression of the instincts of humanity wrought a fearful work. What this work was may be seen throughout the Middle Ages, but it is especially in the 16th and 17th centuries that we find it frequently taking shape in outbursts of diabolic possession. Note 393. In this case at Loudun the usual evidences of Satanic influence appeared. One after another of the inmates fell into convulsions. Some showed physical strength apparently supernatural. Some a keenness of perception quite as surprising. Many howled forth blasphemies and obscenities. Near the convent dwelt a priest, Urbain Grandier, noted for his brilliancy as a writer and preacher, but careless in his way of living. Several of the nuns had evidently conceived a passion for him, and in their wild rage and despair dwelt upon his name. In the same city, too, were sundry ecclesiastics and laymen with whom Grandier had fallen into petty neighborhood quarrels, and some of these men held the main control of the convent. Out of this mixture of possession within the convent and malignity without, it came a charge that Grandier had bewitched the young women. The Bishop of Poitiers took up the matter. A trial was held, and it was noted that whenever Grandier appeared the possessed screamed, shrieked, and showed every sign of diabolic influence. Grandier fought desperately and appealed to the Archbishop of Bordeaux, de Sourdis. The Archbishop ordered a more careful examination, and on separating the nuns from each other and from certain monks who had been bitterly hostile to Grandier, such glaring discrepancies were found in their testimony that the whole accusation was brought to naught. But the enemies of Satan and of Grandier did not rest. Through their efforts Cardinal Richelieu, who appears to have had an old grudge against Grandier, sent a representative, Laubardemont, to make another investigation. Most frightful scenes were now enacted. The whole convent resounded more loudly than ever with shrieks, groans, howling, and cursing, until finally Grandier, though even in the agony of torture he refused to confess the crimes that his enemies suggested, was hanged and burned. From this center the epidemic spread. Multitudes of women and men were affected by it in various convents. Several of the great cities of the south and west of France came under the same influence. The "possession" went on for several years longer, and then gradually died out, though scattered cases have occurred from that day to this. Note 394. A few years later we have an even more striking example among the French Protestants. The Huguenots, who had taken refuge in the mountains of the Cevennes to escape persecution, being pressed more and more by the cruelties of Louis XIV, began to show signs of a high degree of religious exaltation. Assembled as they were for worship in wild and desert places, an epidemic broke out among them, ascribed by them to the Almighty, but by their opponents to Satan. Men, women, and children preached and prophesied. Large assemblies were seized with trembling. Some underwent the most terrible tortures without showing any signs of suffering. Marshal de Villiers, who was sent against them, declared that he saw a town in which all the women and girls, without exception, were possessed of the devil, and ran leaping and screaming through the streets. Cases like this, inexplicable to the science of the time, gave renewed strength to the theological view. Note 395. Toward the end of the same century similar manifestations began to appear on a large scale in America. The life of the early colonists in New England was such as to give rapid growth to the germs of the doctrine of possession brought from the mother country. Surrounded by the dark pine forests, having as their neighbors Indians who were more than suspected of being children of Satan, harassed by wild beasts, apparently sent by the powers of evil to torment the elect, with no varied literature to while away the long winter evenings, with few amusements save neighborhood quarrels, dwelling intently on every text of Scripture which supported their gloomy theology, and adopting its most literal interpretation, it is not strange that they rapidly developed ideas regarding the darker side of nature. Note 396. This fear of witchcraft received a powerful stimulus from the treatises of learned men. Such works, coming from Europe, which was at that time filled with the superstition, acted powerfully upon conscientious preachers, and were brought by them to bear upon the people at large. Naturally, then, throughout the latter half of the 17th century we find scattered cases of diabolic possession. At Boston, Springfield, Hartford, Groton, and other towns, cases occurred, and here and there we hear of death sentences. In the last quarter of the 17th century the fruit of these ideas began to ripen. In the year 1684 Increase Mather published his book, Remarkable Providences, laying stress upon diabolic possession and witchcraft. This book, having been sent over to England, exercised an influence there, and came back with the approval of no less a man than Richard Baxter. By this its power at home was increased. In 1688 a poor family in Boston was afflicted by demons. 4 children, the eldest 13 years of age, began leaping and barking like dogs, or purring like cats, and complaining of being pricked, pinched, and cut, and to help the matter an old Irish woman was tried and executed. All this belief might have passed away like a troubled dream had it not become incarnate in a strong man. This man was Cotton Mather, the son of Increase Mather. Deeply religious, possessed of excellent abilities, a great scholar, anxious to promote the welfare of his flock in this world and in the next, he was far in advance of ecclesiastics generally on nearly all the main questions between science and theology. He came out of his earlier superstition regarding the divine origin of the Hebrew punctuation. He opposed the old theologic idea regarding the taking of interest for money. He favored inoculation as a preventative of smallpox when a multitude of clergymen and laymen opposed it. He accepted the Newtonian astronomy despite the outcries against its atheistic tendency. He took ground against the time-honored dogma that comets are signs and wonders. He had indeed some of the defects of his qualities, and among them pedantic vanity, pride of opinion, and love of power. But he was for his time remarkably liberal and undoubtedly sincere. He had thrown off a large part of his father's theology, but one part of it he could not throw off. He was one of the best biblical scholars of his time, and he could not break away from the fact that the sacred scriptures explicitly recognize witchcraft and demoniacal possession as realities, and enjoin against witchcraft the penalty of death. Therefore it was that in 1689 he published his Memorable Providences relating to witchcrafts and possessions. The book, according to its title page, was recommended by the ministers of Boston and Charleston, and its stories soon became the familiar reading of men, women, and children throughout New England. Out of all these causes thus brought to bear upon public opinion began in 1692 a new outbreak of possession, which is one of the most instructive in history. The Reverend Samuel Parris was the minister of the church in Salem, and no pope ever had higher ideas of his own infallibility, no bishop a greater love of ceremony, no inquisitor a greater passion for prying and spying. Note 397. Before long Mr. Parris had much upon his hands. Many of his hardy, independent parishioners disliked his ways. Quarrels arose. Some of the leading men of the congregation were pitted against him. The previous minister, George Burroughs, had left the germs of troubles and quarrels, and to these were now added new complications arising from the assumptions of Parris. There were innumerable wranglings and lawsuits. In fact, all the essential causes for Satanic interference which we saw at work in and about the monastery at Loudun, and especially the turmoil of a petty village where there is no intellectual activity, and where men and women find their chief substitute for it in squabbles, religious, legal, political, social, and personal. In the darkened atmosphere thus charged with the germs of disease, it was suddenly discovered that 2 young girls in the family of Mr. Parris were possessed of devils. They complained of being pinched, pricked, and cut, fell into strange spasms, and made strange speeches, showing the signs of diabolic possession handed down in the fireside legends, or dwelt upon in popular witch literature, and especially such as had lately been described by Cotton Mather in his book on Memorable Providences. The 2 girls, having been brought by Mr. Parris and others to tell who had bewitched them, first charged an old Indian woman, and the poor old Indian husband was led to join in the charge. This at once afforded new scope for the activity of Mr. Parris. Magnifying his office, he immediately began making a great stir in Salem, and in the country round about. 2 magistrates were summoned, with them came a crowd, and a court was held at the meeting house. The scenes which then took place would have been the richest of farces had they not led to events so tragical. The possessed went into spasms at the approach of those charged with witchcraft, and when the poor old men and women attempted to attest their innocence, they were overwhelmed with outcries by the possessed, quotations of Scripture by the ministers, and denunciations by the mob. One especially, Ann Putnam, a child of 12 years, showed great precocity and played a striking part in the performances. The mania spread to other children, and 2 or 3 married women also, seeing the great attention paid to the afflicted, and influenced by that epidemic of morbid imitation which science now recognizes in all such cases, soon became similarly afflicted, and in their turn made charges against various persons. The Indian woman was flogged by her master, Mr. Parris, until she confessed relations with Satan, and others were forced or deluded into confession. These hysterical confessions, the results of unbearable torture, or the reminiscences of dreams which had been prompted by the witch legends and sermons of the period, embraced such facts as flying through the air to witch gatherings, partaking of witch sacraments, signing a book presented by the devil, and submitting to Satanic baptism. The possessed had begun with charging their possession upon poor and vagrant old women, but ere long, emboldened by their success, they attacked higher game, struck at some of the foremost people of the region, and did not cease until several of these were condemned to death, and every man, woman, and child brought under a reign of terror. Many fled outright, and one of the foremost citizens of Salem went constantly armed, and kept one of his horses saddled in the stable to flee if brought under accusation. The hysterical ingenuity of the possessed women grew with their success. They insisted that they saw devils prompting the accused to defend themselves in court. Did one of the accused clasp her hands in despair, the possessed clasped theirs. Did the accused, in appealing to heaven, make any gesture, the possessed simultaneously imitated it. Did the accused in weariness drop her head, the possessed dropped theirs, and declared that the witch was trying to break their necks. The courtroom resounded with groans, shrieks, prayers, and curses. Judges, jury, and people were aghast, and even the accused were sometimes thus led to believe in their own guilt. Very striking in all these cases was the alloy of frenzy with trickery. In most of the madness there was method. Sundry witches charged by the possessed had been engaged in controversy with the Salem church people. Others of the accused had quarreled with Mr. Parris. Still others had been engaged in old lawsuits against persons more or less connected with the girls. One of the most fearful charges, which cost the life of a noble and lovely woman, arose undoubtedly from her better style of dress and living. Old slumbering neighborhood or personal quarrels bore in this way a strange fruitage of revenge, for the cardinal doctrine of a fanatic's creed is that his enemies are the enemies of God. Any person daring to hint the slightest distrust of the proceedings was in danger of being immediately brought under accusation of a league with Satan. Husbands and children were thus brought to the gallows for daring to disbelieve these charges against their wives and mothers. Some of the clergy were accused for endeavoring to save members of their churches. Note 398. One poor woman was charged with giving a look toward the great meeting house of Salem, and immediately a demon entered the house and tore down a part of it. This cause for the falling of a bit of poorly nailed wainscoting seemed perfectly satisfactory to Dr. Cotton Mather, as well as to the judge and jury, and she was hanged, protesting her innocence. Still another lady, belonging to one of the most respected families of the region, was charged with the crime of witchcraft. The children were fearfully afflicted whenever she appeared near them. It seemed never to occur to any one that a bitter old feud between the Reverend Mr. Parris and the family of the accused might have prejudiced the children and directed their attention toward the woman. No account was made of the fact that her life had been entirely blameless, and yet, in view of the wretched insufficiency of proof, the jury brought in a verdict of "not guilty." As they brought in this verdict all the children began to shriek and scream until the court committed the monstrous wrong of causing her to be indicted anew. In order to warrant this, the judge referred to one perfectly natural and harmless expression made by the woman when under examination. The jury at last brought her in guilty. She was condemned, and having been brought into the church heavily ironed, was solemnly excommunicated and delivered over to Satan by the minister. Some good sense still prevailed, and the governor reprieved her, but ecclesiastical pressure and popular clamor were too powerful. The governor was induced to recall his reprieve, and she was executed, protesting her innocence and praying for her enemies. Note 399. Another typical case was presented. The Rev. Mr. Burroughs, against whom considerable ill will had been expressed, and whose petty parish quarrel with the powerful Putnam family had led to his dismissal from his ministry, was named by the possessed as one of those who plagued them, one of the most influential among the afflicted being Ann Putnam. Mr. Burroughs had led a blameless life, the main thing charged against him by the Putnams being that he insisted strenuously that his wife should not go about the parish talking of her own family matters. He was charged with afflicting the children, convicted, and executed. At the last moment he repeated the Lord's Prayer solemnly and fully, which it was supposed that no sorcerer could do, and this, together with his straightforward Christian utterances at the execution, shook the faith of many in the reality of diabolic possession. Ere long it was known that one of the girls had acknowledged that she had belied some persons who had been executed, and especially Mr. Burroughs, and that she had begged forgiveness. But this, for a time, availed nothing. Persons who would not confess were tied up and put to a sort of torture which was effective in securing new revelations. In the case of Giles Corey the horrors of the persecution culminated. Seeing that his doom was certain, and wishing to preserve his family from attainder and their property from confiscation, he refused to plead. Though 80 years of age, he was therefore pressed to death, and when in his last agonies his tongue was pressed out of his mouth, the sheriff with his walking stick thrust it back again. Everything was made to contribute to the orthodox view of possession. On one occasion, when a cart conveying 8 condemned persons to the place of execution stuck fast in the mire, some of the possessed declared that they saw the devil trying to prevent the punishment of his associates. Confessions of witchcraft abounded, but the way in which these confessions were obtained is touchingly exhibited in a statement afterward made by several women. In explaining the reasons why, when charged with afflicting sick persons, they made a false confession, they said: "By reason of that sudden surprisal, we knowing ourselves altogether innocent of that crime, we were all exceedingly astonished and amazed, and consternated and affrighted, even out of our reason, and our nearest and dearest relations, seeing us in that dreadful condition, and knowing our great danger, apprehending that there was no other way to save our lives, out of tender pity persuaded us to confess what we did confess, and indeed that confession that it is said we made was no other than what was suggested to us by some gentlemen, they telling us that we were witches, and they knew it, and we knew it, and they knew that we knew it, which made us think that it was so, and our understanding, our reason, and our faculties almost gone, we were not capable of judging our condition, as also the hard measures they used with us rendered us uncapable of making our defense, but said anything and everything which they desired, and most of what we said was in effect a consenting to what they said." Note 400. Case after case in which hysteria, fanaticism, cruelty, injustice, and trickery played their part was followed up to the scaffold. In a short time 20 persons had been put to a cruel death, and the number of the accused grew larger and larger. The highest position and the noblest character formed no barrier. Daily the possessed became more bold, more tricky, and more wild. No plea availed anything. In behalf of several women whose lives had been of the purest and gentlest, petitions were presented, but to no effect. A scriptural text was always ready to aid in the repression of mercy. It was remembered that "Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light," and above all resounded the Old Testament injunction which had sent such multitudes in Europe to the torture chamber and the stake, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." Such clergymen as Noyes, Paris, and Mather, aided by such judges as Stoughton and Hathorne, left nothing undone to stimulate these proceedings. The great Cotton Mather, based upon this outbreak of disease, thus treated his famous book, Wonders of the Invisible World, thanking God for the triumphs over Satan thus gained at Salem. And his book received the approbation of the governor of the province, the president of Harvard College, and various eminent theologians in Europe as well as in America. But despite such efforts as these, observation and thought upon observation, which form the beginning of all true science, brought in a new order of things. The people began to fall away. Justice Bradstreet, having committed 30 or 40 persons, became aroused to the absurdity of the whole matter. The minister of Andover had the good sense to resist the theological view. Even so high a personage as Lady Phipps, the wife of the governor, began to show lenity. Each of these was, in consequence of this disbelief, charged with collusion with Satan, but such charges seemed now to lose their force. In the midst of all this delusion and terrorism stood Cotton Mather, firm as ever. His efforts to uphold the declining superstition were heroic, but he at last went one step too far. Being himself possessed of a mania for myth-making and wonder-mongering, and having described a case of witchcraft with possibly greater exaggeration than usual, he was confronted by Robert Califf. Califf was a Boston merchant, who appears to have united the good sense of a man of business to considerable shrewdness in observation, power in thought, and love for truth, and he began writing to Mather and others to show the weak points in the system. Mather, indignant that a person so much his inferior dared dissent from his opinion, at first affected to despise Califf, but as Califf pressed him more and more closely, Mather denounced him, calling him, among other things, "a coal from hell." All to no purpose. Califf fastened still more firmly upon the flanks of the great theologian. Thought and reason now began to resume their sway. The possessed, having accused certain men held in very high respect, doubts began to dawn upon the community at large. Here was the repetition of that which had set men thinking in the German bishoprics when those under trial for witchcraft there had at last, in their desperation or madness, charged the very bishops and the judges upon the bench with sorcery. The party of reason grew stronger. The Reverend Mr. Parris was soon put upon the defensive, for some of the possessed began to confess that they had accused people wrongfully. Herculean efforts were made by certain of the clergy and devout laity to support the declining belief, but the more thoughtful turned more and more against it. Jurymen prominent in convictions solemnly retracted their verdicts and publicly craved pardon of God and man. Most striking of all was the case of Justice Sewall. A man of the highest character, he had in view of authority deduced from Scripture and the principles laid down by the great English judges, unhesitatingly condemned the accused, but reason now dawned upon him. He looked back and saw the baselessness of the whole proceedings, and made a public statement of his errors. His diary contains many passages showing deep contrition, and ever afterward, to the end of his life, he was wont, on one day in the year, to enter into solitude and there remain all the day long in fasting, prayer, and penitence. Chief Justice Stoughton never yielded. To the last he lamented the evil spirit of unbelief, which was thwarting the glorious work of freeing New England from demons. The Church of Salem solemnly revoked the excommunications of the condemned and drove Mr. Parris from the pastorate. Cotton Mather passed his last years in groaning over the decline of the faith and the ingratitude of a people for whom he had done so much. Very significant is one of his complaints, since it shows the evolution of a more scientific mode of thought abroad as well as at home. He laments in his diary that English publishers gladly printed Caliph's book, but would no longer publish his own, and he declares this "an attack upon the glory of the Lord." About 40 years after the New England epidemic of possession occurred another typical series of phenomena in France. In 1727 there died at the French capital a simple and kindly ecclesiastic, the Archdeacon of Paris. He had lived a pious, Christian life, and was endeared to multitudes by his charity. Unfortunately he had espoused the doctrine of Jansen on grace and free will, and though he remained in the Gallican church, he and those who thought like him were opposed by the Jesuits, and finally condemned by a papal bull. His remains having been buried in the cemetery of Saint Médard, the Jansenists flocked to say their prayers at his grave, and soon miracles began to be wrought there. Ere long they were multiplied. The sick being brought and laid upon the tombstone, many were cured. Wonderful stories were attested by eyewitnesses. The myth-making tendency, the passion for developing, enlarging, and spreading tales of wonder, came into full play and was given free course. Many thoughtful men satisfied themselves of the truth of these representations. One of the foremost English scholars came over, examined into them, and declared that there could be no doubt as to the reality of the cures. This state of things continued for about 4 years, when in 1731 more violent effects showed themselves. Sundry persons approaching the tomb were thrown into convulsions, hysterics, and catalepsy. These diseases spread, became epidemic, and soon multitudes were similarly afflicted. Both religious parties made the most of these cases. In vain did such great authorities in medical science as Heget and Laurie attribute the whole to natural causes. The theologians on both sides declared them supernatural, the Jansenists attributing them to God, the Jesuits to Satan. Of late years such cases have been treated in France with much shrewdness. When, about the middle of the present century, the Arab priests in Algiers tried to arouse fanaticism against the French Christians by performing miracles, the French government, instead of persecuting the priests, sent Robert Houdin, the most renowned juggler of his time, to the scene of action, and for every Arab miracle Houdin performed 2. Did an Arab marabout turn a rod into a serpent, Houdin turned his rod into 2 serpents, and afterward showed the people how he did it. So, too, at the last International Exposition, the French government, observing the evil effects produced by the mania for table turning and tipping, took occasion, when a great number of French schoolmasters and teachers were visiting the Exposition, to have public lectures given in which all the busyness of dark closets, hand-tying, materialization of spirits, presenting the faces of the departed, and ghostly portraiture was fully performed by professional mountebanks, and afterward as fully explained. So in this case the government simply ordered the gate of the cemetery to be locked, and when the crowd could no longer approach the tomb, the miracles ceased. A little Parisian ridicule helped to end the matter. A wag wrote up over the gate of the cemetery, "De par le roi, défense à Dieu de faire des miracles dans ce lieu," which, being translated from doggerel French into doggerel English, is, "By order of the king, the Lord must forbear to work any more of his miracles here." But the theological spirit remained powerful. The French Revolution had not then intervened to bring it under healthy limits. The agitation was maintained, and though the miracles and cases of possession were stopped in the cemetery, it spread. Again full course was given to myth making and the retailing of wonders. It was said that men had allowed themselves to be roasted before slow fires, and had been afterward found uninjured; that some had enormous weights piled upon them, but had supernatural powers of resistance given them, and that in one case a voluntary crucifixion had taken place. This agitation was long, troublesome, and no doubt robbed many temporarily or permanently of such little brains as they possessed. It was only when the violence had become an old story and the charm of novelty had entirely worn off, and the afflicted found themselves no longer regarded with especial interest, that the epidemic died away. Note 401. But in Germany at that time the outcome of this belief was far more cruel. In 1749 Maria Renata Singer, sub prioress of a convent at Würzburg, was charged with bewitching her fellow nuns. There was the usual story, the same essential facts as at Loudun: women shut up against their will, dreams of Satan disguised as a young man, petty jealousies, spites, quarrels, mysterious uproar, trickery, utensils thrown about in a way not to be accounted for, hysterical shrieking and convulsions, and finally the torture, confession, and execution of the supposed culprit. Note 402. Various epidemics of this sort broke out from time to time in other parts of the world, though happily, as modern skepticism prevailed, with less cruel results. In 1760 some congregations of Calvinistic Methodists in Wales became so fervent that they began leaping for joy. The mania spread, and gave rise to a sect called the Jumpers. A similar outbreak took place afterward in England, and has been repeated at various times and places since in our own country. Note 403. In 1780 came another outbreak in France, but this time it was not the Jansenists who were affected, but the strictly orthodox. A large number of young girls between 12 and 19 years of age, having been brought together at the church of Saint Roch in Paris, with preaching and ceremonies calculated to arouse hysterics, one of them fell into convulsions. Immediately other children were similarly taken, until some 50 or 60 were engaged in the same antics. This mania spread to other churches and gatherings, proved very troublesome, and in some cases led to results especially painful. About the same period came a similar outbreak among the Protestants of the Shetland Isles. A woman having been seized with convulsions at church, the disease spread to others, mainly women, who fell into the usual contortions and wild shriekings. A very effective cure proved to be a threat to plunge the diseased into a neighboring pond. End of chapter 16, section 1, The Epidemics of Possession. Section 20 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 16, Section 2, Beginnings of Helpful Scepticism. But near the end of the 18th century a fact very important for science was established. It was found that these manifestations do not arise in all cases from supernatural sources. In 1787 came the noted case at Hodden Bridge in Lancashire. A girl working in a cotton manufactory there put a mouse into the bosom of another girl who had a great dread of mice. The girl thus treated immediately went into convulsions, which lasted 24 hours. Shortly afterward 3 other girls were seized with like convulsions, a little later 6 more, and then others, until in all 24 were attacked. Then came a fact throwing a flood of light upon earlier occurrences. This epidemic, being noised abroad, soon spread to another factory 5 miles distant. The patients there suffered from strangulation, danced, tore their hair, and dashed their heads against the walls. There was a strong belief that it was a disease introduced in cotton. But a resident physician amused the patients with electric shocks, and the disease died out. In 1801 came a case of like import in the Charité Hospital in Berlin. A girl fell into strong convulsions. The disease proved contagious, several others becoming afflicted in the similar way. But nearly all were finally cured, principally by the administration of opium, which appears at that time to have been a fashionable remedy. Of the same sort was a case at Lyon in 1851. 60 women were working together in a shop, when one of them, after a bitter quarrel with her husband, fell into a violent nervous paroxysm. The other women, sympathizing with her, gathered about to assist her, but one after another fell into a similar condition, until 20 were thus prostrated, and a more general spread of the epidemic was only prevented by clearing the premises. Note 404. But while these cases seemed, in the eye of science, fatal to the old conception of diabolic influence, the great majority of such epidemics, when unexplained, continued to give strength to the older view. In Roman Catholic countries these manifestations, as we have seen, have generally appeared in convents or in churches where young girls are brought together for their first communion, or at shrines where miracles are supposed to be wrought. In Protestant countries they appear in times of great religious excitement, and especially when large bodies of young women are submitted to the influence of noisy and frothy preachers. Well-known examples of this in America are seen in the jumpers, jerkers, and various revival extravaganzas, especially among the negroes and poor whites of the Southern States. The proper conditions being given for the development of the disease, generally a congregation composed mainly of young women, any fanatic or overzealous priest or preacher may stimulate hysterical seizures, which are very likely to become epidemic. As a recent typical example on a large scale, I take the case of diabolic possession at Morzine, a French village on the borders of Switzerland, and it is especially instructive because it was thoroughly investigated by a competent man of science. About the year 1853 a sick girl at Morzine, acting strangely, was thought to be possessed of the devil, and was taken to Besançon, where she seems to have fallen into the hands of kindly and sensible ecclesiastics, and under the operation of the relics preserved in the cathedral there, especially the handkerchief of Christ, the devil was cast out and she was cured. Naturally much was said of the affair among the peasantry, and soon other cases began to show themselves. The priest at Morzine attempted to quiet the matter by avowing his disbelief in such cases of possession, but immediately a great outcry was raised against him, especially by the possessed themselves. The matter was now widely discussed, and the malady spread rapidly. Myth-making and wonder-mongering began. Amazing accounts were thus developed and sent out to the world. The afflicted were said to have climbed trees like squirrels, to have shown superhuman strength, to have exercised the gift of tongues, speaking in German, Latin, and even in Arabic, to have given accounts of historical events they had never heard of, and to have revealed the secret thoughts of persons about them. Mingled with such exhibitions of power were outbursts of blasphemy and obscenity. But suddenly came something more miraculous, apparently, than all these wonders. Without any assigned cause, this epidemic of possession diminished, and the devil disappeared. Not long after this, Professor Tissot, an eminent member of the medical facility at Dijon, visited the spot and began a series of researches, of which he afterward published a full account. He tells us that he found some reasons for the sudden departure of Satan which had never been published. He discovered that the government had quietly removed one or two very zealous ecclesiastics to another parish, had sent the police to Morzine to maintain order, and had given instructions that those who acted outrageously should be simply treated as lunatics and sent to asylums. This policy, so accorded with French methods of administration, cast out the devil. The possessed were mainly cured, and the matter appeared ended. But Dr. Tissot found a few of the diseased still remaining, and he soon satisfied himself by various investigations and experiments that they were simply suffering from hysteria. One of his investigations is especially curious. In order to observe the patients more carefully, he invited some of them to dine with him, gave them without their knowledge holy water in their wine or their food, and found that it produced no effect whatever, though its results upon the demons, when the possessed knew of its presence, had been very marked. Even after large draughts of holy water had been thus given, the possessed remained afflicted, urged that the devil should be cast out, and some of them even went into convulsions, the devil apparently speaking from their mouths. It was evident that Satan had not the remotest idea that he had been thoroughly dosed with the most effective medicine known to the older theology. Note 405. At last Tissot published the results of his experiments, and the stereotyped answer was soon made. It resembled the answer made by the clerical opponents of Galileo when he showed them the moons of Jupiter through his telescope, and they declared that the moons were created by the telescope. The clerical opponents of Tissot insisted that the non effect of the holy water upon the demons proved nothing save the extraordinary cunning of Satan, that the arch fiend wished it to be thought that he does not exist, and so overcame his repugnance to holy water, gulping it down in order to conceal his presence. Dr. Tissot also examined into the gift of tongues exercised by the possessed. As to German and Latin no great difficulty was presented. It was by no means hard to suppose that some of the girls might have learned some words of the foreign language in their neighboring Swiss canton, where German was spoken, or even in Germany itself. And as to Latin, considering that they had heard it from their childhood in the church, there seemed nothing very wonderful in their uttering some words in that language also. As to Arabic, had they really spoken it, that might have been accounted for by the relations of the possessed with Zouaves or Spahis from the French army. But as Tissot could discover no such relations, he investigated this point as the most puzzling of all. On a close inquiry he found that all the wonderful examples of speaking Arabic were reduced to one. He then asked whether there was any other person speaking or knowing Arabic in the town. He was answered that there was not. He asked whether any person had lived there, so far as anyone could remember, who had spoken or understood Arabic, and he was answered in the negative. He then asked the witnesses how they knew that the language spoken by the girl was Arabic. No answer was vouchsafed him, but he was overwhelmed with such stories as that of a pig which, at sight of the cross on the village church, suddenly refused to go farther, and he was denounced thoroughly in the clerical newspapers for declining to accept such evidence. At Tissot's visit in 1863 the possession had generally ceased, and the cases left were few and quiet. But his visits stirred a new controversy, and its echoes were long and loud in the pulpits and clerical journals. Believers insisted that Satan had been removed by the intercession of the Blessed Virgin. Unbelievers hinted that the main cause of the deliverance was the reluctance of the possessed to be shut up in asylums. Under these circumstances the Bishop of Annecy announced that he would visit Morcine to administer confirmation, and word appears to have spread that he would give a more orthodox completion to the work already done by exorcising the devils who remained. Immediately several new cases of possession appeared. Young girls who had been cured were again affected. The embers thus kindled were fanned into a flame by a mission which sundry priests held in the parish to arouse the people to their religious duties, a mission in Roman Catholic countries being akin to a revival among some Protestant sects. Multitudes of young women, excited by the preaching and appeals of the clergy, were again thrown into the old disease, and at the coming of the good bishop it culminated. The account is given in the words of an eyewitness. At the solemn entrance of the bishop into the church, the possessed persons threw themselves on the ground before him, or endeavored to throw themselves upon him, screaming frightfully, cursing, blaspheming, so that the people at large were struck with horror. The possessed followed the bishop, hooted him, and threatened him up to the middle of the church. Order was only established by the intervention of the soldiers. During the confirmation the diseased redoubled their howls and infernal vociferations, and tried to spit in the face of the bishop and to tear off his pastoral raiment. At the moment when the prelate gave his benediction a still more outrageous scene took place. The violence of the diseased was carried to fury, and from all parts of the church arose yells and fearful howling. So frightful was the din that tears fell from the eyes of many of the spectators, and many strangers were thrown into consternation. Among the very large number of these diseased persons there were only 2 men. Of the remainder only 2 were of advanced age. The great majority were young women between the ages of 18 and 25. The public authorities shortly afterward intervened and sought to cure the disease and to draw the people out of their mania by singing, dancing, and sports of various sorts, until at last it was brought under control. Note 406. Scenes similar to these in their essential character have arisen more recently in Protestant countries, but with the difference that what has been generally attributed by Roman Catholic ecclesiastics to Satan is attributed by Protestant ecclesiastics to the Almighty. Typical among the greater exhibitions of this were those which began in the Methodist chapel at Redruth in Cornwall. Convulsions, leaping, jumping until some 4,000 persons were seized by it. The same thing is seen in the ruder parts of America at revivals and camp meetings. Nor in the ruder parts of America alone. In June 1893, at a funeral in the city of Brooklyn, one of the mourners having fallen into hysterical fits, several other cases at once appeared in various parts of the church edifice, and some of the patients were so seriously affected that they were taken to a hospital. In still another field these exhibitions are seen, but more after a medieval pattern. In the Tigretier of Abyssinia we have epidemics of dancing which seek and obtain miraculous cures. Reports of similar manifestations are also sent from missionaries from the west coast of Africa, one of whom sees in some of them the characteristics of cases of possession mentioned in our Gospels, and is therefore inclined to attribute them to Satan. Note 407. End of chapter 16, section 2, Beginnings of Helpful Scepticism. Section 21 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 16, Section 3, Theological Restatements, Final Triumph of the Scientific View and Methods. But happily, long before these latter occurrences, science had come into the field and was gradually diminishing this class of diseases. Among the earlier workers to this better purpose was the great Dutch physician Boerhaave. Finding in one of the wards in the hospital at Haarlem a number of women going into convulsions and imitating each other in various acts of frenzy, he immediately ordered a furnace of blazing coals into the midst of the ward, heated cauterizing irons, and declared that he would burn the arms of the first woman who fell into convulsions. No more cases occurred. Note 408. These and similar successful dealings of medical science with mental disease brought about the next stage in the theological development. The Church sought to retreat, after the usual manner, behind a compromise. Early in the 18th century appeared a new edition of the great work by the Jesuit Del Rio, which for 100 years had been a textbook for the use of ecclesiastics in fighting witchcraft. But in this edition the part played by Satan in diseases was changed. It was suggested that while diseases have natural causes, it is necessary that Satan enter the human body in order to make these causes effective. This work claims that Satan attacks lunatics at the full moon, when their brains are full of humors. In other cases of illness he stirs the black bile, and that in cases of blindness and deafness he clogs the eyes and ears. By the close of the century this restatement was evidently found untenable, and one of a very different sort was attempted in England. In the third edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, published in 1797, under the article Demoniacs, the orthodox view was presented in the following words: "The reality of demoniacal possession stands upon the same evidence with the gospel system in general." This statement, though necessary to satisfy the older theological sentiment, was clearly found too dangerous to be sent out into the modern skeptical world without some qualification. Another view was therefore suggested, namely, that the personages of the New Testament adopted the vulgar language in speaking of those unfortunate persons who were generally imagined to be possessed with demons. Two or three editions contained this curious compromise, but near the middle of the present century the whole discussion was quietly dropped. Science, declining to trouble itself with any of these views, pressed on, and toward the end of the century we see Dr. Rhodes at Lyons curing a very serious case of possession by the use of a powerful emetic. Yet myth-making came in here also, and it was stated that when the emetic produced its effect, people had seen multitudes of green and yellow devils cast forth from the mouth of the possessed. The last great demonstration of the old belief in England was made in 1788. Near the city of Bristol at that time lived a drunken epileptic, George Lukens. In asking alms he insisted that he was possessed, and proved it by jumping, screaming, barking, and treating the company to a parody of the Te Deum. He was solemnly brought into the Temple Church, and 7 clergymen united in the effort to exorcise the evil spirit. Upon their adjuring Satan, he swore by his infernal den that he would not come out of the man, an oath, says the chronicler, nowhere to be found but in Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, from which Lukens probably got it. But the 7 clergymen were at last successful, and 7 devils were cast out, after which Lukens retired, and appears to have been supported during the remainder of his life as a monument of mercy. With this great effort the old theory in England seemed practically exhausted. Science had evidently carried the stronghold. In 1876, at a little town near Amiens in France, a young woman suffering with all the usual evidences of diabolic possession was brought to the priest. The priest was besought to cast out the devil, but he simply took her to the hospital, where, under scientific treatment, she rapidly became better. Note 409. The final triumph of science in this part of the great field has been mainly achieved during the latter half of the present century. Following in the noble succession of Paracelsus and John Hunter and Pinel and Tuke and Esquirol have come a band of thinkers and workers who by scientific observation and research have developed new growths of truth, ever more and more precious. Among the many facts thus brought to bear upon this last stronghold of the Prince of Darkness may be named especially those indicating expectant attention, an expectation of phenomena dwelt upon until the longing for them becomes morbid and invincible, and the creation of them perhaps unconscious. Still other classes of phenomena leading to epidemics are found to arise from a morbid tendency to imitation. Still other groups have been brought under hypnotism. Multitudes more have been found under the innumerable forms and results of hysteria. A study of the effects of the imagination upon bodily functions has also yielded remarkable results. And finally, to supplement this work, have come in an array of scholars in history and literature who have investigated myth-making and wonder-mongering. Thus has been cleared away that cloud of supernaturalism which so long hung over mental diseases, and thus have they been brought within the firm grasp of science. Note 410. As to myth-making and wonder-mongering, the general reader will find interesting supplementary accounts in the recent works of Andrew Lang and Baring Gould. A very curious evidence of the effects of the myth-making tendency has recently come to the attention of the writer of this article. Periodically, for many years past, we have seen, in books of travel and in the newspapers, accounts of the wonderful performances of the jugglers in India, of the stabbing of a child in a small basket in the midst of an arena, and the child appearing alive in the surrounding crowd, of seeds planted, sprouted, and becoming well-grown trees under the hand of the juggler, of ropes thrown into the air and sustained by invisible force. Count de Gubernatis, the eminent professor and Oriental scholar at Florence, informed the present writer that he had recently seen and studied these exhibitions, and that, so far from being wonderful, they were much inferior to the jugglery so well known in all our Western capitals. Conscientious men still linger on who find comfort in holding fast to some shred of the old belief in diabolic possession. The sturdy declaration in the last century by John Wesley that "giving up witchcraft is giving up the Bible" is echoed feebly in the latter half of this century by the eminent Catholic ecclesiastic in France, who declares that to deny possession by devils is to charge Jesus and his apostles with imposture, and asks, how can the testimony of apostles, fathers of the Church, and saints who saw the possessed and so declared, be denied? And a still fainter echo lingers in Protestant England. Note 411. But despite this conscientious opposition, science has in these latter days steadily wrought hand in hand with Christian charity in this field to evolve a better future for humanity. The thoughtful surgeon and the devoted clergyman are now constantly seen working together, and it is not too much to expect that Satan, having been cast out of the insane asylums, will ere long disappear from monasteries and camp meetings, even in the most unenlightened regions of Christendom. End of chapter 16, section 3, Theological Restatements, final triumph of the scientific view and methods. Section 22 of A History of the Warfare of Science with Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 17, From Babel to Comparative Philology, Section 1, The Sacred Theory in its First Form. Among the scientists which have served as entering wedges into the heavy mass of ecclesiastical orthodoxy, to cleave it, disintegrate it, and let the light of Christianity into it, none perhaps has done a more striking work than comparative philology. In one very important respect the history of this science differs from that of any other, for it is the only one whose conclusions theologians have at last fully adopted as the result of their own studies. This adoption teaches a great lesson, since, while it has destroyed theological views cherished during many centuries, and obliged the Church to accept theories directly contrary to the plain letter of our sacred books, the result is clearly seen to have helped Christianity rather than to have hurt it. It has certainly done much to clear our religious foundations of the dogmatic rust which was eating into their structure. How this result was reached, and why the Church has so fully accepted it, I shall endeavor to show in the present chapter. At a very early period in the evolution of civilization, men began to ask questions regarding language, and the answers to these questions were naturally embodied in the myths, legends, and chronicles of their sacred books. Among the foremost of these questions were three. Whence came language? Which was the first language? How came the diversity of language? The answer to the first of these was very simple. Each people naturally held that language was given it directly or indirectly by some special or national deity of its own, thus to the Chaldeans by Oannes, to the Egyptians by Thoth, to the Hebrews by Yahweh. The Hebrew answer is embodied in the great poem which opens our sacred books. Yahweh talks with Adam and is perfectly understood. The serpent talks with Eve and is perfectly understood. Yahweh brings the animals before Adam, who bestows on each its name. Language, then, was God-given and complete. Of the fact that every language is the result of a growth process, there was evidently, among the compilers of our sacred books, no suspicion. The answer to the second of these questions was no less simple. As, very generally, each nation believed its own chief divinity to be a god above all gods, as each believed itself a chosen people, as each believed its own sacred city the actual center of the earth, so each believed its own language to be the first, the original of all. This answer was from the first taken for granted by each chosen people, and especially by the Hebrews. Throughout their whole history, whether the Almighty talks with Adam in the garden or writes the commandments on Mount Sinai, he uses the same language, the Hebrew. The answer to the third of these questions, that regarding the diversity of languages, was much more difficult. Naturally, explanations of this diversity frequently gave rise to legends somewhat complicated. The law of wills and causes, formulated by Comte, was exemplified here as in so many other cases. That law is, that when men do not know the natural causes of things, they simply attribute them to wills like their own. Thus they obtain a theory which provisionally takes the place of science, and this theory forms a basis for theology. Examples of this recur to any thinking reader of history. Before the simpler laws of astronomy were known, the sun was supposed to be trundled out into the heavens every day and the stars hung up in the firmament every night by the right hand of the Almighty. Before the laws of comets were known, they were thought to be missiles hurled by an angry God at a wicked world. Before the real cause of lightning was known, it was supposed to be the work of a good God in his wrath, or of evil spirits in their malice. Before the laws of meteorology were known, it was thought that rains were caused by the Almighty or his angels opening the windows of heaven to let down upon the earth the waters that be above the firmament. Before the laws governing physical health were known, diseases were supposed to result from the direct interposition of the Almighty or of Satan. Before the laws governing mental health were known, insanity was generally thought to be diabolic possession. All these early conceptions were naturally embodied in the sacred books of the world, and especially in our own. Note 412. So in this case, to account for the diversity of tongues, the direct intervention of the divine will was brought in. As this diversity was felt to be an inconvenience, it was attributed to the will of a divine being in anger. To explain this anger, it was held that it must have been provoked by human sin. Out of this conception explanatory myths and legends grew as thickly and naturally as elms along watercourses. Of these the earliest form known to us is found in the Chaldean accounts, and nowhere more clearly than in the legend of the Tower of Babel. The inscriptions recently found among the ruins of Assyria have thrown a bright light into this and other scriptural myths and legends. The deciphering of the characters in these inscriptions by Grotefend, and the reading of the text by George Smith, Oper, Sayce, and others, have given us these traditions more nearly in their original form than they appear in our scriptures. The Hebrew story of Babel, like so many other legends in the sacred books of the world, combined various elements. By a play upon words, such as the history of myths and legends frequently shows, it wrought into one fabric the earlier explanations of the diversities of human speech and of the great ruined tower at Babylon. The name Babel, Bab-El, means gate of God, or gate of the gods. All modern scholars of note agree that this was the real significance of the name, but the Hebrew verb which signifies to confound resembles somewhat the word Babel, so that out of this resemblance, by one of the most common processes in myth formation, came to the Hebrew mind an indisputable proof that the tower was connected with the confusion of tongues, and this became part of our theological heritage. In our sacred books the account runs as follows: "And the whole earth was of one language, and of one speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick, and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city, and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven, and let us make us a name, lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded. And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language. And this they begin to do, and now nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore is the name of it called Babel, because the Lord did there confound the language of all the earth, and from thence did the Lord scatter them abroad upon the face of all the earth." Genesis 11, 1-9. Thus far the legend had been but slightly changed from the earlier Chaldean form in which it has been found in the Assyrian inscriptions. Its character is very simple. To use the words of Professor Sayce, "It takes us back to the age when the gods were believed to dwell in the invisible sky, and when man, therefore, did his best to rear his altars as near them as possible." And this eminent divine might have added that it takes us back also to a time when it was thought that Jehovah, in order to see the tower fully, was obliged to come down from his seat above the firmament. As to the real reasons for the building of the towers which formed so striking a feature in Chaldean architecture, any one of which may easily have given rise to the explanatory myth which found its way into our sacred books, there seems a substantial agreement among leading scholars that they were erected primarily as parts of temples, but largely for the purpose of astronomical observations, to which the Chaldeans were so devoted, and to which their country, with its level surface and clear atmosphere, was so well adapted. As to the real cause of the ruin of such structures, one of the inscribed cylinders discovered in recent times, speaking of a tower which most of the archaeologists identify with the Tower of Babel, reads as follows: "The building named the stages of the seven spheres, which was the Tower of Borsippa, had been built by a former king. He had completed 42 cubits, but he did not finish its head. During the lapse of time it had become ruined. They had not taken care of the exit of the waters, so that rain and wet had penetrated into the brickwork. The casing of burned brick had swollen out, and the terraces of crude brick are scattered in heaps." We can well understand how easily the gods, assisted by the winds, as stated in the Chaldean legend, could overthrow a tower thus built. It may be instructive to compare with the explanatory myth developed first by the Chaldeans, and in a slightly different form by the Hebrews, various other legends to explain the same diversity of tongues. The Hindu legend of the confusion of tongues is as follows: There grew in the center of the earth the wonderful world tree, or knowledge tree. It was so tall that it reached almost to heaven. It said in its heart, I shall hold my head in heaven and spread my branches over all the earth, and gather all men together under my shadow, and protect them, and prevent them from separating. But Brahma, to punish the pride of the tree, cut off its branches and cast them down on the earth, when they sprang up as wata trees, and made differences of belief and speech and custom to prevail on the earth, to disperse men upon its surface. Still more striking is a Mexican legend. According to this, the giant Xelwa built the great pyramid of Cholula in order to reach heaven, until the gods, angry at his audacity, threw fire upon the building and broke it down, whereupon every separate family received a language of its own. Such explanatory myths grew or spread widely over the earth. A well-known form of the legend, more like the Chaldean than the Hebrew later form, appeared among the Greeks. According to this, the Aloidai piled Mount Assa upon Olympus and Pelion upon Ossa, in their efforts to reach heaven and dethrone Jupiter. Still another form of it entered the thoughts of Plato. He held that in the Golden Age men and beasts all spoke the same language, but that Zeus confounded their speech because men were proud and demanded eternal youth and immortality. Note 413. But naturally the version of the legend which most affected Christendom was that modification of the Chaldean form developed among the Jews and embodied in their sacred books. To a thinking man in these days it is very instructive. The coming down of the Almighty from heaven to see the tower and put an end to it by dispersing its builders points to the time when his dwelling was supposed to be just above the firmament, or solid vault above the earth, the time when he exercised his beneficent activity in such acts as opening the windows of heaven to give down rain upon the earth, in bringing out the sun every day and hanging up the stars every night to give light to the earth, in hurling comets to give warning, in placing his bow in the cloud to give hope, in coming down in the cool of the evening to walk and talk with the man he had made, in making coats of skins for Adam and Eve, in enjoying the odor of flesh which Noah burnt for him, in eating with Abraham under the oaks of Mamre, in wrestling with Jacob, and in writing with his own finger on the stone tables for Moses. So came the answer to the third question regarding language, and all three answers, embodied in our sacred books and implanted in the Jewish mind, supplied to the Christian Church the germs of a theological development of philology. These germs developed rapidly in the warm atmosphere of devotion and ignorance of natural law which pervaded the early Church, and there grew a great orthodox theory of language which was held throughout Christendom, always, everywhere, and by all, for nearly 2,000 years, and to which, until the present century, all science has been obliged, under pains and penalties, to conform. There did indeed come into human thought at an early period some suggestions of the modern scientific view of philology. Lucretius had proposed a theory, inadequate indeed, but still pointing toward the truth, as follows: Nature impelled man to try the various sounds of the tongue, and so struck out the names of things, much in the same way as the inability to speak is seen in its turn to drive children to use of gestures. But among the early fathers of the Church the only one who seems to have caught an echo of this utterance was St. Gregory of Nyssa. As a rule, all the other great founders of Christian theology, as far as they expressed themselves on the subject, took the view that the original language spoken by the Almighty and given by him to men was Hebrew, and that from this all other languages were derived at the destruction of the Tower of Babel. This doctrine was especially upheld by Origen, St. Jerome, and St. Augustine. Origen thought that the language given at the first through Adam, the Hebrew, remained among that portion of mankind which was assigned not to any angel, but continued the portion of God himself. St. Augustine declared that when the other races were divided by their own peculiar languages, Heber's family preserved that language, which is not unreasonably believed to have been the common language of the race, and that on this account it was henceforth called Hebrew. St. Jerome wrote, "The whole of antiquity affirms that Hebrew, in which the Old Testament is written, was the beginning of all human speech." Amid such great authorities as these, even Gregory of Nyssa struggled in vain. He seems to have taken the matter very earnestly, and to have used not only argument but ridicule. He insists that God does not speak Hebrew, and that the tongue used by Moses was not even a pure dialect of one of the languages resulting from the confusion. He makes man the inventor of speech, and resorts to raillery. Speaking against his opponent Eunomius, he says that passing in silence is base and abject garrulity. He will note a few things which are thrown into the midst of his useless or wordy discourse, where he represents God teaching words and names to our first parents, sitting before them like some pedagogue or grammar master. But naturally the great authority of Origen, Jerome, and Augustine prevailed. The view suggested by Lucretius, and again by St. Gregory of Nyssa, died out, and always, everywhere, and by all, in the Church, the doctrine was received that the language spoken by the Almighty was Hebrew, that it was taught by him to Adam, and that all other languages on the face of the earth originated from it at the dispersion attending the destruction of the Tower of Babel. Note 414. This idea threw out roots and branches in every direction, and so developed ever into new and strong forms. As all scholars now know, the vowel points in the Hebrew language were not adopted until at some period between the 2nd and 10th centuries, but in the medieval Church they soon came to be considered as part of the great miracle, as the work of the right hand of the Almighty. And never until the 18th century was there any doubt allowed as to the divine origin of these rabbinical additions to the text. To hesitate in believing that these points were dotted virtually by the very hand of God himself came to be considered a fearful heresy. The series of battles between theology and science in the field of comparative philology opened just on this point, apparently so insignificant: the direct divine inspiration of the rabbinical punctuation. The first to impugn this divine origin of these vocal points and accents appears to have been a Spanish monk, Raymundus Martinus, in his Pugio Fidei, or Poignard of the Faith, which he put forth in the 13th century. But he and his doctrine disappeared beneath the waves of the Orthodox ocean, and apparently left no trace. For nearly 300 years longer the full sacred theory held its ground, but about the opening of the 16th century another glimpse of the truth was given by a Jew, Elias Levita, and this seems to have had some little effect, at least in keeping the germ of scientific truth alive. The Reformation, with its renewal of the literal study of the Scriptures, and its transfer of all infallibility from the Church and the Papacy to the letter of the sacred books, intensified for a time the devotion of Christendom to this sacred theory of language. The belief was strongly held that the writers of the Bible were merely pens in the hand of God, Dei calami. Hence the conclusion that not only the sense but the words, letters, and even the punctuation proceeded from the Holy Spirit. Only on this one question of the origin of the Hebrew points was there any controversy, and this waxed hot. It began to be especially noted that these vowel points in the Hebrew Bible did not exist in the synagogue rolls, were not mentioned in the Talmud, and seemed unknown to St. Jerome, and on these grounds some earnest men ventured to think them no part of the original revelation to Adam. Zwingli, so much before most of the reformers in other respects, was equally so in this. While not doubting the divine origin and preservation of the Hebrew language as a whole, he denied the antiquity of the vocal points, demonstrated their unessential character, and pointed out the fact that St. Jerome makes no mention of them. His denial was long the refuge of those who shared this heresy. But the full orthodox theory remained established among the vast majority both of Catholics and Protestants. The attitude of the former is well illustrated in the imposing work of the Canon Marini, which appeared at Venice in 1593 under the title of Noah's Ark, a New Treasury of the Sacred Tongue. The huge folios begin with the declaration that the Hebrew tongue was "divinely inspired at the very beginning of the world," and the doctrine is steadily maintained that this divine inspiration extended not only to the letters, but to the punctuation. Not before the 17th century was well under way do we find a thorough scholar bold enough to gainsay this preposterous doctrine. This new assailant was Capellus, professor of Hebrew at Saumur. But he dared not put forth his argument in France. He was obliged to publish it in Holland, and even there such obstacles were thrown in his way that it was 10 years before he published another treatise of importance. The work of Capellus was received as settling the question by very many open-minded scholars, among whom was Hugo Grotius, but many theologians felt this view to be a blow at the sanctity and integrity of the sacred text, and in 1648 the great scholar John Buxtorf the younger rose to defend the orthodox citadel. In his Anticritica he brought all his stores of knowledge to uphold the doctrine that the rabbinical points and accents had been jotted down by the right hand of God. The controversy waxed hot. Scholars like Vos and Brian Walton supported Capellus. Wasmuth and many others of note were as fierce against him. The Swiss Protestants were especially violent on the orthodox side. Their Formula Consensus of 1675 declared the vowel points to be inspired, and 3 years later the Calvinists of Geneva, by a special canon, forbade that any minister should be received into their jurisdiction until he publicly confessed that the Hebrew text, as it today exists in the Masoretic copies, is, both as to the consonants and the vowel points, divine and authentic. While in Holland so great a man as Hugo Grotius supported the view of Capellus, and while in France the eminent Catholic scholar Richard Simon and many others, Catholic and Protestant, took similar ground against this divine origin of the Hebrew punctuation, there was arrayed against them a body apparently overwhelming. In France, Bossuet, the greatest theologian that France has ever produced, did his best to crush Simon. In Germany, Wasmuth, professor first at Rostock and afterward at Kiel, hurled his vindicai at the innovators. Yet at this very moment the battle was clearly won. The arguments of Capellus were irrefragable, and despite the commands of bishops, the outcries of theologians, and the sneering of critics, his application of strictly scientific observation and reasoning carried the day. Yet a casual observer, long after the fate of the battle was really settled, might have supposed that it was still in doubt. As is not unusual in theologic controversies, attempts were made to galvanize the dead doctrine into an appearance of life. Famous among these attempts was that made as late as the beginning of the 18th century by two Bremen theologians, Hasse and Eken. They put forth a compilation in two huge folios, simultaneously at Leyden and Amsterdam. Prominent in which work is the treatise on the Integrity of Scripture by Johann Andreas Danzius, professor of Oriental languages and senior member of the philosophical faculty of Jena, and to preface it there was a formal and fulsome approval by three eminent professors of theology at Leyden. With great fervor the author pointed out that religion itself depends absolutely on the infallible inspiration, both verbal and literal, of the Scripture text. and with impassioned eloquence he assailed the blasphemers who dared question the divine origin of the Hebrew points. But this was really the last great effort. That the case was lost was seen by the fact that Dancius felt obliged to use other missiles than arguments, and especially to call his opponents hard names. From this period the old sacred theory as to the origin of the Hebrew points may be considered as dead and buried. End of Chapter 17. From Babel to Comparative Philology, Section 1, The Sacred Theory in its First Form. Section 23 of A History of the Warfare of Science and Theology in Christendom, Volume 2. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 17, Section 2, The Sacred Theory of Language in its Second Form. But the war was soon to be waged on a wider and far more important field. The inspiration of the Hebrew punctuation having been given up, the great orthodox body fell back upon the remainder of the theory and entrenched this more strongly than ever, the theory that the Hebrew language was the first of all languages, that which was spoken by the Almighty, given by him to Adam, transmitted through Noah to the world after the deluge, and that the confusion of tongues was the origin of all other languages. In giving account of this new phase of the struggle it is well to go back a little. From the revival of learning and the Reformation had come the renewed study of Hebrew in the 15th and 16th centuries, and thus the sacred doctrine regarding the origin of the Hebrew language received additional authority. All the early Hebrew grammars, from that of Reuchlin down, assert the divine origin and miraculous claims of Hebrew. It is constantly mentioned as the sacred tongue, sancta lingua. In 1506, Reuchlin, though himself persecuted by a large faction in the church for advanced views, refers to Hebrew as spoken by the mouth of God. This idea was popularized by the edition of the Margarita Philosophica, published at Strasbourg in 1508. That work, in its successive editions, a mirror of human knowledge at the close of the Middle Ages and the opening of modern times, contains a curious introduction to the study of Hebrew. In this it is declared that Hebrew was the original speech, used between God and man and between men and angels. Its full-page frontispiece represents Moses receiving from God the tables of stone written in Hebrew, and as a conclusive argument it reminds us that Christ himself, by choosing a Hebrew maid for his mother, made that his mother tongue. It must be noted here, however, that Luther, in one of those outbursts of strong sense which so often appear in his career, enforced the explanation that the words God said had nothing to do with the articulation of human language. Still, he evidently yielded to the general view. In the Roman Church at the same period we have a typical example of the theologic method applied to philology, as we have seen it applied to other sciences, in the statement by Luther's great opponent, Cajetan, that the three languages of the inscription on the cross of Calvary were the representatives of all languages because the number 3 denotes perfection. In 1538 Postulas made a very important endeavor at a comparative study of languages, but with the orthodox assumption that all were derived from one source, namely the Hebrew. Naturally, comparative philology blundered and stumbled along this path into endless absurdities. The most amazing efforts were made to trace back everything to the sacred language. English and Latin dictionaries appeared, in which every word was traced back to a Hebrew root. No supposition was too absurd in this attempt to square science with Scripture. It was declared that, as Hebrew is written from right to left, it might be read either way, in order to produce a satisfactory etymology. The whole effort in all this sacred scholarship was, not to find what the truth is, not to see how the various languages are to be classified, or from what source they are really derived, but to demonstrate what was supposed necessary to maintain what was then held to be the truth of Scripture, namely, that all languages are derived from the Hebrew. This stumbling and blundering under the sway of orthodox necessity was seen among the foremost scholars throughout Europe. About the middle of the 16th century the great Swiss scholar, Conrad Gesner, beginning his Mithridates, says, "While of all languages Hebrew is the first and oldest, of all is alone pure and unmixed. All the rest are much mixed, for there is none which has not some words derived and corrupted from Hebrew." Typical, as we approach the end of the 16th century, are the utterances of two of the most noted English divines. First of these may be mentioned Dr. William Fulke, Master of Pembroke Hall in the University of Cambridge. In his Discovery of the Dangerous Rock of the Romish Church, published in 1580, he speaks of "the Hebrew tongue, the first tongue of the world, and for the excellency thereof called the Holy Tongue." Yet more emphatic, 8 years later, was another eminent divine, Dr. William Whitaker, Regius Professor of Divinity and Master of St. John's College at Cambridge. In his Disputation on Holy Scripture, first printed in 1588, he says, "The Hebrew is the most ancient of all languages, and was that which alone prevailed in the world before the deluge and the erection of the Tower of Babel. For it was this which Adam used and all men before the flood, as is manifest from the Scriptures, as the Fathers testify." He then proceeds to quote passages on this subject from St. Jerome, St. Augustine, and others, and cites St. Chrysostom in support of the statement that "God himself showed the model and method of writing when he delivered the law written by his own finger to Moses." Note 415. This sacred theory entered the 17th century in full force, and for a time swept everything before it. Eminent commentators, Catholic and Protestant, accepted and developed it. Great prelates, Catholic and Protestant, stood guard over it, favoring those who supported it, doing their best to destroy those who would modify it. In 1606 Stephen Guichard built new buttresses for it in Catholic France. He explains in his preface that his intention is "to make the reader see in the Hebrew word not only the Greek and Latin, but also the Italian, the Spanish, the French, the German, the Flemish, the English, and many others from all languages." As the merest tyro in philology can now see, the great difficulty that Guichard encounters is in getting from the Hebrew to the Aryan group of languages. How he meets this difficulty may be imagined from his statement as follows: "As for the derivation of words by addition, subtraction, and inversion of the letters, it is certain that this can and ought thus to be done, if we would find etymologies, a thing which becomes very credible when we consider that the Hebrews wrote from right to left, and the Greeks and others from left to right. All the learned recognize such derivations as necessary, and certainly otherwise one could scarcely trace any etymology back to Hebrew." Of course, by this method of philological juggling anything could be proved which the author thought necessary to his pious purpose. 2 years later Andrew Willett published at London his Exapla, or Sixfold Commentary upon Genesis. In this he insists that the one language of all mankind in the beginning was the Hebrew tongue, preserved still in Heber's family. He also takes pains to say that the Tower of Babel was not so called of Belus, as some have imagined, but of confusion, for so the Hebrew word Balal signifies, and he quotes from St. Chrysostom to strengthen his position. In 1627 Dr. Constantin L'Empereur was inducted into the chair of philosophy of the sacred language in the University of Leyden. In his inaugural oration on the dignity and utility of the Hebrew tongue, He puts himself on record in favor of the divine origin and miraculous purity of that language. "Who," he says, "can call in question the fact that the Hebrew idiom is coeval with the world itself, save such as seek to win vain glory for their own sophistry?" 2 years after Willett, in England, comes the famous Dr. Lightfoot, the most renowned scholar of his time in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, but all his scholarship was bent to suit theological requirements. In his Erubin, published in 1629, he goes to the full length of the sacred theory, though we begin to see a curious endeavor to get over some linguistic difficulties. One passage will serve to show both the robustness of his faith and the acuteness of his reasoning, in view of the difficulties which scholars now began to find in the sacred theory. "Other commendations this tongue Hebrew needeth none than what it hath of itself, namely, for sanctity it was the tongue of God, and for antiquity it was the tongue of Adam, God the first founder, and Adam the first speaker of it. It began with the world and the church, and continued and increased in glory till the captivity in Babylon. As the man in Seneca, that through sickness lost his memory and forgot his own name, so the Jews, for their sins, lost their language and forgot their own tongue. Before the confusion of tongues all the world spoke their tongue, and no other, but since the confusion of the Jews they speak the language of all the world, and not their own." But just at the middle of the century, 1657, came in England a champion of the sacred theory more important than any of these, Brian Walton, Bishop of Chester. His polyglot Bible dominated English scriptural criticism throughout the remainder of the century. He prefaces his great work by proving at length the divine origin of Hebrew, and the derivation from it of all other forms of speech. He declares it "probable that the first parent of mankind was the inventor of letters." His chapters on this subject are full of interesting details. He says that the Welshman, Davis, had already tried to prove the Welsh the primitive speech, Wormius the Danish, Mittelerius the German, but the Bishop stands firmly by the sacred theory, informing us that "even in the New World are found traces of the Hebrew tongue, namely in New England and in New Belgium, where the word aguarda signifies earth, and the name Joseph is found among the Hurons." As we have seen, Bishop Walton had been forced to give up the inspiration of the rabbinical punctuation, but he seems to have fallen back with all the more tenacity on what remained of the great sacred theory of language, and to have become its leading champion among English-speaking peoples. At that same period the same doctrine was put forth by a great authority in Germany. In 1657 Andreas Senert published his inaugural address as professor of sacred letters and dean of the theological faculty at Wittenberg. All his efforts were given to making Luther's old university a fortress of the orthodox theory. His address, like many others in various parts of Europe, shows that in his time an inaugural with any save an orthodox statement of the theological platform would not be tolerated. Few things in the past are to the sentimental mind more pathetic, to the philosophical mind more natural, and to the progressive mind more ludicrous than addresses at high festivals of theological schools. The audience has generally consisted mainly of estimable elderly gentlemen, who received their theology in their youth, and who in their old age have watched over it with jealous care to keep it well protected from every fresh breeze of thought. Naturally, a theological professor inaugurated under such auspices endeavors to propitiate his audience. Senert goes to great lengths both in his address and in his grammar, published 9 years later, for declaring the divine origin of Hebrew to be quite beyond controversy. He says, "Noah received it from our first parents, and guarded it in the midst of the waters. Heber and Peleg saved it from the confusion of tongues." The same doctrine was no less loudly insisted upon by the greatest authority in Switzerland, Buxtorf, professor at Basel, who proclaimed Hebrew to be "the tongue of God, the tongue of angels, the tongue of the prophets," and the effect of this proclamation may be imagined when we note in 1663 that his book had reached its sixth edition. It was reechoed through England, Germany, France, and America, and, if possible, yet more highly developed. In England, Theophilus Gale set himself to prove that not only all languages but all the learning of the world had been drawn from the Hebrew records. This orthodox doctrine was also fully vindicated in Holland. 6 years before the close of the 17th century, Morinus, doctor of theology, professor of Oriental languages, and pastor at Amsterdam, published his great work on primeval language. Its frontispiece depicts the confusion of tongues at Babel, and, as a pendant to it, the Pentecostal gift of tongues to the apostles. In the successive chapters of the first book he proves that language could not have come into existence save as a direct gift from heaven, that there is a primitive language, the mother of all the rest, that this primitive language still exists in its pristine purity, that this language is the Hebrew. The second book is devoted to proving that the Hebrew letters were divinely received, have been preserved intact, and are the source of all other alphabets. But in the third book he feels obliged to allow, in the face of the contrary dogma held, as he says, by "not a few most eminent men piously solicitous for the authority of the sacred text," that the Hebrew punctuation was, after all, not of divine inspiration, but a late invention of the rabbis. France also was held to all appearance in complete subjection to the orthodox idea up to the end of the century. In 1697 appeared at Paris perhaps the most learned of all the books written to prove Hebrew the original tongue and source of all others. The Gallican Church was then at the height of its power. Bossuet, as bishop, as thinker, and as adviser of Louis XIV, had crushed all opposition to orthodoxy. The Edict of Nantes had been revoked, and the Huguenots, so far as they could escape, were scattered throughout the world, destined to repay France with interest 1,000-fold during the next 2 centuries. The bones of the Jansenists at Port Royal were dug up and scattered. Louis XIV stood guard over the piety of his people. It was in the midst of this series of triumphs that Father Louis Thomassin, priest of the Oratory, issued his universal Hebrew glossary. In this, to use his own language, "the divinity, antiquity, and perpetuity of the Hebrew tongue, with its letters, accents, and other characters, are established forever and beyond all cavil by proofs drawn from all peoples, kindreds, and nations under the sun." This superb 1,000-columned folio was issued from the royal press, and is one of the most imposing monuments of human piety and folly, taking rank with the treatises of Fromundus against Galileo, of Quaresmius on Lot's wife, and of Gladstone on Genesis and Geology. The great theologic philologic chorus was steadily maintained, and, as in responsive chant, its doctrines were echoed from land to land. From America there came the earnest words of John Eliot, praising Hebrew as the most fit to be made a universal language, and declaring it the tongue which it pleased our Lord Jesus to make use of when he spake from heaven unto Paul. At the close of the 17th century came from England a strong antiphonal answer in this chorus. Merrick Casaubon, the learned prebendary of Canterbury, thus declared: "One language, the Hebrew, I hold to be simply and absolutely the source of all." And to swell the chorus there came into it, in complete unison, the voice of Bentley, the greatest scholar of the old sort whom England has ever produced. He was, indeed, one of the most learned and acute critics of any age. but he was also Master of Trinity, Archdeacon of Bristol, held 2 livings besides, and enjoyed the honor of refusing the bishopric of Bristol as not rich enough to tempt him. Noblesse oblige, that Bentley should hold a brief for the theological side was inevitable, and we need not be surprised when we hear him declaring, "We are sure from the names of persons and places mentioned in Scripture before the deluge not to insist upon other arguments, that the Hebrew was the primitive language of mankind, and that it continued pure above 3,000 years until the captivity in Babylon." The power of the theologic bias, when properly stimulated with ecclesiastical preferment, could hardly be more perfectly exemplified than in such a captivity of such a man as Bentley. Yet here 2 important exceptions should be noted. In England, Prideaux, whose biblical studies gave him much authority, opposed the dominant opinion, and in America Cotton Mather, who in taking his master's degree at Harvard had supported the doctrine that the Hebrew vowel points were of divine origin, bravely recanted and declared for the better view. Note 416. But even this dissent produced little immediate effect, and at the beginning of the 18th century this sacred doctrine, based upon explicit statements of Scripture, seemed forever settled. As we have seen, strong fortresses have been built for it in every Christian land. Nothing seemed more unlikely than that the little groups of scholars scattered through these various countries could ever prevail against them. These strongholds were built so firmly, and had behind them so vast an army of religionists of every creed, that to conquer them seemed impossible. And yet, at that very moment, their doom was decreed. Within a few years from this period of their greatest triumph, the garrisons of all these sacred fortresses were in hopeless confusion, and the armies behind them in full retreat. A little later all the important orthodox fortresses and forces were in the hands of the scientific philologists. How this came about will be shown in the 3rd part of this chapter. End of Chapter 17, Section 2, The Sacred Theory of Language in its Second Form.